Welcome back, Chinese League of Legends enjoyers, to another day of the 2025 Demacia Cup. My name is Yanni. I am joined here by Jay Beto, and if you think we're familiar, well, we did all the games yesterday. We're here for the first game of the day. It should be a really exciting one, as we're going to kick things off with NiP versus LGD. Couple notes before I pass it over to you, Jay Beto. Rudude and Gordo will be covering the last two series of the night, Weibo Gaming and OMG, and EDG versus IG.
Yeah, so not a crazy day like we had last night, but I will say, no connection issues. So, again, touch wood.
Nice.
Praying for the continuation
Touch
of
wood?
smooth.
Is that what you guys say?
Yeah, have you never
Do you
heard
not
that
say
before?
knock on
touch
wood? We
Oh,
say
okay,
knock on.
Sorry. Same thing, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No,
Knock
I
on
figured
wood,
it's the
knock
same
on
thing,
wood.
but I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
But, I mean, we got to have a look at NiP last night. They did well. They definitely could have won. They played exceptionally well, but they just couldn't pull themselves across the finish line when it came down to the third and final game. And for LGD, coming into stage 2 after stage 1, they've got a lot to prove here.
Yep, and in a group like this, it could get very, very interesting. But before we actually take a look at the group standings and the groups themselves, let's take a look at the format explainer, because again, this is a bit of a doozy of a format. If you've been with us for the last couple of nights, thank you very much. You're probably sick of seeing this. We have finally grayed out the stage 1 teams that did not make it in, and have finally put in some of the logos for the stage 2 teams. We are no longer in stage 1. You can see those teams that are not grayed out. Those are the ones who made it forward into stage 2, joining the rest of the Ascend teams, plus the big bosses, IG and BLG. The single round robin best of 3 still going to be maintained. The top 3 will advance from each group, and then they will move on to the knockout stage, where AL and Top Esports await in the best of 5s.
There is an asterisk next to big bosses for IG. This team is looking very different, which is what you were talking about just then, Yanni. Group A is the group that any team in here could take first seed. Any 3 could realistically be promoted into stage 2. The Group B, as we were calling it, Murder Row last night, it's a lot more cutthroat to get through. There's a lot of big boy teams in there, but for Group A, I think that the skill is a lot more relative to each other. So IG, unfortunately, losing to EDG, this is a kind of do or die match for them. If they aren't able to win this match, NiP here, their chances of getting through are slimmer and slimmer. Again, reminding everyone, it's not 2 that advance as it was in stage 1, it is 3 advance. So they still have a chance. It's not 0-2 and you're out, but it's a very do or die series for NiP and for LGD, coming in and hopefully making a good impression.
Yeah, NiP would be a little bit behind the 8 ball. Let's go ahead and take a look at those standings and those groups, because you're probably chomping at the bit to actually go and see them, because, as we were alluding to, one of these groups is not like the others. Group B is the one we're calling Murderers Row. Weibo Gaming, BLG, JDG, LNG, OMG. Obviously, JDG taking the loss to Weibo Gaming. Yeah, a lot of G's. GG, baby. Meanwhile, over on Group A, a couple of G's over there, not as much. EDG, IG, LGD, Team WE, and NiP. And again, because IG is not running the roster that they had throughout most of 2025, this group is wide open. And as you mentioned, a second loss for NiP puts them in a really difficult spot to try to advance.
Yeah, it feels really bad as NiP looking at this group to, after this series, potentially be 0-1 before half of the teams have even played. So LGD hoping to come in here, put themselves next to EDG at the 1-0, and for NiP hoping to tie themselves up 1-1. That would put them in a really good spot. We'll see some Group B games here tonight as well. I'm pretty sure it's Weibo and OMG. So again, for Weibo, if they're able to cement themselves into that 2-0, that would be really good for them. But for this first game, there's a lot of onus on. We were talking with some of the other LPL staff here about Guwon, and coming into the LPL here, didn't have the nicest 2025. I think that Guwon played a really good series, and coming in here to this second series for NiP, hopefully they can turn some heads a little more, because losing that game 1, yes, we can talk about all we want. They played really well, but you look at the score, and that's kind of what you see.
Yeah, I don't think NiP should be discouraged about their loss. I mean, it is always tough to have one in the L column, right? But the group was wide open. They looked really good. In fact, I actually thought they were the better individual players than EDG yesterday, and they just need to put it together a little bit. There were a couple of really bad throws that occurred in those games, and something that we expected with the two titans of Group Nirvana that we saw throughout 2025. Even though this NiP team is vastly different, still maintaining their Nirvana hearts. But we'll see if NiP is able to clean things up a little bit. I like that you pointed out Guan and how good he has been. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. Starting off with NiP, we have, it's actually Hoya in the top lane, Guan in the jungle, Kara in the mid lane, Awesome and Shuo in that bottom lane. There was a last-minute swap that had Hoya come through. We thought that he wasn't going to be playing in the Demacia Cup, but it looks like he is now back as the starter as of yesterday's games. We'll see if that changes, but for the moment, we don't believe so.
I was really impressed with some players on this NiP roster. I think Zhuo had an exceptional Rel game, and I mean, obviously it'll be different now, but I'm pretty sure, what did I say, 9% in 11 games, 9% win rate in 11 games for Rel, for Zhuo here. But, I mean, the Rel looked great. I think Awesome had a great series overall, and obviously the game that he got Pog on was really good on the Corki, and Care with a Talia made a lot of difference in that game 2, I believe it was. They played patient for a lot of the series. In that game 2, they oversent it a lot around the Baron. There was some mistakes that were happening for NiP, but I think this is a team that plays quite slow, calculated in the way that they approach their fights, but sometimes if they get a little bit nervous or a little bit hasty, it can kind of fall apart at the seams. So hoping for NiP, they can maintain that synergy that we saw building over that first series and continue it on here.
A lot of encouraging signs for some of the players that we had question marks about, right? Kerr is a guy that it was, FPX's franchise player replacing Doinby, is now replacing Doinby on NiP now. And there were a lot of questions, surrounding him after a bit of a down 2025. It's like maybe he's not actually the guy. Zhuo had a very inconsistent 2025 as well, but he really showed up in this series. So we'll see if he's able to do the same thing today and maybe lead NiP to a victory. Let's go ahead and start talking about LGD and their roster from top to bottom. It's Sasa in the top lane, Hung in the jungle, Tong Yuan in the mid lane, Xiaoya and YCX rounding out that bottom lane, Jay Beto.
Yeah, this team, again, starting in stage 1, now here into stage 2, have a lot to prove on still. And I think eyes on, Tong Yuan and Hung here. It does make sense for our eyes on NiP, jungle and mid as well, but a little bit concerned about this bot lane. I think that from what we've seen from NiP, their bot lane played super well. I think Awesome and Zoro had a really good series together, and if LGD aren't focused up in that bot lane, some things could go awry. But if for LGD, it's about playing your own game here. Don't get sucked into to NiP's really slow gameplay and letting them get to that late game scaling that they want to play. If you want to send it fast, you need to set the pace early in the series, early in your games, and play your own game is super important.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid first stage for LGD, but things ended on a bit of a sour note in their last match versus OMG. They looked a lot, out of sorts, really. Some disconnections in team fights where they just weren't linked up together. Their objective setups weren't really the greatest either. And it seems like if you draft zone control against them, they will kind of fold. They are still good at punishing over extensions, though, which is something that they were able to do against OMG. They were advantaged in that second game. It looked like they were going to win it, but they couldn't bring it home. So that's why they ended up with the 0-2 loss, Jay Beto. And for me, the big matchup here has to be these mid laners, Care versus Tong Yuan. These guys, franchise players, like you mentioned earlier for Care, but Tong Yuan, the same for RNG at the time. Obviously, now both of the teams these guys came from no longer in the league. And they got to forge new destinies for themselves, man. I mean, these are guys that have really only spent time in these organizations, and now it's a whole new world for them, replacing legendary players as well. And We're hoping that they're able to show why those teams placed initial faith in them.
I just got to bring attention to the backgrounds again. That was not only a background, but the hat on as well. I love the backgrounds that these players have been going with, but
they're fun.
Yeah, if you're going to do this, you got to have fun. You got to have fun if you're remote at home. LGD here didn't quite get the message, but replacing
they're all
players,
business. That's okay.
they're locked in. They got 15 water bottles back there. Hydration is ready. They've got snacks ready to go as well. So good to see. Hoping that all these players are doing well and having fun and ready for a long 2026 season. I got 2 liters here ready to go.
2 liters? I just have a water bottle on the floor next to me and less than half of a water bottle here. So maybe I'm not doing this hydration thing right. Perhaps after the first game, I'll have to fix myself up.
What is this?
I thought that was an actual flower in his hair for a second.
I love this. It's so good. I love that they're having fun with it. But yeah, to go back to what you were saying, some of these players think, Tangyuan replacing Xiaohu on RNG, if I'm not mistaken, and trying to build him up in that roster. We know how that went, but we can talk until we're blue in the face about these players individually, but Game 1 draft is starting. Zyra ban. That's immediately
that's a new one.
My head over. Very different look. The Jace is making sense. The Zahen is, NiP don't have something to deal with it here. It's been something that teams have struggled with so far. I still think it's shown its weaknesses, but NiP don't want to let it through.
Trying to attack some of these control mages here. See if that is going to benefit the side of LGD. Just trying to take them away from Care. A couple times where he could have some pop-off games. Did a lot of his best work on Yone in 2025. And your favorite champion, Poppy, getting knocked out to the 3rd ban over on NiP.
I think it was Erha who played it yesterday. I wasn't impressed with the Poppy, but I still think the champion's ridiculously strong. Rounding out with the Rumble ban here. Azir is up if either of these teams want to go toward that. We saw Hongq go that last night, and to varying success. I think it had good moments in the game, but at the end of the day, it just didn't provide as much as Xiaohu on the Orianna did, but the Orianna's banned now. There's not a whole lot into the Azir in general, and Orianna is that standard answer. It's going to be the Nico, of course. This is left open. Slipped my mind here. This makes a ton of sense. It pairs with a lot of stuff. Yunara is still up. Kai'Sa is still up as well. LGD, what's your answer?
Zhuo wants to get his lick back because I thought he played a really good game on the Nico in Game 3. I was unfortunately unable to bring it home. Meanwhile, for the side of LGD, this is something that YCX really likes to do. Throw a couple of curveballs out of the bottom lane. It's going to be Karma coming through. Not as much damage as she once had out of the support role, but still great utility. The damage can stack up over time, and if you get a carry-oriented jungle, like we see this Kiana being hovered, this is even useful for the Wukong. Those speed-up shields are big.
Yeah, the Enchanter style that accelerates these AD bruises and the Kiana as well. This is something that I was talking about last night a little bit with the Nico, that Karma is really the only thing that answers the lane push power that Nico has. Nico is stronger in team fights, but the Karma has such a great push, and it feels like Hong not too sure exactly with what he wanted to go there, tossing up between a bunch of different junglers, but NiP slamming away the Taliyah and the Ambessa. Most likely that will be Ambessa jungle, as we've seen it in Demacia so far. It still can go into the top lane, but Poppy banned away. Pairs decently well with the Taliyah, just in fighting potential. This is something we haven't seen a whole lot of. I think it's been played once so far in Demacia. I can't remember who picked this up earlier on in the tournament, but Udyr top this would be, and looks like it has been locked in, and as the timer runs out, it is technically blind here because Ambessa could go jungle, could be played into the top lane. It's got a lot of wave prio in the top lane. So for LGD, they're trying to get the push here. They've got Karma for push, they've got Udyr for push, so Hong can try to impact these lanes and go wherever he wants on the map.
That earlier Udyr pick did come out of Salsa against Thunder Talk. He went 2-0 and 8. He's one of the remaining top laners that really likes this pick and still likes to play it. If you recall, I think now 2024, I think we're going that far back, maybe even 2023. My memory's a little fuzzy there. of when Udyr was top all the time. The popularity
Yep.
certainly waned, but he still likes to pick up this champion whenever he gets the opportunity. 80 carries getting banned. They're going to be the name of the game. Kaisa, as you mentioned, already off the board. Not the greatest dive comp for NiP, but does have good work there. Now they're going to start to target out this mid lane. Tong Yuan going to be cut out a little bit, especially on that Syndra that's been a champion that has been on the rise here in Demacia Cup.
I would say that LGD might be looking at an Ezreal. Ezreal Karma's a great pairing. It wins most of your lanes. Caitlyn's still available, but Demacia, people haven't really been prioritizing that a ton. The Kai'Sa ban is a good pairing with the Nico, but it's also a really good matchup into Ezreal in itself. Something that players will go towards pretty frequently. It's a handshake trade. It's more of a, if Kai'Sa finds Ezreal isolated, she'll destroy him, which is kind of indicative of Kai'Sa in most matchups. But Yunara still left through here, so both teams could pick up the Yunara if they wanted to. Let's see what LGD do here. I would expect that they're going to pick... Oh, okay, it's going to be the Ahri. Ahri Wukong's very strong, but you need a lot of damage coming out of your ADC.
They're very non-committal as well. It's Wukong, Cyclone. Other than that, you're looking for Udyr stuns and Ahri charms, right? So this is your big crux. And if I'm NiP, these are very telegraphed things that you can watch out for. Udyr will eventually run up on you. He will get there. But if you're able to just kind of watch out for this Wukong and be aware of where the Ahri is at all times, I'm not too worried. I would love this. Just for a nice curveball to be thrown from this bot lane as a whole, the rat with the gat, let's see him.
Well, will it be locked in? Oh, no. It looks like it might be the Smolder instead. So,
lame.
The Twitch would have filled this role anyway, but they just want damage here. They want a late-game insurance damage carry. For NiP, though, I love this draft. Again, I think Sion is the best top laner on the patch. Best blind pick as well. The Ambessa flex was nice. It goes into the jungle. We've seen the Ambessa and the Orianna a bit. Now we're going to take a look at the Ambessa with the Talia. So a little bit less of a pairing. Pantheon has been the premier jungler played recently with Talia, but you still have the kind of same thing as Vi does. You ult in and get the flick back, although it's not as easy. It's not guaranteed confirmed engage, but then you've got the Yunara and the Neek on the backside. The team fighting from this draft is insane. The side lane pressure from this draft is really nice too. They've got good weak side with the Sion, and I would expect a lot of pathing down towards this Yunara and the Nico and trying to set behind the Smolder. If you're given a lot of time, we've all seen what happens with Smolder at, insert timestamp. It can really take over a game.
Couldn't agree more with you, Jay Beto. It felt like LGD needed something like that. It's the perfect pick for them. We'll see how Shaya is going to perform on it. NiP on the other side, this composition feels a little bit weird, I'm not going to lie. I think that you have good pieces. I'm not sure how well we're going to see Ambessa and Talia work as a duo. Remember, Ambessa doesn't carry any CC, right? So you're really relying on these seismic shoves on a target that can speed themselves up with their W, right? You can get that extra movement speed as Ahri to be able to dodge out. So we'll see what the move is going to be for the side of NiP as we are on to Summoner's Rift here for Game 1 of the first best-of-3 series here for another day of the Demacia Cup.
It's a little train choo-chooing around the Nexus here. I'm a fan of the winter map. I've been enjoying the music mostly, to be honest. But as we load onto the Rift, there is a sneaky little Udyr here, actually. Trying to walk into the side and maybe get a ward down. It looks like he did get a deep ward, so LGD and Sasa will know where NiP are starting. But we're all grouped on the top side. Are we looking to start with a lane swap? It looks like, Yanni, we might be, unless these bases get channeled, but they're going to be interrupted. Sasa.
We're seeing a lot of level 1 shenanigans throughout the Demacia Cup. And listen, I think they should continue to attack Sasa here, and they do. They don't need to burn flashes. Hong is in trouble too. He's got a flash away. A perfectly played by NiP to start things off.
That's first blood on to Awesome too on this Yunara. It just uses Ghost to gap close and make sure that he can keep that damage on Sasa. He got the ward down, but walking in like that late, it's a bit risky. It's always a risk to walk in late. You'd love to be able to get the late invade in or maybe just see exactly where Guwon is positioning on the map, but it's a big loss. It's not just Sasa and the death, it's the flash from Sasa and from Hong too. So Wukong significantly weaker now in his gank potential in the early game. We'll LGD will win over on the prio as NiP take a little bit longer to get back to the lane, but Nico and Yunara should be just fine. They've got pretty good push on their own right.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on here for the LGD bot lane because they are going to need to get the shove in to prevent NiP's bot lane from moving over to the spot side of the jungle while this flash is down on the Wukong. You know, if Guan heads to the bottom side of the map and they're like, hey, let's go invade, it could be bad news. But for right now, they are advantaged.
And this is not the Smolder of old where... What was the game? There was a game, I think it was a T1 game that I saw, and something like Fear X maybe, or Bro, and the Smolder had like 700 stacks, and T1 had Elder and Soul, and it still wasn't enough nearly, but Smolder still scales incredibly well into the late game. There have been some issues getting through Sion. Yes, you do have the execute, and that's, you know, important, but he's just so tanky and does so much damage. You need a long-form fight for LGD, and Udi will help that. I assume it's going to be more of the tank build, not the, you know, solo queue kind of Q max, AD, shred the health bar down style, but should still have prio in this lane. And again, that's the important part. We were talking earlier. This LGD team with the Karma, with this Udi, should have prio in their side lanes for either Tongyuan to rotate or Hung to get involved. But now with no flash, it's a bit tough.
Hung was pinged out on that blue buff, so we'll see what the first move is with this flash down. Could be a riskier crab contest, but he is there first, so Guan lagging behind, won't be able to scoop that one up. So far, this Wukong not getting pressured for this flash being down. It is a little hard to do so, remember? We talked about how Guan, no CC, but, you know, this is a guy that you could put him on full carries, especially with the kind of performances that he put up yesterday, despite the loss.
I think we saw it was the Jace Mirror, yeah? That's a very exciting blind pick. We probably will be seeing that again if this goes to 3. But yeah, for Guan, it's just the CC from the ult, which is a bit tough to play with Taliyah. That's why things you normally see paired with Taliyah, the Vi, the Pantheon, they're either, you know, for the Pantheon, a lot quicker on the cooldown to come back up so you can fight more frequently, or for the Vi, guaranteed confirmed engage. So is Pantheon, to be fair. But things that are a lot easier to hit, you can punch someone with Vi, and then also find the shove, the flick back from Care. But Mbessa, it's going to rely a lot on hitting these dry, or have Zhuo impacting the map. Get this Nico around the Taliyah, or have Taliyah rotate to where Zhuo is playing, whether it's a side lane attempt from Care, or Zhuo taking a good team fight around Care, because there's your CC. You've got the Tangle Barbs, you've got the Pop Blossom. There's a lot of layered CC potential there. Care winning out on some pushes, feeling a bit nice, but getting a lane swap here early doesn't make sense with the Sion. But Xiaoya is able to base, and actually Sas is going back up top. So I guess LGD happy with this lane swap.
First dragon of the game is up and ready for anybody to go and take it. The question is, will we see that happen? Xiaoya heading to the bot side here, happy to go into Hoya and just farm up as many Q stacks as possible. The good news for NiP is it gets them out of that Karma lane that was causing some problems for Awesome and Zhuo. We saw that, you know, a little while ago. YCX had a full health bar while those guys were taken quite low, although no actual kill pressure had occurred. And, you know, now we have to start thinking about what's the setup for Grubs going to be like after this dragon as well, and who's really going to want them. Guan walking forward here just to get down this control ward. Be able to dash out with Drakehound Step, but Hung just a little bit extra damage.
LGD keep the lanes swapped because Smolder into Sion is a thing that teams have become very practiced at. Earlier when the lane swaps were starting, a lot of ADCs haven't been left by themselves against melee champions before, and saw a couple of crazy solo kills. But now that we've really adjusted to it, Smolder into melee champions is really good for the Smolder because he can just sit there, farm infinite stacks off of the Sion, and Sion's happy to, you know, collect his own stacks off of the CS and scale up to be a little bit of a threat later on. But Guwan's still here, doesn't even have ult. LGD have started this up.
It's a very slow dragon for the moment. Hoya coming through, just looking to cut off Xiaoya. You know, you can get 1v1s by a Sion if you're not careful. Looks like NiP will end up bailing out on the play here. Just allow Guan to farm up his own jungle. First dragon going over to LGD with no contest.
just a little bit of poking and prodding at the vision setup, seeing what information LGD have, how many members were around the Drake, and NiP said, okay, you've respected us and we will respect you, and walk away. NiP very happy to get the grubs for themselves, try to push down some towers. Very nice with Sion if he's ever left alone in the side lane, and as you can see, he has been left alone pretty much the entirety start of this game against the Smolder. There is obviously this risk with the Smolder again. He's just going to continuously farm up a ton. Both AD carries have Cull. Yunara will spike first. You're waiting on that 225 stacks for Xiaoya. And Awesome really needs 2 or 3 items before fully coming online as this Yunara. I expect LGD to start sending it a little bit early. The reason I'm saying that is, yes, Smolder does need time, but it's not time that he needs, it's stacks. And the way you get stacks on Smolder is by having a lot of long-form, scrappy fights where neither team is really favored. That's when the Smolder loves those kind of those skirmishes. If you're able to position around grubs, even if you don't get them here for LGD, if you get a bunch of Qs off on a Sion or on Mbessa, hit some Ws, and maybe even get ult on the entire team, you're going to collect a bunch of stacks. But NiP set up for the grubs. LGD are here first.
This is why Karma works so well with Smolder, because you can extend those fights. First grub going to be secured by LGD. They definitely want to get everything they can for this Udyr. There's that charge coming through for Hoya. A little bit of damage to YCX, but it shoves LGD off. There's a seismic shove. Speaking of, Pop Blossom lands on multiple members, and they start getting knocked down. NiP just destroying LGD in that fight.
LGD feel great about how that started. They get 2 grubs, they're walking away. Sion's engaged, doesn't hit anybody. And like I said, Xiaoya is just hitting stacks. He's happy. And then, out of nowhere, Zhuo with a great Pop Blossom. Guwon's ready in response. So have a look here. The Sion goes in, doesn't hit anybody. Xiaoya's happy here. W hits, Q hits. The knock-up doesn't find anyone. But then Xiaoya too far forward. The shove is good. Flash in from Zhuo. Hits everybody on the backside. And Guwon with the mop-up at the backside. And what looked like a good start for LGD there comes up all NiP.
Yeah, and Zhuo continuing his great performance from that Game 3 yesterday, despite the loss. Again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I think that NiP played so well and was the better team, at least individually, the better individual players, but not able to get the job done. You can already see the damage that Zhuo has with that Hextech Alternator. Hoya coming in to kind of crash the party here. Knockup going down. YCX in trouble and falls to Hoya. As LGG just seems so disconnected, they will be able to find Zhuo, and it's Xiaoya picking up that kill.
We don't have the ults that we had last time, so the engage can't come through the way we want it to. LGD walk in and get a little bit back of what they were lost in that grubs trade. It's not too much of a loss here for NiP. It's support for support. It is what it is. Guwon.
Okay, Salsa, a little bit of trouble. They're trying to run him down. The question is, how much can they slow him? Knockup is there, and Guwon will chop him down. 3-0-2 this early. A muted 2025 for this guy, but maybe, just maybe, 2026 will be his year.
I think he had a great series against EDG, and continuing on with that build of synergy we saw NiP start to develop over that series. It feels like they're very much on the same page. They're going for these really good side lane players. We were talking about this team comp is very nice on side lane. Ari left alone in the top lane, telling you want to be able to collect up a little bit of gold. But for NiP, on the map right now, they're much stronger because of these globals. If LGD take a nice fight together, and again, it's that scrappy, long-winded fight where Xiaoya can get a lot of stacks. That feels great for LGD, but right now NiP much quicker to the punch than LGD is.
Next Dragon in 50 seconds, and Jay Better, it almost feels like if LGD decides to show up and fight for this Dragon, if they get wiped like they did at the Grubs, I mean, this game could be over. I mean, they're getting wiped even before that. YCX caught and taken down. It is a 3rd kill over to Awesome, and NiP are rolling them over.
And it's going to be ages before Xiaoya is in a good position to start fighting here. The Mum hits 3 at the end of that catch, but YCX again, he's 0-3 on this Karma. I mean, you pick this champion for the lane push and for the, like you were mentioning, the speed up, the shield, the root, and some decent peel, but YCX has kind of been front-lining a lot and caught out of position. For LGD here, they did get that first strike like you mentioned. They've got 2 grubs, so they're happy to give over this one. They've already got 2 stacks of those monster slaying feats, but LGD not looking like they're going to go for a cross map here. They set up some vision, go back to collect some mid prio. Dragon has already spawned, and NiP just now coming out of base. Neither team has started up the Drake. I would be surprised if LGD from this position start up this Drake themselves. Look at the item completions for NiP. You've got Eclipse finished. You've got that Seraph's finished, not fully stacked up. You've got Kraken against the Essence Reaver from Smolder, which is basically just a I need to farm stacks forever item. If LGD fight here, they are significantly down power.
I mean, you do have your Trinity Force for Hung, right? And maybe that's enough of a spike for you to say, hey, you know, we are going to need to fight here. LGD taking control of this river, but they're getting a Scion teleport out. Zhuo continuing to deal some damage in spades. That Hextech alternator this early into the game just makes Nico such a large threat. This dragon will be free for NiP. Xiaoya up on the top side, going to clean up at least a plate.
Yeah, LGD are happy to give this up. They got that first on, so they're not worried about a potential soul. It will be the Mountain Soul this game, so you had problems getting through Scion before. If he gets that soul, catch.
All right, Tong Yuan flashing away. Able to escape the Pop Blossom, but Zhuo continues to cause problems for LGD.
It's an important summoner spell too. Ari is mobile, so the flash that has just been taken out of YCX is a little bit more impactful, but Tong Yuan not as active in these fights, won't be as mobile. I love the Scion side lane. You just get to hold down Q and hit Decimating Smash over and over and over again on the wave, on enemies. And at this point, you kind of can't really kill each other. You're both going full tank. If it was a kind of a carry, there's potential, but the double tank matchup, probably not likely. Hung here potentially covering for a dive, but NiP, again, back to that slow gameplay style that we were talking about earlier. They've got a lead. They're looking decent on the objectives, right? They got one grub, which is not bad. They denied the stacking, got the first dragon for themselves, and they already have the feats of warfare. Maybe if they're able to get a tower in a little bit later, that'll be nice for NiP, but happy to keep it slow.
I'm looking for them to push the pace here. Once this Rift Herald is up in 40 seconds, Zhuo's Pop Blossom should be up by then. He does have his flash available. You already saw what he was able to do earlier with some of them. But again, this game already feels like it's been teetering for the last couple of minutes, Jay Beto, where if LGD has one more bad fight, they are completely out of it, even with the Smolder in the back pocket.
He has been doing pretty decent on the stack. Xiaoya 140 at nearly 15 minutes, and that's what happens when you're side laning solo against a Scion.
Yeah, you take what you can get. You saw him get that extra plate up on the top side as well to just trying to buoy that gold just a little bit, but it's difficult. A lot of that lead right now is because of the call. It was procced, so held on. Zhuo with the Pop Blossom lands. They're going to go all in on Sasa here, and he will flash and not survive. Awesome is the one who gets the kill. And we've got Hoya coming through. Choo just trying to cut off the rest of LGD and put him in a bad spot. Tong Yuan going in here, but not able to land the charm. Hung going in and having to go out. Tong Yuan just trying to dance around, do what he can with this last charge. Will he go back in and try to land a charm? Or will he play it safe? Charm goes out, does not hit.
Again, these are the fights that Smolder likes. Yes, Sasa goes down. It's a great engage from NiP. Zhuo hidden as a minion. It'll work no matter the level of the player. But Xiaoya just sitting there, getting stacks. 166 now, above the minute mark. He's above 10 a minute. And for NiP, you've got to be worried. If you take a look back at this replay, count your minions, boys and girls. This is very telegraphed, but LGD not ready for it. Gets the flash out of Xiaoya, which is important, but it's the commitment to Sasa, but watch this dragon. He just hits ult, hits Q on multiple members. It has the bounce already, so getting these stacks in fights like that is so beneficial for LGD. You lose your top laner, you don't even lose Herald. So LGD, I feel like kind of beneficial for them.
Well, the gold's still tilting in NiP's favor for the moment. Rift Herald in the area, NiP are to try and go take that one out. And it looks like it'll be started up by Zhuo. It is on vision. We'll see if LGD elects to respond. But again, because of how far behind they are right now, Smolder not finished on the stacking, it's going to be very difficult. Xiaoya, though, to his credit, as you pointed out, very efficient We're getting to the 17-minute mark. He's got 177.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Getting the RFC next to, so we'll be down damage, but this Dragon just wants the stacks at this point. That's what he's farming for. That's what he's building for as well. Unfortunate -1 on the cannon. But for NiP, we've seen how slow they play and how conservative they play, and that's not a bad thing, right? You do scale fairly well as NiP this game. You've got a Yunara that's 2 items now, very strong. The Talia is going to take some more time to fully come online, and Sion now, what is it, 700 stacks of that W passive, so getting there in the strength, but you need to pick up the pace. You were talking about it before. I really think now is the time. This next Dragon cannot go over to LGD. You need to put your foot down and start controlling more of the map. You've got a gold lead, but honestly, that's kind of it. This Dragon will give you feats of strength, so that's a nice boon of upgrade as well, but it's more about just the pace of this game.
And I think you're willing to give it if you're LGD, right? Because the Rift Herald is already on NiP's side, and they are very likely to get this turret and secure feats that way, as opposed to getting the objective. Here comes the LGD coming from the top side of the river. Also has to walk all the way up, but actually doesn't kill the turret, and he gets engaged on. He's got no HP, trying to slide out, and finally falls. Whoa, with the Pop Blossom. Tangyuan trying to do what he can. No charges left on that Ari ultimate, but Hoya with big knockups, and Guwon is slicing through them, shielding up. Xiaoya's got to get over the wall, but YCX will not survive. Zhuo is leading them on a wild goose chase, trying to get as much damage as he can out, and the Juke Hong getting back to the turret, realizing that he cannot kill Zhuo. Oh, Hoya, flashing forward. He says, listen, I know I have the damage to take you out, and Zhuo will pick that one away, and Sasa could be the next target, but they will not push it any further.
I don't know what you're talking about. That was a Zhuo solo kill, I'm fairly sure. I didn't see any Sion at all, but awesome. With a huge mistake, actually ends up costing LGD. They pick off the ADC, and all of a sudden they feel so much stronger, but they're not. Great TP from Hoya, directly into a bush, finds a 3-man knock-up, and then Care arrives in. Look here, awesome. Way too far forward after the Herald crashes. You see his entire team is walking away. Too far forward, but it's the flash in and the ult from Hung and the Spirit Rush used. Then after that ADC is dead, it's the bomb play, not the TP, into the bush. That's why they didn't know where he was. Triple knock-up. Guwon goes in. The wall to split up the fight, and Guwon has really stepped up in this game. Awesome. Dies for 0 damage, and Guwon, alongside Hoya, this frontline engage, doing so much in these fights.
These guys are playing really, really well right now, Jay Beto. I mean, they are picking apart LGD. Xiaoya on 210 stacks.
It's pretty
good. The gold lead is increased to 4,000. This top turret is going to fall and go over to Care momentarily. It feels like LGD are running out of opportunities to find their way in, even if your Smolder gets these stacks, right? When he does, it's not going to matter in some of these fights.
We just saw that Awesome was top damage, even though he died at the beginning of that fight. Imagine how that fight would have looked if Awesome was there. Has ult available, had Ghost, and working on this Infinity Edge, this Yunara, could tear through these fights. Atakan has spawned. NiP have stepped up the pace in that fight. They get the Dragon, they punish LGD for overextending, and you can see NiP want more. They have Hoya with TP on the top side. Might not even need to use it. Looks like he's rotating over. NiP, around this Atakan, want to continue the pace forward.
Why not, right? Now, Atakan is where games can go to die at times, but you're so far ahead. If you can bait LGD into a fight, you can just straight up win, even with the Otacon dealing damage to you. Weaver's Wall going to come out and try to split the gap here between multiple members, and it is successful, but it will go down. Hoya and Guwon electing not to go in there. It's a large cooldown.
There's a big cooldown. Care maybe setting up for an engage.
Oh, I love this. Zhuo has flash available too.
You're right.
This is so good. All right, there's the fake Ambessa coming in. Zhuo is preparing. So LGD has to back off. Sasa, hold on. He wants to stay in there. Get a little bit of a lick in. A little bit of damage on the Hoya. Barely notice it. Xiaoya forced a flash away from the public execution.
That's huge. Because Zhuo still has flash. How do LGD walk in at all to their jungle? I mean, none of the camps are up, but if Zhuo can find this Dragon, Xiaoya will die.
Sasa trying to move his team in with his shields. Zhuo and Care pushed back just a little bit. The entirety of LGD around this bot tribe rush, trying to shove in this bottom wave to get control of Otacon here. And meanwhile, Awesome just gets the free farm in mid lane.
Yeah, the setup for NiP right now, not great. LGD have control of that bot wave. Hoya still unspotted here. Tong Yuan will go collect the wave, and Awesome will take a base. LGD will also start to get a bit of a reset here. Neither team wants to oversend it too much, and we've danced around Otacon for so long, Yanni, that the next Dragon's only a minute and 30 away. If NiP collect that, you're at Soul Point. But Xiaoya has completed his stacks. It's very quick. This is one of the fastest pro smaller completions I've seen. It's 240 now at 22 minutes. That's very fast, a really, really good pace. But you only have these 2 items now, and they're not really damaging items. Whereas for Awesome, he's finished the Infinity Edge already. Xiaoya still has no flash. NiP started up the Otacon.
And LGD is very aware that this is happening, but I don't know if they can do a damn thing about it, Jay Beto, because this Otacon is very dead, and you got the RE teleport out. Now, how's the rest of the fight going to shake out? Does NiP really want to go in on this? And it looks like they do. Hoya finds a priority target. Fight's going on. Public execution on Xiaoya, and he is chopped down immediately. Awesome over on the side with no help. Flashes over the wall, but Hung is chasing right after him, but he's not able to close out the kill. NiP is just far too strong. It's a wallet diff at this point, and it's a 4-for-1 in favor of the Ninjas in Pajamas.
LGD have a great punchback, but NiP, as soon as Xiaoya shows they know he's got no flash, immediately onto that dragon. Awesome with some great kiting there at the end, with red buff to kill Hung here as you take a look back. But I think we go a little bit too far from Hoya here. LGD are ready with the charm, but instantly onto Xiaoya on the dragon. Zhuo gets Pop Blossom onto Hung, and then LGD kind of out of position here. Flash out from Awesome is great. It's double-digit health as he flashes out. Perfect kiting away, and NiP not only collect the Otacon, they collect the Soul Point as well. And for LGD, I mean, yeah, you've got the smaller stacks, but NiP have played the early game slow. They've picked up the pace, and now they've got a nearly 10,000 gold lead. Soul Point, 15 kills to 3. Baron in 40 seconds. And Care didn't even do any damage.
You can see how relaxed NiP is, especially during that dragon take. Awesome just had his hands off the keyboard, and it was just auto attack, and he was stretching out that hand of his. And it's a very relatively easy game for NiP. Let's see if LGD can do anything to try and stop this. Tong Yuan gets caught, goes down. Public execution on a YCX. He's got to flash away. Guan getting tagged, but he gets a big shield. Mom coming in over the top. It's not going to do enough damage. Care dropping that Weaver's Wall. Sasa trying to cause a problem. Care needs some peeling there, needs some healing, get some shielding, as Sasa and what remains of LGD have to split.
You can see the damage from LGD is starting to ramp up as the smaller stacks come in, but NiP, the glow up from that first game we saw them in last night, how disconnected they were. NiP, hold on, be careful.
All right, Xiaoya YCX very low, and Awesome's just going to pick these up fairly easily. He's not even worried about the Udyr right now. Xiaoya slowed up and goes down, and Awesome will be able to survive. A triple kill for him. 20 kills to 3, Jay Beto, as the Baron gets started by NiP.
This is very one-sided after about the 15-minute mark. NiP really know what they're doing on the Rift in this game. They shut down the Smolder every chance they get. Yes, he's got stacks, a decent amount at that, but with this build currently, there's just no damage coming through. They find Guwon here as he walks in, but Zhuo with the bomb plant ult over the wall. It's just great. Tong Yuan goes in but gets caught, and Guwon has just had an outstanding game so far in this first game. I'm super excited to see how well Guwon can continue to grow throughout the remainder of this tournament and hopefully in the 26th season. But as this fight fizzles out here, I'm not exactly sure what LGD are going for. They see the 1 health Guwon, I guess, and they try to commit for him, but Awesome is still full health, and you don't have enough damage to chew through this plus the Scion, and Awesome, like you said, doesn't care at all about the Udyr. He just wants to take out the Smolder. I love the target prioritization from NiP in this game.
Yeah, LGD could have waited just a little bit longer for that Baron to try to whittle down NiP, but their over-aggressiveness, their desperation punishes them So NiP are shoving down on the top side here, looking for this top inhibitor turret. You do see Hung on the long flank here.
Spotted,
he got spotted. He got spotted, and it's time to go. As Zhuo with another huge pop blossom, and NiP will dust away LGD. All Hung can do is recall, sadly, as NiP will knock down these two turrets and will take a very easy game one here in the first series of the day.
Look at how much NiP have grown. I'm just distracted by the fact that we're not voting, but I would like to give an MVP vote here, and I don't know who it is for NiP because it could have been any of them. I think every player there had an outstanding first game, but I mean, for LGD, I think that there wasn't really enough tools to get you through the early game on the Smolder, but it's still not a bad showing. You held ground through the early game there. NiP, not only can they play slow, but they turn up when necessary. Once the ball got rolling for them around that 15 to 20 minute mark, it just didn't stop going at all. I mean, Xiaoya did it. He had a good game. Great stacking. Good mismatch on the side lanes. Was happy to land against the Sion. Great damage in fights, but the mid jungle for LGD just couldn't really pull it together, and YCX just caught so many times.
Yeah, Xiaoya had no help. This Karma did not have the intended effect that you wanted if you're LGD. I mean, this is a champion that YCX has, played in the past, has been pretty okay on, but I mean, Hung in the jungle as well, just not doing anything. Tong Yuan not making an impact on this Ahri. We saw no roams or anything like that. I think the mid laners were very muted in this particular game. There's not much more to say, Jay Beto. NiP was just better.
Yeah, and LGD, it's kind of a fake stat kill participation a lot of the time for the losing team, because they don't get many kills in games like that, and they're always there for the kills. But if you want a stat that shows how this game went, Xiaoya on the Smolder had 100% kill participation. His support had 0 kill participation. That means that every kill, YCX had no damage and wasn't around for any assist at all. Didn't participate in any of LGD's kills. That is an insane stat. On the other side, NiP very much on the same page, and they had a great comp. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. So much synergy. The dive was great. I'm not exactly sure how you get a comp like this. How you're allowed to have Mbessa, Sion, Yunara, and Nico in one comp. How that's allowed. And Talia too. These are all genuinely first pickable champions. But NiP with an outstanding draft, and they kind of just walk LGD over.
Yeah, this was not even close. There's nothing really more that you could say about that, Jay Beto. It was a slogging. It was decimation. It was exactly what we expected out of NiP, a team that appears that they were a little upset that they did not take the victory yesterday. But again, this was the best team in Group Nirvana in 2025. Just the organization, the players, not so much, but they have come together and coalesced very early here in Demacia Cup, taking a win over LGD. So you see our player of the game, Awesome, had an awesome game. There's not much more to say about it, my friend.
Yeah, I think the only thing we can say is that genuinely I think any of those players could have gotten player of the game. Dro had an outstanding Nico game. The same we saw in his blind pick game, but this time just so on point. Guwon was always there at the right time. Care, it was a bit of a quiet game from Care, but good walls, good shoves, did the role, and Sion is just, Sasa played a good Sion game. I think NiP are very aware of that score at the bottom that says 0-1 for them, and they do not want to go 0-2. I would be shocked after what we saw if NiP let off pressure and, give LGD space to breathe in this series, because that's got to affect the mental. You've just come out of stage 1 for LGD. You come into stage 2 hoping with what we have all said is it's just been us, but in the background, everyone has been saying this is the easier group. Group A is the easier group to go through, and you get absolutely obliterated in game 1.
The good news for LGD, there is so much to fix that I think when you go back and you confer with your coach, they say, don't do that. Go back out there and do the opposite of exactly what you did. A lot to fix there. We'll see if they are able to come back a little bit and look like a little bit more of a competitive team in this game, because that was an absolute drubbing. Before we head to our break, we do need to shill our coffee. If you would like to support the LPL English broadcast, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project because a vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. Many of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and Jay Beto and our content creators. Subscribe to the coffee that'll be linked in the chat, and you can unlock perks like early access to interview content, the ability to ask interview questions for these unique on-site interviews that we have. With that, we're going to go ahead and take our break. When we return, it'll be game 2 between NiP and LGD. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast coverage of the Demacia Cup. That break was very short. I'm not sure if the break was longer or the game was longer. This first game could have been an email, Jay Beto. LGD, again, they had a nice start, but after losing the last game, a bit of a sour note. Now if you lose 2 in a row, you're like, this is not good. And then these guys lost to EDG. I don't know. You're looking feeling a little bit bad to kick things off in stage 2.
Yeah, we still have to see NiP, EDG play off against some of the big dogs in the LPL, and it's yet to be seen if this version of IG, remember, Rookie to our knowledge will not be playing in this game or in Demacia Cup. So might not even be until quarters. You know, NiP, EDG, definitely from what we've seen, favorites to come out of this group and go towards the quarterfinals. But then you're expecting BLG. We're expecting Weibo, JDG, who we, you know, that's the favorites to get out. And then AL and Tessa there as well. And do AL use the full roster, to be seen as well. But so far, NiP, close game with EDG. Like you said, individually they looked better, but they couldn't pull it together. In this game, they look a full league above LGD. It didn't look close. Once NiP got to a stage that they felt like they were strong, 2 items or 3 items on Talia and Yunara, they just never stopped moving forward, and LGD had nothing that could shut them down. As well as, again, NiP building up this synergy. That game 1 against EDG wasn't pretty synergy-wise. They were very split up. This must be a scrim thing, because I'm not convinced that the Zara Prio is required, but it must be a target ban.
Yeah, I think it is. Not quite sure, honestly. You know, maybe they're seeing something that we're not. Maybe this is an advent that has happened over like the past day of scrims or something like that. Yeah. That Zyra's back. You know, she didn't really lose too much. It's just that the meta had shifted quite a bit here. And we'll see what NiP is able to do here in game 2. They are going to be on the blue side once again, and it looks like we might get a little spicy here. It's spicy for some of these players, as Azir will be locked in. That'll go over to Care.
This is, just looking at champs, no player names, devastating. There's just nothing you can play into this. Orianna's banned, Talia's out. Azir is just going to go completely unchecked in this game. But to be seen if Care has the hands. Azir is one of the more difficult mid laners. A lot of players play this. Obviously, it's very highly prioritized in especially LCK. The LPL has some really good Azirs too. But, you know, now Honkyu's in. LGD answering with a blind pick Jax here. It is a flex, so can go both, and they're just going to kill the flex immediately with this Xin Zhao if it is locked in. It's a good takeaway from NiP. Azir Xin Zhao is a great combo, but for NiP, Skarner's available. That's a classic combo with Azir. You could go, I mean, terrifying Poppy's up. It's great into the 2 that we've just seen picked up for LGD. It's great with Azir as well. NiP have some very terrifying options, and here it is.
Great call out, and that lock-in is there. We did see it in support yesterday. We'll see if it's flexed out to another role here. See what NiP wants to do, if they want to keep the illusion that Poppy may be in the jungle here, and it looks like they will do so by picking up their AD carry. Nice early aggressive option to Corki for awesome.
I mean, he was awesome on it yesterday, right? Got the MVP on the Corki. LGD answering here with what LS would say is a great Azir counter with the range. The issue is that right now in the game, you don't particularly care that much about the lane early. Unless there's a massive mid gap, which I don't necessarily think there was this series so far. Azir can live through the Hui damage and the poke early game, get to a side lane, and in side laning against the Hui and in team fights just provides so much more. Can chase down Hui, can catch him out with Poppy. The immobile mage into Poppy and Azir is very difficult to play. You get your flash burned easily. NiP have a ton of damage here. Any more catch or engage would be great. A solid top matchup would be nice too. For LGD, it's a tough ask here. You know, the engage supports aren't great against the Poppy, so maybe a hook champion looks good. NiP are going to ban away the Braum, so they could be looking for a hook champion themselves. You could go Rakan for LGD. That's tough into Poppy as well, which is still a flex. And then, what do you go for the ADC here? A Jhin to pair with the Hui for range. Varus is banned. You could, like, not really anything that plays well into Corki in the later up game. I mean, Siva maybe, but that's really tough. LGD have really backed himself into a corner in this draft.
Couldn't agree more. I think that Jhin might be the best move possible. I like this Malphite ban. I think if NiP got their hands on it, I mean, it is just disaster for your Hui, who standing there and is like, oh no, there is a giant rock coming my way. Double support bans out of NiP as that Nautilus bites the dust, so not going to be able to single out Care on his Azir. We'll see what LGD wants to do. I imagine they will hold support for R5, try to get the best conditions possible.
This was 2025 BLG, they might go something like a Caitlyn Elise. I could see here for LGD. Try to punish the lane out. It's good against the Poppy and get it snowballing, but obviously this is not Elkin on playing. We're going to go with the Leona, which is probably the best engaged support left that doesn't get really hurt by Poppy. I mean, I just think NiP have everything they want. I think both drafts so far have been really winning for NiP. They have engage, late game damage, they have range with Azir, they have decent tankiness. So this is actually Poppy top now into the Jax.
I thought that Nocturne might be a pretty solid option because you're able to really disrupt these melees when you turn the lights out and then just go directly after some of these priority targets. And I mean, if you're going to pick up an Aphelios, I mean, this is just another target that Nocturne is happy to get on top of. Yeah. You know, you're getting it paired up with the Rakan. They will shift into the Sivir. I think this makes a lot more sense to be able to enable your Leona, your Jax, and your Xin Zhao.
This will help a little bit in the lane. The problem is that with either choice, the Aphelios or the Sivir, it's just scaling again. And NiP have all the tools to push forward. Corki is at 1 item, at 2 items, stronger in fights. Yes, Xiaoya should have push on Sivir. That's just the nature of the champion. But I feel like outside of maybe a top lane 2v2 where Jax and Xin Zhao are fighting melee against you, that NiP are stronger for most of the game. You've got Poppy, which is so broken. I think this champion is so stupidly good. And I think she's really fun too. But the skirmishes are great. Poppy can ult someone away. The Nocturne is great post level 6. I think that the scaling is great. The Corki with the Azir, you have great engage. The one part here I will say for NiP is that before Nocturne 6, before first items across the board, LGD is stronger. Not necessarily in bot lane, but they should have push in mid. They should have push in bot. Push, not win in the all-in, but push. And Nocturne pre-level 6 is super weak. Xin Zhao is quite strong. Both junglers struggle to gank. Nocturne needs ult to become stronger at ganking. So if LGD can make something happen pre-level 6, I think that looks really good for them. But if LGD allow NiP to play their game, the slow, methodical style where they get through the early game, get an objective and split the map, I think that LGD have very little chance late game.
I think you're right, Jay Beto. Already an uphill battle to climb for them. They're already down 1-0. Again, you can just be really in the face of LGD early. Once you hit level 6, expecting Awesome to do a lot of heavy lifting with the support of Shuo and Guan. We'll see if Hung can disrupt Guan, prevent him from getting 6 on time. And conversely, we'll see if Guan can take away a couple of extra camps to try to hit 6 a little bit faster.
I think that's really important. The level 6 here for this team is very strong. As NiP will walk in and get a ward, but nice
Bold
here
of
from LGD
to do this again after it went so poorly in game 1.
Yeah, at least they're still feeling confident. That's good. They're able to get rid of that ward, but for NiP, you still know where LGD is. They probably aren't going to leave there. Interestingly, though, Guwon runs down to the bot side. The start is clear. With the Raptors start, this could be like a Raptors blue Gromp into gank, or it could be like a bot side into like 3 camps into dive or invade if you want to go towards that style. But for either NiP, I'm not sure if Guwon is favored in that. It's going to be, okay, it's just Raptors, Krugs, and then back up to the top side. So no crazy clear going on here. LGD shouldn't be invaded. They should be happy with these pushing lanes, and NiP just waiting to that level 6.
Stock standard stuff, and I think that makes a lot of sense. You don't really want these lanes to go haywire. If Care is not disrupted by the time Guan hits 6, that's good. If Awesome is able to either be even on CS or have a small lead, like could be behind a little bit because Sivir Shove is a bit difficult to deal with, I think you're still okay with that.
Yeah, if Hung doesn't, if he crosses to bot side and just goes full clear, I think NiP are laughing. They're so happy about this. There's no crazy starts for them. As you can see, all the pushes in favor of LGD. Hung has the opportunity here to invade, to do something crazy on the jungle, to be creative, and he's opting instead for, like you said, the very stock standard start where NiP just get their full clear off. They're happy sitting at their towers, collecting waves. LGD are, you know, in my opinion, should be making moves and pushing up here, doing something aggressive in the early game, but NiP are allowed to get away with this.
When was the last time we saw a Poppy top, Jay Beto? It's not something we
it's been a while.
talked about at length. It's something that we touched on, but yes, it has indeed been a while. And who else but Hoya would be the one to play it? The tank player, weak side king extraordinaire. Go on. Heading up to the top lane here, looking to bait in Sasu, who puts himself near the wall and is shoved against the wall, and that looks like it could be bad news. The fear will go down. The counter-strike will eat the spell shield, and Hoya gets first blood.
Yeah, this is a disaster of an early game for LGD. Hung will try to get something on the bot side. This kind of has to work because NiP in such a great spot.
Spotted out on that ward, though. No heal for Joao. You do have the cleanse for Awesome here. So YCX is going to walk up. We're going to see an immediate cleanse. There's good damage coming through. Hung in a lot of trouble. And Valkyrie does a lot of damage early, Jay Beto.
It does damage late too. It's got some ridiculous scaling, but again for LGD, they're getting pushed out in mid. Guwon's able to assist Care in this lane, so once the Nash's is built, Care's going to feel a lot better. It'll take a little bit longer than this, but the first base will be nice, and dive down in bot will get absolutely nothing. Just cleanse out of Awesome. That's all they were able to pull. I think Awesome was level 2 at that play in the dive. They weren't able to kill him at all. They nearly died, and not only that, but both of them had to base, so NiP stay in the lane and get a push out as well.
We see YCX going in. He'll take some damage on the way out as Xiaoya has returned to the lane as that call. So nothing too impressive for the current moment. But as was mentioned, NiP's first play successful, LGD's not. And that means the pressure is further on the Sinzhao to do something to try and get LGD on the front foot for the first time in the series.
Guwon is now level 5. He's just been able to full clear deluxe, turn payphone on in his Spotify, and is happy farming. He's a happy camper here, doing all these camps. Maybe LGD might start up the dragon here. They still have push in bot. They still have push in mid. They've regained that now. So this is the first proactive move we've seen from LGD in this game 5 minutes in, and that might sound reasonable, but on this full clear, after this next one is completed for Guwon, he's going to be level 6, and NiP have been so good at starting slow and ramping up and playing their game. LGD have kind of let them in the first series, and they're still letting them in this. In the first game, they're still letting them in the second game too.
And this dragon comes at a price, right? Even though it looks like it's free on paper, that's time spent doing the objective instead of, you know, trying to pressure elsewhere or look for opportunities. Now, there weren't too many to be had, admittedly, but we could have started the camps even a little bit earlier, trying to get some good timings off. But with that dragon, NiP should have a good idea of where Hung is. Minute and 43 seconds until the grubs. That'll be the next objective up. We talked about this in the JDG series the other day of how important it is to give in his ear grubs.
And also for the XP of this Nocturne, right? If he's not 6 off the scuttle, he is 6 off the scuttle. So even then, the fight now is just even worse. Hung is on the bot side of the map, not level 6, just ticked over off of the Wolves there. He will be able to get a base off and doesn't have first item. But all has to happen here for NiP. Finish this clear down to the bot side. Go up to Grubs. You've already got your top lane down in the bot lane and got your ADC and support around that Grubs pit. See, does Care have full item? No, he's just got that recurve bow, but I mean, Nash has such a great build path, right? I'm concerned for LGD. You really need to push more. This is, I know it's crazy. This is kind of it. Once these first items start getting completed for NiP, outside of some big fight mistakes, in 5 versus 5s, if Hoya is there to ult someone away, if Care and Joao are on the same page and Guwon as well, which they have been this series so far, I'm really struggling to see a world in which LGD can handedly win these team fights.
Well, if NiP are not being the aggressors, I still think that LGD is okay with this. I do think that they have better scaling on their side. clock's ticking for Guwon to use a Paranoia. He's almost level 7. Hasn't used that first one yet. It's so important that when you hit level 6 on Nocturne, it's like, all right, when's the first Paranoia coming out? What are you getting off of it? And for right now, nothing. It's just less Paranoias that are going to be highly effective in the early game that you're actually going to have.
Well, the prio and top lane and mid is still being won over by LGD, and they are first around grub. So Guwon with the base does have ult, might be able to contest here after the top wave has been cleared, but if LGD are fast enough, they'll all go over to them.
There's no wards here. They're finally get the first one in. LGD will secure 2 grubs and will wisely walk away and avoid the disaster that happened in game 1 up here.
And just something here, Guwon really wanted to clear his bot camps and come back up. Just mistimed it a little bit, but again, I don't necessarily think that NiP are unhappy with this. Level 7 now for Guwon. I mean, we're getting really close to first items for NiP, and that's where I think they're super strong. LGD do have 2 grubs. They have 1 Drake, so they are in the lead in the objectives. Gold is even. So if we're able to get 1 more Drake and get some, items on our Sivir, there is a window in where the Sivir could be stronger than Corki later on, and with the range from Hui, the engage from YCX could be nice, but NiP have shown that they're happy in this kind of game style. They're happy to wait, to play patient and spring when they feel like they're strong. They haven't been overextending. That was a concern for our first series. They played this slow style, but they sent it at a wrong time. They didn't have a great setup, but this series so far hasn't been the case.
No, it's been a little quieter here in this game too. As Hoya and Salsa just doing their thing. Poppy versus Jax, really nothing to see up here. We're just waiting for the excitement to come through for some of these big plays. Looks like Guwon walked over a ward that was well placed deep in the NiP jungle. And we'll make these Paranoias a lot less effective. So he's hovering down here, and with LGD playing a little far back, it looks like Guwon will take his back.
Uncharacteristically slow game for the LPL. Not a whole lot of action so far.
Yeah,
but
for real, man. 10 minutes in, 1 kill. Not my LPL.
Yeah, what happened to my LPL, man?
Happened to game 1.
We're 2 weeks in to Demacia Cup, and the teams have all slowed down. I want a refund though. I'm a big fan of a slow game, waiting out, playing the macro game.
Oh, bye bye.
That was
Saw
just
that one coming.
You don't get this 1 minion, Sasa. Sorry.
Actually, you don't
maybe
get
even
these
1 more.
-2.
Oh, that was huge.
Beauty.
Huge value.
Yep, yep, great value. We are talking about the great value brand here, because it wasn't exactly the greatest. As a little bit of a scrap in the bot lane, but again, nothing really going on. We do have 10 seconds till the dragon, so we may be forced into a fight very soon. 2 cleanses over on the side of NiP. Cleanse on Zhuo is quite important to be able to wade through some of these stuns that Leona's going to put down. Is awesome.
Ooh.
It's aggressive on Xiaoya, but can't actually output that much damage for the moment.
We got out Xiaoya's ult. I think NiP were trying to fish for a little bit more before this Drake. They do have some good first items. NiP with control.
All right, Kara wants to go in. There's that Emperor's Divide. The lights are out. And guess who's knocking at the door? It's NiP. YCX going to get run down by the rest of them. And it's feats of warfare for NiP.
The ninjas, very accustomed to the darkness. Bit of name-accurate gameplay there, but NiP make it look really easy. Kara walks in, finds a shuffle onto Hong, who did get the Crescent Guard off, but Guwon doesn't care about that. He's in there, has the Hex, or experimental Hex plate, I think it's called, but works really well in fights like that, right? Great early game. You've got ultimate haste. You get the extra attack speed from that item, and we're going to take a look back here, but it's super simple. No vision for LGD, and the charm from Zhuo is great. The CC chain onto Hong is awesome, and that'll be it, right? They get YCX as well on the backside, but it's just really good gameplay from NiP. They wait like a shark in the water, and then they bite you. And once you're bleeding, it just doesn't stop.
We'll see if NiP are able to continuously attack LGD here. I'm expecting something to go down when this next Paranoia is up. They may wait until the Rift Herald in 2.5 minutes. Things are looking quite good. If you can get Awesome on his Trinity Force, that'll be a very large spike to be had. make a big impact in these fights, because right now he is behind a solid amount of gold right now. Just about 700, but it is a completed item diff down for the AD carries.
Makes sense. I mean, you've got Trinity Force. That's a really 3.3333, I think it is, the item cost. And then you've also got tier. So it's going to take a bit more time, even with the gold lead for Xiaoya, for the gold lead aside, for Awesome to get that first item on. But Corki spikes at 2 items so much harder than Siva does. Siva needs more than that, 4 or 5 full build kind of situation. And Corki does get better and better as the game goes on. But Trinity Force and then fully stacked Mana Moon is a really good spike. Care has that Nash's, which is a much stronger spike early than the Blackfire Torches. You a nice cue there backwards.
He's just showing off. He just knew that he could hit Hoya with that, but he chose not to. Such a nice guy.
Hoya
walking up maybe a little bit too far, and also realized that something was up, and he's tagged with the Spiraling Despair, and that should be enough to burst him out. He gets the shield, but misses the ultimate. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, he can't finish that one off. Tong Yuan had just enough mana to take him out with a Grasping Maul.
That's definitely not how you want that player to go, I think. If Hoya flashes and then just runs in a straight line, he's probably still out. But yeah, Keeper's Verdict misses. It's not the cleanest kill for LGD, but I mean, Tong Yuan will still be happy picking up that one. It is the first kill for LGD in 14 minutes. The game has been very slow, but they have secured 2 objectives, so still in the conversation for feats. If maybe Sasa, he is left alone here, so should be able to get this tower. Doesn't have Trinity Force completed, but that'll be first tower for LGD. So if they can get another objective, that'll be feats of strength over to LGD. That's a decent boon. They are up gold as well, so not out of it just yet.
Should be able to complete the Trinity Force on this back here, and if he's able to get it off, we'll have that teleport available to potentially make an impact in the upcoming Herald fight, because it is up in 15 seconds, Shabeto. And NiP, I'm sure, looking for another repeat of the fight that happened in bot lane to increase their lead. All of their tools available, save for the Poppy Keeper's Verdicts.
And Tong Yuan TPs from top into mid, and is, I guess, picking up blue buff. Will hold mid so that LGD can fight for this Herald. Both top laners have TP, so with that Trinity Force completed, those TPs can be pulled out at any moment. There's decent vision on both sides, good TP wards, and LGD with that ward into the blue buff pit there could be devastating if Sasa is able to TP, and here they come.
All right, Hoya coming through as well as Sasa. Guan lying in wait, no vision really other than the crab. As the Herald is down to about half HP, Hoya trying to muscle his way in as YCX is down to half HP. Zhuo looking for a pretty good flank here. Lights are
wow!
Whoa! Finds all of them! Spiraling Despair tagged onto Guan. He will fall. The Emperor's Divide is strong, but Hoya running out of HP. Care doing what he can to knock him down. Hung healing up, but does go down. Tong Yuan looking to clean up. He finds a double kill, and a fight that looked like it was all NiP ends up a 3 for 3.
LGD still trying to get more here. Awesome and Care quite low. Xiaoya is pushing in the wave. Might be able to transition into this Herald, but LGD holding strong here. Won't end up going for the Herald. I need to take a look back at that fight, Yanni, because the engage from Zhuo was picture perfect. He was so fast with that engage ult, and then flash W onto everybody. It feels like the fight is over here, but the Crescent Guard. YCX is the one who dies. The Counter-Strike buys time, hung there in the backline with Crescent Guard. Awesome is split up from the team, and once the front line from NiP is dead, and the dive doesn't quite go the way you want it to, Tong Yuan and Xiaoya left with more HP than the carries from NiP, so NiP back on the Herald now. And LGD just trading out this dragon is Infernal Soul. We've had quite a few of them when you and I have been casting in the LPL so far. LGD, though, look like they don't want to give this up.
Tong Yuan is here first, but it will be the Herald going over to NiP. Maybe a potential turnaround. There we go. Nocturne going all the way in, but dies before any damage can be dealt. Hung is here. There's a good ultimate coming down. His Care is now stuck in a corner, knocked up, and he's going to fall. And NiP may have bit off a bit more than they could chew, but Hoya trades one back.
And there is the lack of synergy we saw earlier on in Demacia for NiP coming again. Guwon goes way too early. His team is not ready. And not only are they not ready, but because he goes and NiP try to go with him, Care is caught out of position, uses ult, and then gets stuck in that, transition between mid and the Baron pit. LGD with a decent gold lead will break open this tower. They've got 2 Drakes. NiP do have the Herald in tow, so with the ability to break open the tower and even up that gold lead, it's very even on the gold standing, but LGD finding fight back. Got big leads here for the carries of LGD. Tung Yuan has a 1.3k and Xiaoya has about 1,000 of his own right, and it's not the Navori start for Xiaoya, it's after Essence Reaver, it's the Infinity Edge. So 2 fully completed items. That is, that's a lot of damage, a lot of AD from these items as well.
And listen, if Hoya is up and just tanking a bunch of damage, those bouncing boomerangs, they're going to cut through NiP. All this is going to take is one of them to crit to start dealing some serious damage. Next objective is going to be in a minute 20 seconds. It's Otacon that's going to be coming up next. And Sivir can do a lot of damage around that objective. Hoya is going to be caught in a 2v1. Spiraling Despair is there. Hoya will flash away. We'll heal up a little bit. I'm not sure if this was well advised. Hoya just trying to escape, but he cannot. Tung Yuan getting his 4th kill of the game.
But, I mean, the gold's actually evened out for Care because he's collecting waves, and on the bot side, Tung Yuan will be able to push, and Care will have to answer that now. So we'll be able to continue farming on this bot side. NiP did get some invades on the bot side of the map, so not giving over their top laner for nothing. He did lose Flash, but still has TP if a fight breaks out. 30 seconds on this Otacon in the top lane, and 2.5 minutes on Soul Point for LGD. There is the completed Mana Moon. So awesome, very strong. Despite the gold lead that Xiaoya has, it's evened out now. Hold on.
Okay, they're going to go all in on Guan, but Guan goes elsewhere on this backline, trying to take out Xiaoya. He's low, but he lives through it. Salsa doing what he can to force away NiP, but very low health bars. And NiP just can't get to them, though.
They just can't follow Guan. He's going too far. Zhuo tries, but the combination of Guan and Zhuo, these aren't carry champions. They can't follow that far. And Huya as well, even if he was there. LGD sneak into this top brush, or it might have been spotted out. I think the pet might have been seen. No, it's invisible. So NiP have no idea.
All right, what's this going to mean? Because Kara is fairly well protected by Hoya and Zhuo. YCX is also here. You can see Xiaoya
TP is going to give it up.
Also, there we go. There's a teleport coming from behind as well. Kara's got to slide over the wall, and NiP has to cut and run. They're heading down to Awesome Hoya with a good keeper's verdict, but he has decided, guys, I think I'm stuck on the back line. Do not send help. I will fall. LGD getting a quick pick, and now they're going to start up the Otacon right away.
Guan is back, but instead it looks like it might just be a Herald play in the mid lane, try to get some more gold onto the carries of NiP. LGD getting creative, and that's good to see. They sneak into the top brush, no vision, and as NiP walk in too far, they think that LGD have walked away, but no, they're waiting in the wings. LGD will pick up the Otacon, actually, yes, it is a crazy flower diff as it updates 29-2. That's a lot of gold worth of stats here for LGD. NiP will get some real gold in the towers there. And, I mean, we're waiting on this second item for Care. Boots upgrade. Also, just boots finished for Awesome. And there is the second item. I mean, it's only a Rylai's 30 seconds on this Drake. I feel like LGD have hit a really good spot. They've got this decent gold lead. These items that are completed are really strong. Double-Sundered Sky, Sterax for Hong. You've got the Horizon Focus, massive stat stick for Tung Yuan, and Xiaoya with... I know I said that the Corki build is normally stronger Spike, but that's because normally it's the Navori, not this Essence Reaver IE start.
LGD getting very creative, and look, Sasa lying in wait, looking for the perfect angle with that counter-strike. LGD is acting like he's not around, but that ward goes down from NiP. They spot him out. We'll see if Tung Yuan can land this poke, whittle down NiP like they're whittling down the dragon right now, 7,000 HP. Solar Flare came out. All right, Shalia getting down to about half HP. YCX getting shoved off as well. Who's going to get the dragon here? It's secured for NiP. Guwon gets engaged on. He's going to get out. Hoya knocks him up against the wall, but NiP are not strong enough right now. They are going to run an LGD come up empty-handed.
It's the smite steal from Guwon that gets it. And it costs them a lot, right? A lot of flashes spent. Care and Guwon had to flash away, and LGD didn't use anything there, but they denied the dragon stacking from LGD. It's now tied 2-2. It means a lot of time for more of these items to be completed from NiP. I am concerned, though. NiP haven't really found the fights they want. This Crescent Guard, Yanni, is buying so much space on the front line, and Xiaoya is dishing out tons of damage through Hoya, through Zhuo. And I mean, NiP have found the engages, but not the team fight follow-up. They can land onto the backline, but Care and Awesome can't follow.
Yeah, this damage nucleus that LGD has, along with the disruption out of Sasa and YCX, have really come to play in a game that we thought that NiP was going to start running away with again. They find themselves on the back foot, down 2,000 gold, despite the fact that they lost Otacon. A positive play, getting those 2 turrets, taking away that dragon as well. As Jbeto, we could be playing toward a potential soul with all the scaling that we see in this game.
LGD setting up a trap around this topside river brush, but won't result in a whole lot here, as YCX will TP back and set up some vision around the Baron. LGD may be feeling strong. They want to start setting the pace on their own right. Instead of letting NiP play the long, slow game, LGD might pull the Baron. They've got decent damage. I'm waiting for this 3-item spike for NiP, though. Should be the... Looks like... it could be... Pen, but it's most likely the Zhonya's. And then for Awesome, it's got to be Pen here. Got to be an LDR. Now, I was talking about the 2-item spike, for Awesome and Xiaoya earlier. Because Xiaoya went the Infinity Edge, the Navori is not as strong of a 3-item spike as it normally is. So he's, front-loaded the damage and can hit a little bit more with the... Oh, hold on.
All right, look who's caught out. It's Toggon going down. You
right
said
Baron.
It. It's right before the Baron as well, Jbeto. NiP, turn on it. Go for it, guys. What are we... Okay, there we go. We're finally starting it up. This teleport is coming in from Sasa. It's going to be a 5v4 in favor of NiP, but this Baron is going to do some serious work. NiP's got to keep him away. Solar Flare does not land. All right, whoa, maybe looking for an opportunity here as Hoya's ultimate does not land. Trying to do some damage here to LGD. Sasa gets under the back line. Care shoves him away, but he's solo. Getting on top of him as Hong, using his ultimate to burst everybody away, and the damage is there. NiP are running scared. Awesome cannot escape. NiP bit off a little bit more than they can chew. Too much dip on that chip, Jbeto. And now it's LGD the ones starting up the Baron.
Yeah, they dipped their chip into the gank or the catch on Tongyuan, but they used all of their ults. There was no paranoia, no flash for Zhuo, and no quickness at all. So NiP started the Drake. Yes, they have numbers advantage, but LGD just start corralling them into a corner, and it's just a matter of time before Sasa goes in, Hung follows, and I mean, the Emperor's Divide was great. Sure, it bought a moment, but NiP, once those ults are down, you have no tools. So have a look here. Slowly, LGD creep in, waiting for NiP to walk in. And it's Sasa here that finds the engage onto Care with the stun. The flash jump in, finds ult, and he's pushed back, but the damage has already been done, Yanni. The Baron is doing damage, and LGD onto Awesome. After that, they just fall apart.
I think Hoya's played a solid game, got caught on side lanes a couple of times, but a huge miss of that keeper's verdict. If that one lands, I mean, you're talking about a 5v3. This is a free Baron for NiP. Instead, it flips the game on its head, which should have been a positive play for NiP. Ends up being a hugely positive play for LGD. Up 4,000 gold, and the siege is on.
It's Infernal Soul in 30 seconds too. You feel for NiP, they need to give this up. They don't really have any prior, and Care would agree. He's giving all these waves up, trying to get something back on the top side. It will be Pen second, so most likely Crypt Bloom here. But meanwhile, a lot of gold is getting put into LGD's towers. That's in pocket, sorry. That's 2 inner turrets picked up from LGD. They have full control of the map. There are TP wards, though, for NiP around the entrance to the Dragon Pit on the bot side of the map. You can see that if NiP want to full send it for this Dragon, but no TP from Hoya, would just have to be Care going in by himself, and the rest of the map is completely dark. So LGD will collect the soul point for themselves. NiP 5 minutes on the timer now. Baron's only a minute. So unless LGD can reset really quickly and have some insane macro here, probably won't be able to get this top lane inner as well. Whoa, that's a GA finished. It's actually not the Navori for Shaoya. It's the Grievous Wounds. It's Mortal Reminder. So these 3 items, we've got Rabadon soon for Tangyuan. LGD are actually really strong.
No doubt. During that play, we saw Care take top lane tier 2. He actually has a very small gold lead over Tangyuan for the moment. Went for Void Staff with that 3rd item. Jay Beto, I know that could have been a potential Zonia's there, but I think when you're behind like this, you have to build some damage, get some penetration, and let your mechanics carry you to victory.
The problem is that I haven't really been impressed with Care's Azir so far. He's 0-2-5. The shuffles have been, for the most part, uninspiring. And I think Awesome and Care haven't really been able to play together too much. LGD putting siege on this top lane turret. They only have 15 seconds left, so that's the last wave they'll have Baron for. They won't be able to break open that inner. But for NiP, not only is it the issue of, Guon wants to go, Zhuo can follow, but the damage can't. But also, Care and Awesome haven't really been on the same page. They haven't been able to deal damage together. As the Baron will wear off. That's up first. Can Hoya find this base cancel?
All right, we're going to go on top of Sasa here. 2v1, but look at the damage he's doing to Guon. The fear goes down. This should be the turn for the fight. Here comes Care, just for a little bit of extra insurance as Sasa's trying to lead him on a wild goose chase, but he will get feared. They want to give this one over to Care.
Oh, no.
It is taken by Hoya. Now it's Tangyuan shoving on the bot tier 3, and he does so much damage per auto.
I think that's a huge mistake from NiP. Care's TPing up. They want to give... Hold on, bomb plant.
Hold on, I like this. You have to try to make this play. Care gets stunned, and they're turning it around onto him. The stun lock is there. He drops the ultimate down, flashes away for extra distance, but the Corki has fallen. Care being chased by minions,
oh, no.
and the minions will finish him off. Disgusting there. The 6th champion for LGD. No Baron buff needed, and they may be looking to end the game here.
NiP still show they need some work on the synergy in this roster. LGD much more together in this game as only one wave. Keeper's Verdict is available, but it misses again.
Oh, man. There's everybody there, Hoya. You have to hit those. Minions have finally died. A teleport coming in, and then we've got one more cannon minion coming through as Hoya's trying to take it out, but this last turret will fall, and LGD are 5 strong. They force game 3.
All right. I promise you, Poppy is really good, guys. I swear. But we have seen 2 back-to-back kind of flops on the Poppy. Maybe we put it in the locker for a bit. But LGD fully turned that game around. Game 1 looked like a complete no diff for NiP. And then LGD come out. It's a slow start to the early game. They're down tempo. And then all of a sudden, they just turn it around. NiP just can't get the fights to work in their favor. They overdive multiple times, and that's kind of what we saw in the series against EDG a little bit, right? Game 2 with the Talia, they go way too far multiple times. They nearly lose the game, and this time they do lose the game because they can't pull their team fighting together. Now it's blind pick again.
Yippee, another blind pick game.
3 in a row for us.
Yeah, the problem is we're going to see double Jace, right? Which, I'm not going to lie, the novelty of seeing like double Jace is now worn off for me after seeing it multiple times. I would like to see something different other than double Jace. Take a look at these damage numbers. I mean, we went and lamented Hung for his low damage numbers, but you saw Care there just barely doing over 10k, really gapped by Tangyuan that game, who was absolutely fantastic. Now, Jay Beto, talking MVPs, I mean, I thought that Hung also played a really fantastic game. So I'm kind of torn on who to give it to. Tong Yuan loses points for me for getting caught at that Baron, because if Hoya lands that ultimate, this is a very different game.
Yeah, I think it's Hung for sure. Look at how much space he's providing. Like in this clip right here, he is solo winning his team this fight because of how much time he's providing his backline. Xin Zhao, a champion that in the Demacia Cup at least has fallen off a little bit because we're prioritizing Jace and Aatrox and Kiana, and once you get to game 3, teams are going to play that more. And yes, Xin Zhao does struggle into that, just, you know, collecting empowered shock blast to the face over and over and over again. But this is the one you were talking about. My problem here is that they used so many of these tools, and take a look here at the Keeper's Verdict that, yeah, trying to ult away Hung, it goes completely wide. I think it's Hung for me, but for NiP, the problem here is not only the Xin Zhao, Hung played a great game, but when you're drafting this Nocturne that is going in kind of by itself, maybe if it was a Camille or even a Galio that could follow it up right from mid or from top, then there would be this split-up fight where you've got a dive and the backline's doing a whole lot. But in this game, Xin Zhao just jumps onto the backline, presses Crescent Guard, and stands there, and he can't die. On the other side, Guwon... Oh, it is Tong Yuan. Okay, I mean...
This is so fun. He still had a great game.
He still had a great game, yeah. I think a big step up from game 1. Wasn't super impressed with Tong Yuan in the game 1, but this game, in making the Azir look very counterable, I have to say Tong Yuan played an exceptional game against the Azir, held that wave prio, held that lane prio for the majority of the game, and, I mean, we're 1-1. We're talking at the end of game 1 about NiP feel shoo-in for 1-1 on the game score, the series score, sorry, but now I'm not so sure.
Big shout out to LGD. One of their biggest issues were they were very disconnected in their last couple of games when it came to team fights, but this game they really came together and looked like they played as a cohesive unit. We're going to go ahead and take our final break for the first game, for the first series of the evening. When we return, game 3 blind pick coming at you. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast coverage of the Demacia Cup. NiP LGD has gone the distance. Jay Beto, you and I have been putting in so much work. We've gotten 3 games in all of the series that we've covered. And every single series that I've been on for the last 4 days, because I've had to fill in a little bit, has also gone 3 games. So we're just in Giga Turbo Banger Town.
It's you. You're the one doing this. You told the, you set the script, you wrote it.
I called them up and I said,
every series.
We need a 3rd game, boys. Come on.
When LPL script writers have done well with Demacia so far, I pray for bangers for our casters and follow-up series, but we've got a blind pick ahead of us, Yanni. Something you mentioned to me just before we went live there that has got my ears perked up. Will Zyra be picked? If not, why was it banned every game?
Yeah, and I have no idea. I mean, when you go and take a look back at the bans, LGD has banned the same champions every time. It's Jace, it's Orianna, it's Rumble, so perhaps expect to see these champions come through. A slight difference for NiP, they had banned Poppy in Game 1 and instead Varus in Game 2, but it's been Zyra and Zahen. So, these are 5 really key champions that I think we could expect to see moving into this blind pick Game 3. We've seen a lot of jungle Jace head-to-heads whenever they've been available. I feel like this could be the first series where we will have a mirror breaker there, and we'll have the Zyra instead, but jury's still out.
NiP looking a bit stressed here. Looking at the notepad, and LGD kind of looking a little bit more relaxed, but
yeah, they're 0-0. It's okay if they
true.
lose. Like, it's not the end of the world. Obviously, you want to win every series that you play, every game that you play. But, if you're an NiP and you go 0-2, especially because at various times you kind of had these series in your hands. It walked all over LGD in Game 1. They should have won against EDG. You could make an argument that they were like 60-40 based on game states. I mean, this is very quickly a team that we could see go 0-2 as opposed to potentially being 2-0 in a different universe, in a different life.
I mean, what you need to beat 2 teams to put yourself in 3rd, but you're contesting 3rd. So 3 wins. 3 wins would guarantee you in. So for LGD here, it's okay if they take a stumble. Obviously, you are still against IG and EDG, and again, it's to be seen later how strong IG is, this current version of IG without Rookie in it. But for NiP, you've lost 2 after this. If you drop this game here, your backs are kind of against the wall to contest that 3rd seed with what could be, maybe a decider match against a team like LGD again, or whoever else in the group that, is there as well. But in Rumble, like you said, up Zahen, Ambessa is back, the Ambessa-Orianna combo. There's all things that these teams could go. Poppy, I would probably imagine not, but Yunara and Nico's back.
I know how much you love it. It's. I mean, actually, no. I was thinking that
this is a good time.
Yeah, maybe Ambessa will have priority here because she was picked away in Game 1, wasn't obviously banned. So maybe there is a world where you end up going the Poppy. It's kind of weird metagaming, right? Because this reminds me of card games, like a big Magic player. And whenever you are playing a best of series against an opponent, after Game 1, you get to go to your side deck. And you get to bring in cards that are specifically catered to whatever matchup you're facing. But sometimes you have to pick your cards based on what your opponent is going to do or what you think they will do. And then, if it's a very obvious strategy, your opponent will make changes based on that. And you're thinking on the 3rd and 4th, 5th level. And here with Blind Pick, it's kind of the same. You have a couple of options. You can just play your game, or you could metagame for what you think your opponents are going to do.
Well, even with the Rumble, that's something that teams have been picking up a lot. And instead of taking a counter matchup, they're just trading Rumbles. Instead, you could maybe go on and have a bit more of a counter matchup, more of a, or even a Gallia, right? More of a team fighting presence there. But it's mostly been mirrors. Is it going to be the Jace mirror? How does Jace into Zyra sound to me? I think Jace still outranges, but the team fights from Zyra is pretty nice. She's got great clear. one of the biggest reasons that Zyra kind of fell out of the meta when we were seeing that is nerfs. But Sundered Sky is mostly the reason that she just can't keep up with the AD junglers. When you're just getting flash cycloned or caged by Jarvan, and even Zyra's not bad into Xin Zhao because of the root and how she can keep Xin Zhao at bay. But because of how strong Sundered Sky is as a bruiser, she wasn't as strong as that. And then with these assassins, they kind of just eat, with these lethality champions, they kind of just eat Zyra alive if they get on top of her. So it's the risk, with Jace banned, with Jace not banned, do you still want to go the Zyra? I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Zyra just because of that, but here we go. Remember, it'll go very quick. Double Rumble
versus Rumble. If you recall,
Jace.
Hoya was in the heads-up Rumble and won the matchup, but ended up losing the game. We're going to have heads-up Oriana's here. Oh my goodness! We have a Draven on our hands, everybody, and now we're getting some beefy engaged supports coming through. This is really crazy. All right, Jay Beto, I'm not sure who I favor more here. I love the utility that comes out of this Jhin, but, I don't know. It's a little worrisome that the only person that you have actually going in is Alistar. Obviously Rumble can be in melee range, but he's obviously not the tankiest thing in the world. On the other side, this Draven could just wreck house.
Yeah, well, I really like the Nocturne. The Nocturne Oriana Rumble is a really nice pairing. That's the classic ball delivery, And Nocturne with Equalizer is quite good.
And Ori.
Yeah. It's when Nocturne goes in with the Shockwave on him, he doesn't have anyone to dive with him, but he's got the Equalizer on top, and then the damage rains in. I really want to say that Awesome somehow knew that the Draven was coming, because Jhin is quite good into Draven. Not like in a winning sense, but what you normally want to play against Draven is caster ADs, so Varus, Ashe, Jhin. Champions that can... Well, actually, Ashe is not a caster AD, but champions that can hold the Draven at range and clear for free. In and all-in, you get demolished, and that's why the Alistar's here. It's to stop that from happening. It's the Alistar to push away the Rel, to push away the Draven, to try to peel for his team. NiP have a lot of range. The Alistar has engaged, yes. He's going to be sacrificing himself all game to try to get engages when NiP want to send it aggressively. That's really the only ball delivery service, but NiP just have range. The Rumble versus Rumble, it's whatever. Whoever's Equalizer is better, great. But with the Jace, it's not a Jace mirror. With the Oriana that's a mirror, and with the Jhin that's not a mirror, they outrange LGD by quite a significant margin. If LGD can land onto NiP, onto the Oriana and the Jace, they will run them over. But if NiP can keep distance, LGD's going to struggle.
A little bit disappointing not to see that Zyra in this game after it was banned in the first two games. I feel like we're left on a cliffhanger here, Jay Beto. But as we get into the game, it's going to be really difficult to track the Oriana balls in this game. I'm just as the caster here, I'm a little worried about that. This is going to get a little crazy, as a player too. But I'm worried about ourselves here, man. We're going to see some shockwaves go down. As a good rebuttal from Zhuo as he headbutts Xiaoya away.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. YCX goes in. Zhuo headbutts Xiaoya away so that the trade can't be LGD positive, and Awesome can do a bit of damage onto YCX, and NiP actually have control decently enough over the lane. LGD will tick over to level 2, so pretty even in terms of wave prio. I'm actually really interested in this mid lane right now because, and top actually, mirror matchups are all skill dependent in terms of push. It's not champion based at all, obviously, but Tong Yuan has push in mid, but Hoya has push in top.
Very interesting to watch these players operate and work in these mirror matchups. It's something that we haven't seen in competitive League of Legends since the days of OGN, right? All the way back in the day. For many who may be watching, may not have been around for those days, some of the most iconic plays that you could see. Of course, the Faker Zed play, born out of blind pick. The two Shens meme, born out of blind pick. And for a fun tournament like this, it's a nice change of pace, right?
Ooh. Junglers are both here.
It's good damage on the YCX, but nothing more. Is awesome. Holding that 4th shot. He's going to have to reload soon. See if he's going to be able to get it off on anybody. It looks like he'll just take the full reload and head back to the wave. YCX and a Hex Flash over the wall. Much ado about nothing, honestly, as YCX takes a chunk, and now Guwon immediately heads to the crab. But Hong should have it for himself.
Yeah, he'll be able to get it and walk away. Now the race is on for the top scuttle, though, because Hong has Smite back up. So this might be a scuttle flip. Hong trying to bait in the brush, and Guwon might have to give this up. An empowered shock blast over the wall might do it, but Hung, the scuttle's going upwards. He's just double scuttled in a game that I don't necessarily think he should be able to.
Wait a minute, burst it out! YCX falls!
That was fast, Yanni. We panned down, and Jin Alisa is getting a kill against Draven Rel at level 3. How does that happen? I need to see that back because, I mean, I was focusing on the double scuttle. We panned down, and the Rel's dead.
We had a lot of excitement around this Draven, but it's the Jin that picks up the first kill. And he ends up going back and finishing boots, so it's not like he's got more damage to be able to dissuade this Draven from fighting, but we'll be able to take trades a little bit easier moving forward.
This is a quote. I'm fairly sure it's Dom. I Will Dominate who said this.
Yeah.
And it was about how to understand Draven in pro. If Draven bases with a BF sword first, he's won the lane and it looks really bad for the other team. If Draven bases on a Vamp Scepter, he says the game is over, go next. Xiaoya, obviously, not doing great in this lane. The Jin and Alisa is keeping him at bay, and outside of, just that very opinionated take, I will say that Draven in pro play is very stacks reliant. It's very snowbally, right? You have to get rolling. This isn't a ranked game where you're just slamming kills left and right, and Guwon wants to constantly be down here.
Right, we have another route down, but it's not a lot of damage to YCX. Hoya has a level 6 advantage, and he's looking for another solo kill, and he gets it done!
That is just pure top diff, as Tongyuan will be caught by the shockwave.
Going back in on the bottom lane, but Xiaoya can't get close, but Hong is trying to get around the edge here. Guwon in the area, and all of a sudden, this Nocturne in a slightly compromised position, but the bot lane of LGD will allow him to walk out.
Yeah, that is a massive +1 for NiP, not just in terms of gold, because again, mirror matches are very stat reliant. If you get a lead, you tend to keep that lead because the champion doesn't have any catch-up mechanics that you don't have, but it's also just a +1 mentally for the player. I saw it in a mirror matchup.
About pulverize, hang on, Xiaoya. Be ignited. Root not going to land onto him, but he is very close to death. Awesome has that flash, but he won't end up using it. Some big damage onto YCX as well, as Awesome and Shuo are running this bot lane.
This is a very bad game to be a Draven in. He has a stack, sure, but hold on in top.
Oh, that equalizer was not ideal, but the turnaround could be here. Hoya ends up falling, but the Nocturne won't get traded out. It's a double kill for him.
LGD punch back in the top side. Like you said, the equalizer wasn't great, but LGD get it done. Hung. Bit more damage in the early game here than Guwon, who wants to be poking a little bit of an extended trade, but in bot lane isn't looking good, but it's a 1k lead for Hung.
That is absolutely massive. I think this is one of the first time that we've seen a Jace get shut down. In the mirror, we've often seen both Jaces thrive, right? And one of them just happens to pull away as the game progresses. But when you don't have that straight up mirror, you can find yourself in a bit of a weird spot at times. And there's a really heads up play there from Hung, trying to set behind Guwon to mitigate what Jace can do, because a Jace that is behind is a Jace that is not making an impact.
Yeah. And Nocturne loves that first item, right? The experimental Hex play. Once that's online in the early game, you're ulting everywhere. And Hung just used that to create some confusion, right? Dampen out some of the vision and make it easier to fight. He didn't really go in with that ult. His flash is down. Guwon's is down as well. Guwon starting up the grubs. He's on the Scuttle Crab, but LGD just playing around their Draven. Don't want to allow him to get caught out. They're weak-sided top anyway, so they just grab the Drake in response.
Well, given the fact that Hoya has a bit of an advantage over Salsa, perhaps those grubs will make big hay going on, as Tang Yuan had to flash there. Good attempt by Zhuo.
Means that Zhuo can maybe come back around and revisit for a gank. Again, in a mirror matchup, it's a game of tiny incremental parts for both players. I mean, stats is one part, and Sasa, after the solo kill, has evened it up a lot. But it's also the tools you have, right? So Shockwave down for Care, that'll come back up soon, but the flash down means you can't get out of Shockwave for Care, and you're going to get caught by Zhuo at any of these fights. Now, it is quite a while before the next objective is up, so flash will be up, but if you want to punish Tang Yuan at all, looks like he's going down to the bot side. This is where Orianna starts to become just a little bit weaker. It is obviously Orianna mirror, so the flash is the important part here. And LGD...
Oh, Hoya's got no idea, and he's going to find out the hard way. That Shockwave lands. He's going to get feared. They throw everything at him. It is feat of warfare for LGD. All 3 kills on Hung.
And Hoya is also one without flash, so it's LGD first to the punch on a punish. They take down the Rumble, and I mean, it's still 400 gold lead, but Sasa's going to catch up a lot after these waves. LGD, game 1, remember how quick and dominant that game was for NiP. They smashed it out of the park, and LGD have completely woken up in this series, and now in game 3, a gold lead. They've already got the objective lead with 1 Drake to 3 Grubs in the early game. That's going to favor the Dragon for the stacking. Grubs will be a bit later, and NiP don't really even have a comp that can really use the Grubs that well, so favoring LGD, and they've got... Well, they have...
It feels like a lifetime ago when NiP was steamrolling LGD. Guan had such a good game 1, and we were like, oh yes, Guan is going to continue his strong play into today. Game 2, things kind of fell apart after that first early play, and here in game 3, completely blanked. He's been muted the entire time. Watching his opposition continue to make play after play after play. Gonna need to do something here. I think Guan and Awesome are the ones that need to link up. You need this Shock Blast into Deadly Flourish combo in order to try and burst somebody out.
Jin Rumble's a great combo too, but Zhuo's here on the bot side.
Good move. Good move here. We're going to flash onto Tang Yuan here. Teleport's coming in. Shockwave does land. Tang Yuan gets to the turret and survives. Sasa's going to land. It's a good equalizer, but he immediately has to escape. He flashes Care's Shockwave. And when the dust settles, everybody lives.
A lot of flashes spent here, though. Sasa flashed Hoya, flashed away. Care used TP, and Zhuo used that heal. Does have spellbook, so it's a lot less impactful. But proactivity from both teams. Neither wants to hold on.
Lights out, and guess who going for this Orianna, but getting back to the turret is Care. Now they're looking for a full turnaround. Zhuo with the headbutt. There's that pulverize on the 3 members, but where's the follow-up? Guan's trying to get close to flash forward. Ruko's down onto YCX, and he uses the Magnet Storm. He can't protect Salsa, though. Will be able to escape. It's a 1-0 for NiP. So much invested.
Tang Yuan is up here, just pushing out some waves, getting some plates, but to mistake an overstep from LGD that NiP answer. Hung goes too far, uses flash. Zhuo is around the corner waiting.
Okay, YCX getting the shield up, and he walks out.
It's a little bit lucky there. The shield, he still has the crash unavailable, and there's no follow-up potential. Deadly Flourish was already used, but NiP punching back. LGD do have the gold lead with the plates getting collected in top, but NiP should be able to clean up this tower. No, they're giving it up. They don't want to stay. Sasa is coming back to the lane, and Huya will be able to clean up this top wave as well. So, feats of strength still haven't been taken. No first brick. Only 1 objective apiece. This is a game, Yoni, that is so close. The gold has completely evened up. It's gold leads a little bit in pieces for NiP, and then 1 big chunk for Hung on this Nocturne. 30 seconds on this Drake. The second one will be Infernal, so no Infernal Soul, no Chemtech Soul, but NiP, You've got no flash on Can, no flash on Guwon. You do have good ults available. But LGD have flash coming up on Tongyuan. They've got their important ults. And crucially, I mean, YCX has had a good game despite getting caught there at finding these engages.
Hung has to use this early lead to be able to get his teammates some kills, specifically Xiaoya, who has got 311 stacks right now, ready to cash out in a moment's notice. Dragon is spawned. LGD control of the river for the moment, but it looks like NiP are sending multiple members in. The Shock Blast was completely negated by that spell shield out of the Nocturne. Joel going to go over the wall, land a knock up, but it's good poke. It's exactly what you need to do. Whittle down the opposition. Equalizer on top of Sasa here as Hoya's overheated, managing his heat so well. That fight wasn't even close.
The top gap is big, but Yanni the Dragon's been started up. No top liner for LGD, but they still have this Paranoia Shockwave combo.
All right, he's going to try to find it on this priority target over on the side. Immediately bursts it out as Guwon, and it's Xiaoya who cashes in.
He was down 900 gold there, by the way. He's up 100. He's got 1,000 gold off that kill, and LGD now at the Dragon. There's no jungler available. Zhuo has no smite. LGD make the fight look easy.
And it's so hard because if you group up, Nocturne's going to go in and you're going to hit multiple members with a shockwave. And if you stay alone, you're just going to get bursted out. It's a lose-lose situation for NiP once the ball is on Nocturne.
This is a really smart answer or prediction from LGD. We've seen Jace mirrors all the time in these blind picks. And Hung and LGD say, okay, we know that. What are we going to play into the Jace? Well, let's just go Nocturne. And let's just go on top of him. It's so simple. Tongyuan spotted out. It doesn't matter. Hung's on the Baron. The ball goes onto him as he ults in. And the Draven gets the cash out. Huge, massive 1k over to Draven. Now has Bloodthirster up gold. That's a humongous pickup.
He's got another BF sword. And he also has a crit cloak as well.
Ouch.
What does I Will Dominate have to say when he goes back, completes a Bloodthirster, and then buys a BF sword on top of it?
Yeah, I mean, getting 1,000 gold at about 15 minutes feels pretty good for Draven. And I'm still concerned for the range for LGD, the range disadvantage that they're at. But, I mean, if Hung can consistently find those angles and Zhuo is split up from the team, that's what the Alistair is for. It's to push away that combo, deny vision, and protect your team. But Zhuo is nowhere near Guwon, who is trying to get a side angle to maybe get onto the Drake, but Herald spawned. But yeah, the combo's back up for LGD.
1,000 gold lead for LGD. Certainly not insurmountable for NiP, but again, with the explosiveness that LGD can provide with this Nocturne Ori combo, in the blink of an eye, you could find multiple kills going their way, and the game tilting further and further in their possession. Child has been started up down to 5,000 HP. Teleport coming in from Sasa.
There it is. Wow.
And it hits multiple members. Zhuo's ultimate to keep him alive. It's a good equalizer, keeping Awesome and Hoya away. An absolute dominating fight here from LGD. Riftchild does reset up to 3,000 HP, but there's no way back in for NiP.
NiP are on a ward. Hold on.
Hoya drops the equalizer down. Xiaoya down to half HP. It splits across LGD, but NiP just do not have the damage right now.
Yeah, Guwon's still dead, so no smite, but NiP again, there's the ward just there on the right side of the Baron pit. That's where they were on, and LGD just send it.
Wait a minute, here comes YCX, but he does get slowed up by the trap. Now they might be looking for a turnaround onto him. Headbutt pulverizes there. Awesome does have a fair amount of damage, but not enough at the current moment. Meanwhile, Hoya, call on the side lane.
I mean, Hoya wins the 1v1 multiple times, but Sasa just says, hey, big bro, Nocturne, can you come help me, please, get this 2v1? And I'd be trying to break open this tower. Shockwave is good.
YCX knocked up, but Zhuo was going too deep. He doesn't have his ultimate. He's going to die, and it's Xiaoya who cashes out again.
It's a huge bounty over as well. He's up 700 now. That'll allow him to get the pickaxe if he wasn't already close, and one step closer to this Infinity Edge. Oh my god, he's already finished it. He's 2 items in.
Solo Nocturne ultimate. You have no mana. Awesome. Hung is forced to flash away, but he's now 5-0-2. Didn't even pop the Sterix gauge.
Hung is showing off how to play jungle this series. Guwon had an amazing game 1, but it's been all Hung since then. If this isn't an MVP game, I mean, maybe he was annoyed about game 1. It's an MVP this game. It's all on the back of Hung.
LGD, from the moment they won that fight near the Dragon, have been dominating, making play after play after play at such a rapid pace. He's
top damage too.
Jungle matchup, it's 2,500 gold in favor of Hung. He's done so much this game. We finally seen a Jace jungle get shut down.
You're right, I can't read. That did say gold. I need to work on my English apparently, but top gold in a game. If this is the answer into Jace and it looks this good, I would love to see Jace get let through and this be the answer more. Maybe it's more of a blind pick thing because the Nocturne it's such a pocket pick, right?
It's actually a blind pick because he turns the lights out.
That's so true. When Nocturne gets a +5 like environment buff because of blind pick.
Yeah, you know what?
I like it.
Yeah, I like it. This is good. This is very, very good stuff. Riot, get on that.
Well, Hung, it's like the Rumble red side gets weaker. In a blind pick, Rumble gets extra damage. But, I mean, this is LGD just picking up Soul Point here. For NiP, they're here late. Poke needs to be there first. LGD have already started up the Drake. They'll get the Ocean Soul for themselves. NiP, when you're behind, I mean, you're relying on bursting. Oh, that was actually really close. Paranoia.
Oh, and guess what? Hung said, hey, you can't just shock blast me like that. I'm going to take offense to it. Here's a potential re-engage. Hung trying to get away. He's exhausted. Gets a big shield. There's a Magnet Storm down onto 2 members. Is awesome. Gets a big chunk.
Herald.
Equalizer going down as YCX burns away. Hoya on the backside, but it's also the one who's overheated doing damage. Tang Yuan hops in the Herald and is looking to Tokyo drift his way around. He runs over Shuo and crashes into the wall with style.
LGD. They've got style, man. They've got it in droves right now. I have to say as well, this Draven pick was actually so genius because all it's doing is ulting in the dive. That's what its job is. It's working so well. Whenever Hung goes in, this is what NiP should have done with their Nocturne game, right? They have damage that can follow the Nocturne. When you're diving, the standard dive style is... Also, this Herald is going to get another charge if it doesn't die, but it probably will. Yeah. The normal standard dive is approached from multiple different angles. This is a dive style where all the damage is still there, but it's from distance. The ult does miss, but the idea is still there. Hung goes very far, but can Shockwave, look at this. It just hits YCX. Hung spaces himself out, puts down the Herald. I thought he was going to get in this, but Sasa finally goes back.
On it. He flashed on it. Hold on.
What a
Ghost
gangster.
Ride the whip. Ghost Ride. Skirt. Didn't even beep the horn. Didn't even honk the horn. To let him know that, hey, Herald coming through. Looking like the New Jersey Turnpike.
This is Roa, Oriana on both sides, but Tang Yuan has that fully completed Horizon focus, even in gold, so Care should be able to get that pretty soon. But, I mean, this game has been all Hung. The pace has been dictated by Hung. The fights have been dictated by when Hung wants to fight, and LGD are all ready. In game 1, so split up. They weren't on the same page. They've pulled it together again. This has been kind of a theme for the Demacia Cup in the games that we've casted, at least, of teams that start off the series slow. They're not really on the same page. They're not warmed up. And as the series progresses on, NiP did it first, but LGD really warmed up into this series. And if Hung doesn't get Pog this game, I'm going to be mad.
Equalizer goes down. Sasa going to lose out on his heat, as an equalizer will return in kind. Hoya actually down a level now. It is actually 1.5 levels. After such a strong start, I think LGD did a really good job of shutting him down, preventing him from getting far enough ahead to be the impact player in this match.
We've got 2 minutes on this Drake. Paranoia again.
Okay, here we go. This time it doesn't land. There's damage coming through onto Hung. He's able to get away despite everything going positively for NiP there. Sasa lands on the teleport, but no equalizer to be had.
They just can't kill him. He's level 15. Guwon's level 12. So is Awesome. The only real solid level here is Care on the Orianna. But LGD, despite missing the combo, flash out of Hong, they still have control. And NiP, the poke isn't landing. The range advantage just isn't working for them. They will be able to push out this mid wave and try to threaten the tier 2. If they get this, it would be an objective bounty. Remember, they do have the 3 grubs, so that would be a good pickup. But NiP still worried. Hung lurking.
Go on, trying to clear out that ward. Hung coming around. Shockwave lands on him, but he doesn't get rooted. Knocked away. There's a redemption coming down as now you get on top of Xiaoya. He's forced to flash away. Very disconnected fight from LGD, but they managed to find Guan first. Will they look for more equalizer? Getting good damage in. NiP will have to back off again, losing a member.
It's a Sterax, the GA. It's just the tankiness, the innate tankiness from Hung right now. Level 15. Nearly dies again. I don't think that's a great look from LGD, but his GA wasn't even popped. Even if he died, he would have gone into GA. The fight's still good for LGD. NiP need a lot more damage. Take a look back here, but blocked by the spell shield. Goes too far forward, and Hung's like, oh, no, caught by the shockwave. But he lives. He lives. If he wasn't level 15, he would probably die there. Oh, my God.
And to add insult to injury, it would only be popping the GA, J Beto. Like,
yep.
That's you need a little bit more out of that. 13 seconds until this dragon is up. It'll be an Ocean Soul for LGD if they're able to secure it. And given the way the fights have gone, not a lot of burst damage, a lot of sustained damage. LGD will be very happy to pick this one up. NiP have to make a play now.
I mean, and if it was hard to kill them before, it's going to be harder to kill them if they've got Ocean Soul. NiP, how do they get in?
This dragon is melting. You need to get in now. Guan trying to get close, but it is secured by LGD. Lights go out, and LGD secure that dragon. Hung goes in, pulls everybody away. Zhuo off to the side, getting low and taken down by Salsa. That's a 4v3. Awesome, trying to get a root. He's got a flash over the wall. Hung still in hot pursuit, fearing the rumble as Tang Yuan finishes off a kill of the AD carry. Care is the last one standing. His turret will be able to keep him alive, but LGD does not concern themselves with the matters of Care. They will head to the Baron.
Care's shockwave goes so wide in that fight. NiP, not only do they not show up in time, they don't even have a fight around the dragon, and then they get engaged on anyway. Paranoia was pretty face up there. We're all grouped up. Baron now being started up. LGD all alive. Have Ocean Soul. Will collect Baron on 5 members. NiP struggling. Let's have a look here back. So look how split up NiP are. Awesome's not even close there. I mean, yes, YCX sacrifices himself, but watch here on Care. So the Paranoia goes in. He's so aggressive. There's no spell shield. And Care, where's the shockwave? Still not used. Still not used. We're waiting and waiting. There's a shockwave opportunity there. It's here. Look at Tang Yuan. There's the shockwave there. Completely whiffs for Care. I mean, the fight's already over, but when you're missing crucial abilities like that, it's really indicative of how the game has gone. LGD up nearly 10,000 gold now. This all feels kind of like a ceremonial end to this series, just wrapping it up nicely. For Christmas, just around the corner, LGD, with almost everything available to them, sweep out all the vision, they start their push.
NiP, they might be getting lumps of coal for Christmas, and they deserve it. It's been so strange to watch them play. You know, the first series against EDG, I thought they looked better individually. A couple of miscues that resulted in losses. And I was like, you know what? They don't need to be too upset about that, right? They can be proud of the way that they played. They should not allow themselves to get off kilter on tilt. And they come in so strong here in this series against LGD, walking all over them with relative ease. And in the second game, it was going well for a while and started going poorly. And the rest of the series has really looked like this, with LGD just running all over NiP without a care in the world. Unbothered, in their lane, moisturized, thriving. They're going to knock down this middle inhibitor and look to knock down some of these Nexus turrets.
Xiaoya's dead, but I don't think LGD care at all. NiP have nothing to do here.
YCX very low on health, but just a free kill there for Salsa. He's overheated as well. Zhuo can't get him into the fountain. They're stuck there. The minions are beating on the Nexus here, and LGD will win their first game of Stage 2. NiP will fall to 0-2, Jay Beto, behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, that's rough. Especially after how that Game 1 looked. That Game 1, it felt like, and we were talking about it, you know, this is going to be a quick series. It's going to be over shortly. NiP go 2-0 and they go to 1-1. But now, not only did that reverse happen, but NiP, like you said, 0-2 in the group. This means that they can't lose anymore. They have to play against IG. They have to play against, who else is in this group? WE? WE in this group? I think they are.
Yep.
But
it's
you can't lose anymore.
IGWE are the other games for NiP, as you mentioned. I mean, I don't know, man. I really don't know. I've been thrown for a loop here. I really thought it was going to be EDG and NiP as the top 2 teams coming out of the group, and with NiP going down 0-2, I don't know. I don't know how strong Group A is. It is the strangest group. It was the group that we did say that anything could happen. Anything is possible. It's wide open. Yeah. Well, the door may have just been shut on NiP. Down 0-2. Take a look at these post-game damage charts. Really great play coming out from Hung. Doing a really good job, Jay Beto. I think he is my pick here for MVP.
Sure, for sure. I think there's a lot of damage. Sasa has a lot of damage, but he was solo killed multiple times. Surely you can't give it to Sasa. Tongyuan had a great series, so that's the only one I would accept other than Hung. But I think Hung was, for the series, but mostly this game here, the absolute pace setter for his team. The spearhead in this roster in game number 3 here. And every fight, it felt like Hung was favored to win. He was, I guess they just had vision everywhere on the map. This is the one that I was talking about with the ward right there. They know Herald is being done. They can see the shockwave combo was great. I imagine that Hung is calling for those engages. Every time, all these highlights are Hung just going in and finding pick after pick. This one's just a solo kill from the middle of the lane to under the tier 1 tower. Another one. Another engage from Hung here.
Another one.
Oh yeah, if it's not Hung, I don't know. That was one of the best Nocturne games I've seen in a while.
Yeah, and you know what? Nocturne is a very straightforward champion, but he really picked his spots particularly well. Good times to go in when the windows are much smaller than when this champion's played in a non-competitive setting, right? These are windows that you're like, this person is just a couple of Teemos away from their carry. I can go in here and immediately blow them up, or get them chunked very low and win the fight for my team without having to get a kill.
Again, if this is an answer into the Jace blind, we might even see the Jace blind wear away, or teams try to predict the Nocturne answer, because the guaranteed engage onto the Jace looked awesome. Yes, Jace, we've seen how much damage it can do and how dominant it can be in games, but the Nocturne was such a great answer, and I love this comp that LGD constructed. The fact that it's just Hung going in, YCX sometimes, but the damage was following up, and well deserved. 609, massive gold at the end there. He's had 3 MVPs, really. Hung just destroying right now. I guess it really is the spearhead of this team.
He hung 6 kills on him, man. What can you say? He dunked on top of him. Really great series. Great job leading LGD, a team who had some, communication issues when it came to fights. A little bit scattered at times. Really managed to gather them together after that first game and be the guy who led the charge. But that is not it for the Demacia Cup today. We still have 2 more series coming up. First off, it'll be Weibo Gaming and OMG, and then we'll end off the night with EDG versus IG. Both of those will be covered by Gordo and Rude Dude. So we're going to take a short break, and when we return, it'll be their smiling faces ready to take you to the last 2 games of the night. See you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Demacia Cup. My name is Gordo. I am going to be joined by Rudude, and we are going to be carrying you guys through the next couple of matches that are going to round out the evening. Rudude, how are you doing tonight, my man?
Yeah, I'm doing really well today, Gordo. It's good for once for us to be on cast together, where you're the one casting at 2 in the morning. A little lore drop for everybody. Gordo and I have worked together for probably about 5 years at this point, on and off various different broadcasts, usually in America, where I was the one casting at 2 in the morning. However, today we are in a completely different boat, and it's Gordo suffering through the late night hours.
Yeah, you know, I'd be lying if I was going to say that I didn't prefer back when I was at a reasonable time frame and you had to do this at 2 in the morning, Rudude. But it's all right. It's all worth it to be here for some of the best League of Legends in the world. And we've got a banger matchup coming up between Weibo Gaming and OMG. Let's start off by taking a look at the format here. Just give everybody a little refresher on where we are at in this event. We are in, of course, Stage 2. We've got these groups drawn, and, you know, this group already looking maybe a little bit less chaotic than the other that we just exited.
Yeah, I like this group stage as there are 5 teams, so there's a little bit more competition to be had. Obviously, I think the way that the groups have been drawn, one group is slightly heavier in the top than the other. Unfortunately, we are going to get to see games from both of these groups in the back half of today's broadcast, but already got to see a glimpse of Group A and Group B so far today, so those standings already beginning to take their shakes as JDG versus Weibo played one another yesterday. That series, a very good watch for anybody who did miss it, and obviously got Group A as well with a plethora of other rosters that are maybe a little bit fortunate to be in Group A.
Yeah, definitely, and excited to see how that group continues to play out. But for now, we are going to be visiting over in Group B, where you check out one of those teams that does appear to be up in that upper echelon in Weibo Gaming, and one of those teams that may be going to be struggling a little bit here, at least on paper, in OMG. Get introduced to these lineups coming up here in just about a second, but Weibo coming in here with some of the more minimal changes to their roster. We got Zika, JJ, Xiaohu, Elk, and Erha.
Yeah, I mean, this is 3 new faces for Weibo coming into 2026. As you know, we could maybe count it as 4 depending on your views on Erha. He was a part of the roster, but didn't necessarily got as much playtime through 2025. Xiaohu stays in the mid lane, and then the rest of these pieces really just being picked up from other rosters. Zika, most importantly for me, really excited to see what he can do up in that top lane, being pulled over from LNG, kind of the lifeblood of that organization for the last year, now being pulled onto a Weibo roster where we hope to see a lot brighter things, with Elk, former BLG AD carry, the JJ playing across a plethora of different teams in the LPL and doing so successfully. It'd be really good to see this Weibo roster start to come together, and they already found success when they took on JDG yesterday.
And going to be chasing success after what was a kind of disappointing 25 for quite a few of these players, right? Xiaohu missing Worlds for the first time since 2020, and Elk missing top 8 for the first time visiting Worlds since then. Now going to be joining together here on this newly built Weibo team to see just how far they're going to be able to get by joining up forces together. And you already brought up players like Zika and JJ who have proven themselves in prior rosters, pairing it up with newcomer Erha. But let's see who's going to be facing off against them here today. It's going to be OMG. This roster coming through with a couple of new faces in mid and jungle, but some returning faces elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely your underdogs for this series, but not to be taken lightly. A reimagined OMG roster, obviously. This is their first game since the first round of Demacia Cup, where they did go 3-0 through that initial group stage. So certainly a team that might be going a little bit under the radar with the rebuild around their bot lane, their top lane, Harry, Starry, Moham. They rebuilt with this new mid-jungle duo. And obviously some great success already from the beginning of this tournament. 3-0 out of the first group stage, and hopefully looking to extend that into what is a very difficult group that they're going to be playing up against, with 4 teams really that could all be very, very highly touted in this tournament.
And so for OMG, you're going to have to be looking at that new mid-jungle to see if that's what can elevate them above the heights that they were able to reach in 2025. Rio, rookie call-up from OMG Academy, a player that we have not gotten to see very much of at all on the big LPL stage before, going to be making his debut throughout this Demacia Cup, and he's going to be doing it alongside Haichao in the mid lane, previously of LNG, previously of LGD, and looking to kind of redeem himself a little bit on a newly constructed OMG roster alongside Harry, Starry, and Moham.
Yeah, I mean, the Starry and Moham felt like the two really bright spots of OMG going back to, it wasn't even summer, it was Split 2 of 2025 when we last actually got to see this OMG roster. They were one of the two teams that were eliminated for Split 3 based on how the Nirvana seeding went. But they managed to keep a hold of their bot lane, they've kept Harry as well in that top side, so we will see if this two new additions to the roster can make a bit of a wave here in the Demacia Cup. But I do think coming into this, it's important to set expectations, Gordo, and my expectation for this series is that Weibo should be able to take this very comfortably. I praise OMG for coming away 3-0 out of their group. I'm really happy that they were able to do that and that this roster can taste some semblance of success to very begin with. But my expectation is that this series is going to be incredibly difficult for them and that actually Weibo probably going to come away with a very simple win.
Yeah, I think it's hard to not come into this series feeling that way, Rudude. You're really, if you're looking for an OMG win, if you're an OMG truther trying to, root for the underdogs or just because you're a historic fan of this team, you're really hoping and praying that Rio is something above and beyond what anybody ever could have expected. You really want to see Starry and Moham kind of ascend even higher than their heights in 2025, be able to take a fight to an Elk and Erha bot lane that includes, a player that's relatively new to the LPL stage, and then Elk, who has been, kind of playing second fiddle to some really, really impressive carries on previous teams that he's been on. I've seen some really impressive mechanical highs from this guy, but hey, if you're really trying to make the case for OMG, these are the kinds of things you're going to have to lean on.
Yeah, exactly. It would be, like we say, a very big upset were this series to not go in favour of Weibo. But for OMG, right, we look back at a 3-0 group stage from the first round of Demacia Cup. That's got to give them some semblance of confidence. And, maybe if they found themselves in Group A, where I would say that the competition overall that little bit weaker, that they could very well have found themselves going into the top 8. And again, for OMG, it can only really get better. They didn't play in Split 3 of the LPL through 2025. They got eliminated for being in the bottom 2 of Nirvana. They were the 15th or 16th placed team from Split number 2, so they got eliminated, and that's a big knock to take. They were able to find themselves a roster and find themselves a spot in the LPL coming into 2026. So if they get to even playing in this top 8 format, then that's going to be great, but I think they're making it out of the groups is going to be really important. Obviously, it's top 3 teams from each of these groups of 5 that go out, so you don't necessarily have to be a top 2 team. You can try to scrape through, and whereas we got to see in the group stage a very clear hierarchy of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I do think that as we look into the group stages for this tournament or this stage of the bracket, it will be a little bit more segmented and maybe see some tiebreakers thrown in there.
Yeah, very possibly. And as you brought up, this is a challenging group, right? You got BLG, Weibo, JDG, even LNG in this group. It's a tough ask for OMG, right? I think they come in here pretty low in those power rankings, but that's why you got to play the games. It's very early in the season. A lot of these are brand new rosters. You don't know who's going to be gelling together this early on in the split. You don't know who is going to hit the ground running per se, and how much that's going to be a priority for all of these teams. When you're talking about Demacia Cup, right? Not even officially into winter split yet. Not talking about internationals qualification. A great place to try to build up a little bit of confidence as you get your very first reps against some of these veterans, especially if you're some of these newcomers coming in. Eyes on guys like Erha and Rio and how they're going to be able to perform on the night. So we do get into the ban phase, and it does look like they're going to be taking away that Poppy, trying to keep that pick off of the hands of both top lane and support, as we're starting to see a little bit more top Poppy earlier in the series tonight.
So mid lane notably left unchecked here. Azir, Orianna, both open and available for these mid laners. We'll see who it is that ends up getting picked up. Ori, I think, as we've seen from various blind pick games where Ori is just the best mid laner on the patch. We are seeing how Haichao pick that up to begin with, can go toe-to-toe with the Azir as well, and doesn't necessarily feel too bad about it. So happy to see that Haichao's able to collect that for himself. A Zehen early for Zika. We've already seen the power of this champion. We've seen some of the weaknesses of this champion through the Demacia Cup so far. We'll see if Zika can pilot this to the best of his ability. And interestingly enough here, Gordo, there is that old school answer to the Orianna being collected in the mid lane here. Xiaohu deciding that he wants to go throwback with his pick, and the Syndra comes through.
Yeah, you know, Xiaohu, he's played the Orianna a lot already, gets it taken away by Haichao right at the beginning, and decides that his response is going to be that old school counter pick. The Zika Zehen, already exciting stuff. This guy has played it twice already, 2 out of 3 games, and 100% win rate on it so far. So I think Weibo plenty happy with how the new Darkin in the top lane have been treating him. They're going to be happy to grab it for themselves once again. We do get to see a little Gnar action coming in from OMG. That's going to be selected for them in the top lane, and Starry going to pick up the Misfortune.
I mean, already for OMG here, this is a very ultimate-centric composition. This is push your buttons, kill the enemy, right, with any luck. We've got a Gnar slamming them into a wall, a shockwave on top of that, bullet time to rain over the top of all of that. So what we're looking for right now, we've got this bunch of damage. We need just that little bit more setup, a little bit more CC to try and make that happen. And we'll see how successful that can end up being, right? We're looking at things like the supports that need to be locked in, things like Rel could potentially be taken off the board. If you are Weibo, I do think that that's a pick that they either need to be looking at picking up for themselves, or definitely looking to try to deny. As we move into, though, this second round of bans, Gordo, a discrepancy in what our two teams have picked. Obviously, the entire top side picked up for Weibo, with that Kiana getting locked in second, or locked in third. But the bot lane are being locked in for Starry. Does mean that OMG had an opportunity here to try and pinch that AD carry pool, make the pick for Elk that little bit weaker, instead opting to remove some of those supports so that they can get themselves a favourable pick down there.
Yeah, it is looking like this is Juhan on OMG, by the way. We've been talking a little bit about Rio throughout our pregame here, but they're bringing in an extra jungler off the bench here, maybe still trialing out both players for the position at this time. So it's going to be a little bit of a wrench thrown in perhaps to some of Weibo's planning, though I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with being able to lock in this Kiana nice and early for JJ. Now hovering onto this Alistar, going to give them a lot of powerful disengage potential, going to synergize well with the big AoE circles already brought in by the likes of the Kiana and the Zehen. And it's up to Moham and Starry on how they want to try to guide around that with this Misfortune.
Yeah, very powerful bot lane 2 versus 2 in this MF Leona. Plenty of lockdown, plenty of time for that bullet time to really make its mark. And, you know, if we end up seeing this pick-centric composition, team fight composition for OMG fully fleshed out, could be a really, really good answer to this Weibo side. But for Elk, insta-locks in that Sivir on R5. So a very go-forward composition on both of these sides here. A little bit more kite potentially available to Weibo, with the slight elements of disengage that come from On the Hunt, come from Scatter the Weak, the ability for Alistar to be able to disengage as well. Definitely something that we can see. But Weibo can also engage very, very well here, Gordo. They've got Sivir to charge the Alistar forward. They've got the little hook that Zika will have. JJ as well, if he finds a unique angle, can get onto the backline very easily. And looking at that backline, look how immobile it is. Look how susceptible it is to being taken down if they get caught out. Misfortune and Orianna have absolutely no mobility for themselves whatsoever. Little bits of movement speed here and there. And then in terms of the peel that's there, you're relying on a Mega Gnar to try and peel, which isn't necessarily great. Maybe the Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao can do some work, but again, these are very situational tools that really you'd like to use offensively.
Definitely, and the thing about the Zehen, you brought it up earlier with the dreaded return and the risk that that's going to bring onto some of the more, or some of the less mobile targets over on the other side, but this is a pick that you really do need to try to hold down to try to prevent Zika from running away with this game, and you kind of end up in these damned if you do, damned if you don't situations up against it if you aren't able to hold it down successfully, where either you dump a bunch of burst damage into it to kill it before it gets the Cultivation of War stacked up, or you don't, and then you're dealing with Zehen twice, because he's going to end up rezzing back up and getting pretty much an entire health bar out of the deal, and neither of them are very attractive options when you know that Xiaohu, JJ, and Elk are all going to be pumping out plenty of damage in their own right.
Well, that being said, folks, that is our draft wrapped up and ready. It is OMG's first time out in this second stage of Demacia Cup. Weibo's second, as we are on the rift now for game number 1 between these two sides. Again, our expectations coming into this series, Gordo, I think it's great to establish for people just joining us. This is supposed to be a Weibo-favoured series. This is a roster of players that have banded together around this Weibo banner, and we are expecting great things from not just in this Demacia Cup series, but in the LPL through 2026. Whereas this OMG roster haven't actually, the organisation, played since the back end of 2025 spring, not even summer, in spring. So we'd like to see what they can do. Already had a 3-0 start to the group stage in stage 1, but now they've got much more daunting opponents here in stage number 2.
Definitely, Weibo, a tough team to have to debut up against here when you haven't gotten to play your first game of Demacia Cup yet in this next second stage. And, you know, it's about as tough as any are going to be. Going to have to try to keep that 3-0 streak going as they do find themselves kicking off the laning phase. JJ clearing bottom to top. Yuhan clearing from top to bottom, so expecting to be able to trade scuttlers here in the earlier stages. And Moham already swinging out there with the Zenith Blade, not quite going to be able to connect it, as Xiaohu already starting to show why that Syndra such a prized selection up against the
Haichao needs to be careful here. Xiaohu's about to hit level 2. He's going to have that scatter available. He lands the stun, and Haichao's dead for sure, but you can see he played cautiously, and I mean, he's getting close. Yeah, just dings level 2 there. You see if Xiaohu, if he had Electrocute ready, he could have flashed in for the auto, but that level up does give Haichao the HP needed. And we can already start to see why Xiaohu felt comfortable enough taking this matchup into the mid lane, working his way through the Orianna, even at that level 1 stage, finding the beneficial trades and forcing Haichao to take an early base and an early TP back into that mid lane.
Yeah, and in a matchup where the star power is really in the favor of Weibo, and this is one of the examples of why, right? Xiaohu, perhaps one of the most decorated mid laners, one of the most decorated non-Korean players in all of League of Legends history, and he is going to continue to be able to perform up against Haichao, at least in the first couple of levels of the Demacia Cup in 2025. Haichao, having already blown that teleport, as you brought up, Rudude, going to be able to return to lane and keep his farm going, but this is going to give Xiaohu a pretty strong purchase when he finally does decide to head back. The only thing Haichao really able to get for himself is that refillable potion, and already going to have to take a little bit of additional harass on top of that. Xiaohu not really blowing very much to get that first recall off of him. And
yeah,
JJ already moving into this topside river to be able to pick up the first scuttle and potentially pressure either of these lanes.
Yeah, he's spotted on a ward, though, so we'll only be able to secure the crab. Good to see that Harry able to make his way out of danger, as Zika has already put this wave into a pretty disastrous spot for the Gnar. You can see Juhan now looking to try and make his presence felt in the mid lane. Xiaohu just TP'd back in.
Yeah, Xiaohu in a little bit of danger here. Keeps that trade up against Haichao going, but Juhan is deep behind enemy lines, and Xiaohu just says, I got no good options left, man. I'm going underneath this turret. First blood to Juhan and OMG.
Yeah, and the timing there, just not quite right. JJ just finished his recall as that gank showed itself, so there was no chance of a response, no chance to try and turn the play around. Xiaohu just caught out too far up, and ultimately trying to push his lead, ends up losing it entirely.
Big advantage early on for Haichao to be able to pick that up, and for Juhan to be able to get the first blood gold. Plenty beneficial here for OMG. So Weibo starting to push in on this bottom lane as well, trying to chunk Moham and Starry as much as they can, having a fairly good idea of where Juhan is on the map, but having just been able to take down Xiaohu. We do see that OMG, not to be trifled with in this early stage, still fully capable of executing on these early game plans if you give them a little too many opportunities.
Spotted
JJ wants
on
to
a
make
ward
this
here,
dive
Gordo,
happen.
I think they know.
Yeah, they're getting underneath here. Double knockup is going to get found by Erha. They are going to try their best to get the first 2 kills, but it is going to be a double back over to Starry. Moham and Starry, they just stay standing, keep their ground, and they find themselves a 2-for-1.
Yeah, a 1-for-1 there you could argue being worth, but a 2-for-1 grants Starry his BF sword on first base and a cull to boot. Yeah, that's a beneficial trade if I'm OMG, if I've ever seen one. Now on that top side as well, Juhan looking to try and invade, try to steal away these Raptors. Does so successfully. Can he get out though? That's the question. Looks like he's going to be just about okay to do so. Xiaohu not willing to expend that scatter or didn't have it available if he's been trading heavily in the mid lane. But even still, OMG coming away with a slight advantage here in this early game, Gordo. Can't be understated how powerful this will be for them. Their comp needs to scale. And as we take a look at this bot side, it looks like they're layering that CC really well. But Starry able to get himself away from JJ. You can see he thinks he's safe, but those ramped up tower shots, dealing 400 damage just off of one auto, makes it so it's a little bit too difficult for the Kiana to make it out to safety. Now Airha up in this top lane.
Harry getting collapsed on here by Airha. Airha going to be able to get him up against the
Still
wall,
has
but he's
flash.
about to go Mega, and Elk is only level 5, not really able to pump out the damage to finish him off. So Harry will be able to retreat with his life in this early stage of the lane swap. Meanwhile, Juhan, with the numbers advantage on the bottom side, going to be starting up this dragon while a big wave crashes into bottom. Zika going to be able to get here and pick up most of them, but this is going to be first dragon going the way of OMG, who already have themselves the feat of warfare. It's not a bad start here for them by any means, and kind of some unforced errors from WBG really putting OMG in the driver's seat here, but that's a nice stun found by Xiaohu. No JJ in range to be able to follow up yet.
Yeah, it looked like there was going to be a little bit of a wave lost on that top side by Starry. Fortunately, he was able to collect it. With the help of Spellbook TP from Moham here. Maybe a little bit of fighting over this pixel.
Root coming in onto Airha, but Elk is there at his back. It's just a full-on 2v2 between the bot lanes, but Airha, the one with much lower health, going to be forced to expend that flash to get out to a safe range as they exchange blows on their respective wards. And the end result is a recall from Airha. Elk going to have to spell shield that Zenith Blade, but Moham's not done with them. Steps forward for the stun. Starry trading
Level
forward.
6.
Bullet time comes out, and Starry picks up the kill. OMG continuing to win across the map.
Elk just blatantly disrespecting that level up from Starry. Costs himself his life. Has Flash still available. Didn't think that it was going to kill him, but instead goes down the barrier. Not enough to save the Sivir in this instance. And OMG continue to find themselves these little advantages due to unforced errors from Weibo Gaming. And I will say here, Gordo, that it is this Weibo roster that have the luxury of time almost on their side. They can afford to make this game a little bit slower, slow the pace of it down with the ability to one-shot Miss Fortune later on with your Syndra, with the late game scaling that we're going to see come through from Elk. Weibo aren't particularly forced into making these plays happen. They're doing it out of habit almost, out of a want to try and push this game a little bit further. But for OMG, I feel like they're the ones who have got a real emphasis on making this game happen and happen quickly. Because as they reach that late game, the damage that comes from a Miss Fortune, much more situational. From an Orianna, maybe you could argue actually does well. But we see a lot of posturing around these grubs right now. Again, if Weibo can steal these away, it stops the snowball of OMG.
Yeah, Weibo should be able to get themselves the full cleanup here. Already have 2, and Juhan feeling plenty threatened as he looks for an opportunity to get in here and snag away the third. Airha would have punted him far away from it if he even gave a thought towards that grub. But now Moham coming in from the bottom side. They want this fight. Crescent Guard going to come land onto all 3. They're going to look for the lockdown onto Airha. Unbreakable Will might be able to keep him standing for a little bit longer, but JJ going to have to chuck on
Oh, there we go.
display of talent, and it won't be enough to stop the advancing OMG squad. They pick themselves up a 5th kill, 4 of them onto Starry. This guy's running away with the game.
And he's going to need to here, Gordo. This carry threat down on that bot side is going to be the lifeblood of this OMG roster as they move into the mid game and maybe into the late game if he's got enough of that damage built up early on. As he gets later on into the game, the Miss Fortune going to find it much more difficult to find that damage, so having an early game snowball is going to benefit you greatly. 4 kills is exactly what you want to see as a Miss Fortune, especially up against a Sivir where you can just stat check her super early on. You can see the items already. Completely out of a different league right here, as Elk is so far behind the curve.
Now play in the mid on towards Juhan, going to jump in onto him. Shockwave connects onto 2, but Haichao's out of mana, so will not be able to keep that damage train a-chugging. Xiaohu will be getting his first kill of the game off of the execution onto Juhan, and getting themselves just a little bit more resources into the Syndra, get those Splinters of Wrath a little bit faster, and play towards that scaling win con you brought up.
And I do want to point out here that this mid-jungle duo for Weibo should be able to do great things. We can already see first item picked up for JJ as Xiaohu as well already collected his tier 2 boot, so he's looking to do a lot of damage early on with that magic pen. But this duo should really be able to one-shot pretty much whoever they come across, be it a Gnar, be it a Xin Zhao. The damage there between Dieje and Xiaohu is going to be big enough to take down pretty much any target that they find. So expectations are that if we can see Weibo link up that mid-jungle duo, great things can happen for them and they can start to claw back at this lead. Play away from Starry. Let's leave the Misfortune on her island. Let's let that damage cool off a little bit before we end up losing out on too much.
Definitely, and still with these mismatched side lanes as well from the swaps coming on through. Elk and Erha laning up against Harry in the top lane, and you kind of like that as the ranged Gnar, not having too difficult of a time actually being able to keep up in CS here. Meanwhile, Zika on the Zehen has to lane up against this very strong Misfortune. The BF Sword, a Pickaxe, and a Vamp Scepter already in her pockets. Should be able to keep the harass on, should be able to keep this guy pushed underneath the turret.
So you do forget, though, Gordo, that this is an AD carry versus a top laner, and that is not favourable for an AD carry super early on. Remember, there's an experience differential as well to try and factor in. But if they can push this turret down or push underneath the turret, maybe they can start to look for a dive, as do see Zhejiang showcase in the mid lane.
All right, Xiao going to be the next target here. Xiaohu looking for the stun, does connect it, but got far enough back underneath that turret where JJ doesn't feel comfortable pushing on the gas any further. Elk pushed back into the Baron pit now as he's the one stuck in that top laner versus marksman battle, but Xiaohu there to make it a bit of an unfair fight. JJ trying to return damage back out of Juhan as well. You feel OMG, the numbers advantage. They want this second dragon, and they're looking like they should be able to start it.
Yeah, and they've got their strong AD carry down on this bot side to try and make that work. Looking across the board here as well with Juhan having completed that first item as well. OMG actually very strong and in a very good position to try and take this fight. You can also see that really the strong points of OMG and the strong points of Weibo aren't necessarily at this point in the fight, right? With Xiaohu on this top side, he's not getting to spend that large amount of gold in a skirmish. He's actually just trying to farm up against Harry and maybe try and force him a little bit lower.
Well, Unleashed Power comes through on towards Harry, but able to absorb it without too much trouble. Still no completed items onto Xiaohu's Syndra, but JJ coming in here trying to finish the job. Harry flashes away from Supreme Display of Talent, but Era in deep behind enemy lines gets himself in there to CC up the Gnar and give JJ that kill. But JJ
good
flash out to
catch!
safety. A catch from Moham on the Solar Flare to guarantee the trade. Kill credit going towards Moham. Maybe not where you would prefer it, but happy to make a 1-for-1 nonetheless.
Yeah, it does take the trade and, you know, give a little bit of gold back over to OMG here, but what is it costing them? I do think Weibo making the most of the fact that they weren't getting hold of that dragon. They found one kill on the top side on Harry. There's nobody responding to these bot lane turret plates that are being taken down either, so overall it is a very worthwhile trade, despite the fact that that second dragon did go down. Now Starry fancies himself here.
Elk? It has to use Summoner Heal there. I mean, just disrespecting Starry non-stop. Stands next to a minion, gets double up to the face, loses half his HP for it, and now going to be at that low HP bar for the foreseeable future. Does have Erha there for the backup now. Alistair passive coming in clutch with the extra heals, but with Moham lurking around in the sides, you just gotta pay respect towards Starry's Misfortune and all the gold it's accrued this early.
Yeah, with that pickaxe in the inventory as well, plenty of builds that could still be on their way. Maybe a collector being picked up could see some more lethality options as well. You can see in that jungle matchup as well, not looking too favourable for JJ right about now. And again, a reminder that for Weibo, this game not necessarily important that they find their leads early on. And I do think OMG still the ones pressed to make something happen. As we look across the map, the top side is very favourable for Weibo. Yes, we've seen some blunders from Elk and Erha down on that bot side, but actually the solo lanes, the top side of the map, doing very well for Weibo. 500 gold advantage in that top lane, 700 in the mid lane. We've seen Xiaohu having the best run of those trades pretty consistently in the mid lane. And same to be said for that top side as well. If we take a look at the items that have been picked up, we saw Harry spend a little bit of gold on a cull, work towards those plated steel caps to begin with, whereas Zika straight up rushing that Trinity Force. Has already got it picked up just with a pair of brown bags on his feet. He's much stronger now as we look at a Rift Herald which has just spawned up on that top side. Gold about even across these two rosters, and we need to see who it is that can use their most strong members. Can OMG leverage a good bullet time? Can Weibo get their solo laners onto said misfortune?
It's going to be the question. Currently, Zika and Haichao kind of sectioned off into the bottom side right now. Zika trying to break away. See if he can find a teleport angle. May very well be the difference maker in an upcoming Rift Herald fight. JJ lurking around in the shadows as well, trying to find a pathway in through that tri-brush, but they are going to try to send it on towards Xiaohu. Moham connects the Zenith Blade. Xiaohu not going to be able to get the flash off in time. Solar Flare connects. The full three-man squad collapses, and Xiaohu's the first one to fall. Starry now going to get targeted on the opposite side, but does manage to flash back in time. A TP in from Zika, but he's immediately got to try to head for the hills. Not stacked up on the passive quite yet, and so won't get that res. And it's a 5 versus 4 regardless. Zeka turning it back in, does stack it up, starts to regen back up, but just doesn't have the backup of the rest of his team. He might just end up falling a second time as all 5 members of OMG await and collapse. OMG with another fight win off that pick onto Xiaohu.
Yeah, great picks here. The solo laners from Weibo throwing away their lead, and now they're looking for more. Another Zenith Blade.
As Erha is going to get locked down. Harry into the back line, gnars him into the wall. Elk pushed further back away, and it's now just Elk and JJ. But Xiaohu returns to the fight. WBG not willing to give this one up yet. Unleash power onto Starry. Will give a kill back over to Elk. And OMG still plenty happy with the gold they've accrued and the objectives they get to boot.
Yeah, that's a really big kill, though, going back and importantly going into Elk's pocket as well. This Sivir, who's been pretty depraved during this game, finds himself a big shutdown on the Misfortune, is about to cash in on that cull as well. So going back to base is definitely going to finish that Navori and might even have that BF to try and go alongside it. Very good spot for the Sivir to find herself in, despite having been ultimately robbed of a load of kills early on and not in the best spot overall.
JJ? Spotted, sneaks his way out of there. Does have plenty of dashes in the kit. And this should be a turret going the way of Xiaohu as well, as there's nobody willing to get in there and actually tussle with him, especially not with JJ in the backline. But let's see this pick onto Xiaohu and just how these kills keep coming in for OMG.
Yeah, I will say that Moham's use of the spellbook this game has been very, very solid, whether it's using Summoner Heal to close the gap on Elk in the top side, TP to protect Starry, or in this instance here, using spellbook Ghost to make his way into that top side and make escaping for Xiaohu not particularly possible. And then you can just get to see that the follow-up from Weibo not quite present. They know that they actually don't have the ability to protect Zika here, and they aren't actually in a position to make anything work. And OMG now with that slight advantage being picked up in terms of that fight, you'd think they're up in gold, but we take a look at the top of our screen here, Gordo. Weibo actually finding more and more advantages. That turret that went to Xiaohu gives him a really good spot. Engage!
No, Moham maybe up a little far this time as the engage was on to Erha, who does have the unbreakable will. Gonna find himself in a much healthier state. JJ finds a pathway in onto Juhan, and everybody's on top of him, but look at that shockwave pulling 2 back into the bullet time, and the focus coming through onto Xiaohu now. He falls, as does Erha. A 2-0 lead in the fight for OMG. Harry gets Zika back into the rest of the team with a big gnar, and Zika will be executed before the Grim Deliverance can come back on up. It's 3 kills to OMG.
And another fight goes the way of our underdogs here in game number 1, Gordo. They are battling with everything that they have got, finding themselves another fight win. And it's again, these solo laners of Weibo that aren't quite able to find access to Starry. You can see this Misfortune 8-9 now, 2-0, just doing so much work in these fights, whether it's baiting people in and making them think they can take him down, or whether it's actually layering across this bullet time. Credit to Haichao here, because he finds the double shockwave that sets up for the bullet time, and look at the response. Double flash. JJ, Erha, both of them engage threats, flashing defensively, not what you want to see whatsoever. As Starry able to find the double up double kill here, and Zika not quite able to work his way out of danger. The Grim Deliverance seconds away from trading Starry's life, but he's just barely able to get an auto down and find the kill in response.
And JJ now spotted in the jungle, mano-y-mano. Juhan feeling very strong here, knowing that he's not in one-shot range quite yet and that he's got the backup of the rest of his squad. 12-4 on the scoreboard. I mean, obviously, the gold is still very close, but 3 dragons as well puts OMG in a really strong position to just continue to snowball this game through. The Ocean Soul will do a lot to mitigate some of that scaling advantage from Weibo, and I don't know how much longer Weibo can keep losing fights like this, as Moham looking in on the flank once again, not able to find the path onto Xiaohu this time. Unleashed Power comes on through.
No!
Redemption nearly bails him out, but Elk is able to finish him with one more Boomerang Blade.
Yeah, let's look at the map, though. Again, it's Weibo finding that advantage in the mid lane and now actually looking to try and take a turret. Hai Chao, he's going to be really isolated here if Zika gets it. Turret falls, but not quite able to find anything else. Bullet time to try and clear a wave, and OMG is scrambling.
Erha going to throw Starry right back into Xiaohu's waiting arms, but Xiaohu's been tanking turret the entire time, and he'll be solo killed by it. Now Zhuhan looking to move forward, already has been able to take down JJ, and next up on the menu is going to be Erha. It's a triple kill to Starry. 12, 2, and 1 on this misfortune against Weibo.
Another triple for Starry as Xiaohu finds himself under the turret, tanks it up way too much, and now OMG are looking towards the Atakan here. This duo is more than able to try and take it down. They're probably going to get a turret in the bot side as well with Hai Chao. Herald into the mid lane here, so they are going to be looking to take so much. I wonder if OMG may be biting off a little bit too much here.
Keeping that push going. Nobody going to be able to respond to them on Otacon. Harry just has to keep his wits about him as he tries to get a little more damage into this mid lane turret. He's going to face tank it. He really wants that thing down. He'll think better of it after taking a shot or two. But all in all, I mean, OMG, as long as they get responsible with their recall timers here, they're going to walk away with pretty much everything.
2.5 minutes on the Ocean Soul, and with the Atakan at their backs as well, that combat power starts to improve as well here, Gordo. And for OMG, again, this composition that really needed to win early and start to find that snowball. 16-5, 3 dragons is their lead. A 12-kill misfortune. They're in a good spot. They're in the position they need to be. It's about now finding that Ocean Soul. Can they pick that up again? Stave off some of the power that Weibo are going to have in that late game. Elk working his way towards that Lord Dom's, the Mortal Reminder, whichever one it may be. No Infinity Edge on the Sivir just yet, which not really something that you would look towards as a power point. It's not going to be there for another, we'll say 5, 7, 8 minutes or so. So Elk not even at that critical mass Sivir point just yet.
It's going to be a little while, and it's really going to need to be a pick onto Starry to give Weibo a real fighting chance in some of these brawls. He's got so much of the gold on top of them, a 2.5K gold lead on pretty much just him. That's about the gold advantage that OMG have got for themselves. And the impact that he can spread it across the entire team with a well-placed bullet time. So many AoE abilities on this OMG team. It's constructed for the misfortune to be able to pop off, and oh boy, is Starry a position to do so.
And I will say as well, what that threat onto the misfortune looks like is actually really weak here. We've got JJ 2 levels down on the misfortune. Xiaohu a level down on the misfortune with this build path that's geared toward a one-shot almost, with the Blackfire offering a little bit of consistent DPS, but the Storm Surge very much centered on trying to find that one tap on an MF. It's not going to be easy with the Bloodthirster and the sustain that's going to come from that, as I'm really scared for what Weibo can do. But 30 seconds now on this Ocean. Resets have come through. You can see pink wards being picked up in the inventories for Erha. He's even spellbooked over to that smite to try and help out Weibo if they try and go for a quick burst on it. It's about now establishing that mid prior, walking your way into those neutral chokeholds. 3 items picked up for Starry. Again, the star of this team so far for OMG. He's 3 items deep and he's in a very good spot to be able to carry. So we'll see whether or not that is a possibility in this team fight. For Weibo, it is a do or die for them in terms of the soul. Need to pick this up and really need to try and find some of that early poke, as well as Elk is throwing out these boomerang blades. Juhan finds himself about 60% HP. So already a good start here for Weibo, and it's all about whether or not they can find these unique angles and make the fight favorable for them.
Yeah, Harry did TP in here. He is at basically no rage, so a little bit of a weak point for OMG's ability to get in there, at least in the Gnar department. Zika is spotted, though. They've been able to mark him. They go for the shockwave. Zika able to flash away from it in time. That's an ultimate down for OMG. Hai Chao not going to be able to bring that one into the table. Harry, though, able to stack up the rage. Looking to come in here on the Mega Gnar, find a big ult into the wall and set up for Moham. Moham looks for the Zenith Blade. Not quite going to be able to find it. Elk returns damage with a bit of a boomerang blade. Zika now looking for the engage angle. Bullet time comes through. It finishes off JJ, but he was able to smite off the dragon first and foremost. foremost. Now Zika trying to fight his way out on the other side. Goes in with the Grim Deliverance, but can't get enough stacks to res himself up with the Cultivation of War. Haichao now coming in on the side, looking for another shot with the ball. Still doesn't have that shockwave, but has enough damage to work through Era's health bar. It's a fight win for OMG, but Weibo did steal away the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably as good as it's going to get for Weibo at this stage in the game. Haichao deserves so much props for his positioning through this team fight. But for OMG here, they're not settling for that fight win. They actually want a little bit more. They're working their way up towards that big purple worm, and with death timer still quite high, they may well be able to take this without any real recompense. OMG find themselves the fight, find themselves the Baron now as well.
Yeah, JJ coming out of the base, but he's too far away. They should be able to finish this one in time with the full force of OMG working through the worm.
Has TP
JJ
as well.
making a beeline for it, just can't get there in time, was still in the red buff when it did end up smited down. And that is Baron buff in the hands of OMG, Rude.
So take a look at the timing here. Xiaohu uses Scatter, and now he has to play so far back. And look at the positioning of Xiaohu as well. He's or Haichao even. He's zoning off the carries for Weibo. Yes, Harry catches an unleashed power, but look at the autos that Elk is doing here. He's not autoed anybody, not autoed anybody. Finally manages to walk up and throw a Q, but he's actually not contributing anything to this team fight whatsoever. And it's all because Haichao is just threatening there on the flank. He knows that the Orianna can put out an immense amount of damage, and if he tries to face tank her 1 versus 1, they're going to lose that fight. So for Elk, it's such an impossible fight to play, and it's all because of the sideline that we saw from Haichao.
Well done by Haichao there, still finding good value in the fight, even without access to his shockwave, and did get Zika's flash off of it earlier on, so not like it went to complete waste either. Zika now waiting up here to try to catch this wave. OMG with multiple members in the area, looking like they may want to start a play, but Weibo are in the wings, hoping to help out their top laner.
Yeah, they're sniffing around here, trying to make sure that there's nothing too untoward occurring. As for OMG, you can see the Baron at their back. They are looking to really try and lay waste to that gold disparity that Weibo would attempt to close up and try and build out one for themselves. But you can see the power of the Sivir, though. Really good at wave clearing, even up against these Baron minions. Can do a pretty good job. Syndra as well, just pulling in that minion, deciding, actually, I'm going to make it come with me. But Starry decides to face tank it. Is Juhan too far?
Or is JJ too far? Juhan just solo kills him. Mano a mano right in Weibo's face. Zika trying to pull him back, trying to make something happen, and it just will not manifest. What did we just watch, Rudude?
I apologize, Juhan. I was not familiar with that style of your game right here, as he is more than making sure Weibo take notes on what they need to do. Bullet time almost takes Erha down. Not having that might be a little bit problematic here as they try and siege this tier 2 turret, but the extra member is going to mean that this is all too easy, and Harry threatening with that mega is just again going to secure another turret, a further extension of that gold lead, and OMG really almost too far ahead for us to be considering Weibo looking at a comeback.
And that's what I'm saying. Who's even going to frontline to go and try to threaten Starry without the ultimate, right? You've got no passive stacks on Zika. Erha's out of HP. JJ's dead. And Xiaohu and Elk aren't going to be able to step up to him either. OMG just in such a dominant position across the board there. Juhan seems to be able to go wherever he pleases. And Starry's in a similar boat as long as they have the teammates around them.
And we do have 1 minute, 10 seconds on the Ocean Dragon respawning. 5 minutes ago, Weibo able to steal it. JJ was able to get in there, find the smite secure, and pair that up with a nice Q to make sure that this objective wasn't an Elder that is spawning at this stage in the game, Gordo. But he's going to have to try and do that again, and I feel like the map state that we have now is much different, vastly more in favor for OMG than the one we saw just 5 minutes ago. That gold lead now blooming up to 7,000, 6.5 if we're splitting hairs, whereas previously we were talking, hundreds of gold instead. It's about Weibo trying to get creative now. What can they do to try and find something a little bit off the wall and get themselves an advantage?
It's also about OMG demonstrating that they can cleanly close out games with a lead. They truly have a pretty dominant one at this stage, so the expectation really starting to swing in their favor for their ability to be able to close, but they do still have to demonstrate that capability. Haichao coming in on the flank, not going to be able to find a target to Shockwave. There's going to be the Solar Flare connecting onto Erha, going to force out that Unbreakable Will. Already one cooldown down, but they want to get onto this Dragon.
Moham can engage
boomerang blades.
without
Can
that,
they
but
find a way in?
is really weak if he doesn't have that unbreakable will. You can see Zeki, you can see Xiaohu on the side lines here. They're trying to find this unique angle in, but they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie.
Xiaohu comes in.
Oh, the fight!
Out of the week into a big ultimate out of JJ to hold 3 members down, but the damage
Smite
still
fight.
not quite there yet.
That's
Smite
Soul.
comes through. It's the soul secured for Juhan, but what about the fight on the back end? Elk's still pretty much untouched, firing out the boomerang blades. They're able to kite away from the bullet time, and a stun over the wall from Xiao, who will put a stop to that. Elk flashes forward. Elk gets the boomerang blades. 2 kills already down. Hai Chao's the last one standing, and they're going to advance forward to see if they can complete this ace. Scout of the week not quite going to connect. JJ too low. Elk still under pressure as well, and this Ocean Soul going to do work for OMG. I don't think Hai Chao's picking up any more kills here, but that permanent buff to OMG going to help make that fight loss sting a little bit less.
Oh yeah, level 18 Orianna in the face of 3 sort of 1k HP members is quite threatening if you are Weibo in that instance, but they do find the fight, and it's Elk flashing forward that saves the fight almost for them, but the soul goes over, and I think that's the really important factor here, Gordo, that Weibo are now battling up against this massive gold lead, battling up against this insanely fed Misfortune, and now they're battling up against an Ocean Soul as well. That they've got so much work to do, and all of a sudden these fights just become harder and harder, and that much more difficult for them to find purchasing. It's OMG still with the advantage, but it's Weibo still just giving us a glimpse of what they're capable of and making us think just maybe they can stall long enough. If Elk can finish that Infinity Edge, he's so close to getting it. Buys it on his way out of base alongside a QSS. He got some massive shutdowns in that team fight. And now you just think, yes, the levels aren't in their favor, but maybe, just maybe, this late game scaling, the problematic composition that we talked about Weibo having as we move into this late stage of the game, it could just exist.
Does have the heal cut as well, and so effectively can spread it across the rest of the team, try to mitigate the impact of that Ocean Soul, and objective bounties are ripe for the taking, and Weibo will take them. They get themselves that mid-outer turret finally, and with it comes an extra sack of gold to try to get them on those last couple of item spikes. The Baron next up on the menu.
I want to highlight, in that previous fight, everything went the way of Weibo. Triple scatter, massive fight from multiple angles as JJ found a great ulti as well. Trying to replicate that is going to be difficult. It's not the easiest thing to just make happen in a skirmish, but with the Baron up and with OMG posturing around this neutral objective, there's a very real possibility that Weibo can find something like that happen again. Spotted on a pink as OMG start this up, but they're looking bot side here. Harry, they've got double TPs to try and make this work.
They can't interrupt it, or can they? Xiaohu connects the scatter of the week, but this 2-man squad, they've got to kill Harry, and they've got to get the hell out of here because this Baron is dropping lower and lower. 3k HP.
JJ's
JJ
in.
over the wall. Supreme display of talent. Not able to find the smite. Juan secures it once again, and JJ going to fall for his efforts. Elk was picked off on the opposite side. It's a numbers advantage for OMG with Baron and Ocean Soul.
Yeah, they lose one bot side, but are happy to take that trade. The communication from Weibo there was to try and make a quick pick down on bot side and then transition that into a double TP play to contest. They weren't able to do it, and now with a 4v3 in their base, OMG are looking to end the game.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can close this one out, and they very well might be able to as long as they keep this numbers
MF
advantage.
destroys
20
these
seconds
turrets.
to go on Elk. Juhan taking a fair bit of damage. Hai Chao able to finish off one of the towers, and Starry just works through these things so dang fast. And they just don't have the range, they don't have the poke, they don't have Elk's damage, and they are feeling his absence. Erha's one shot. Zika pushed back. Xiaohu hiding out in the fountain. Hai Chao not able to finish him off. Elk is here now, but the Nexus is dropping too fast. OMG! Take game number 1 up against Weibo.
Yeah, OMG taking the first match here. Not what we had on our roster for the evening, but OMG do so. Starry with a massive MF performance, and OMG with a massive corralling around him to make him the focal point and make that fight happen. Make game number 1 go their way. Weibo, a team who took down JDG, a team with Gala on it just yesterday, falling to OMG, one of our teams that didn't even make it to split number 3 of 2025. The stories already through this Demacia Cup, Gordo, writing themselves, and we thought OMG coming out of their group stage 1 that they were going to struggle moving into stage 2. Game number 1's any indication, you know, there are a couple of little troughs here and there, but they did a pretty good job at generating that lead and seeing it through.
Yeah, and you know, it's this really powerful mid-jungle duo from Weibo that we were looking towards to be able to pull ahead in the early game. I mean, from level 1, we were singing Xiaohu's praises, talking about what a good job he was doing in that laning phase, but you know, Zhuhan arrives behind him, and that immediately goes out the window, and it never comes back. He just continues to get picked off, make mistake after mistake, and never is able to show up as that really reliable carry force that we know Xiaohu to be.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here that it started with Weibo sort of making their own mistakes. We use the term unforced errors quite frequently through this game number 1, but for every throw, Gordo, there has to be a catch, and OMG were happy to take every single thing that Weibo gave them, and overall you have to anticipate that Weibo going into game number 2 going to be very disappointed in that first game. I think that Elk getting a little bit caught out in certain positions and finding himself with maybe the wrong idea of how to try and play this game out. But overall, you know, you look at the power that OMG put out in this first game, and I think they can be very impressed even if they just take this first game, and you know, the rest of the series becomes a little bit more difficult. They already know that they've got something different than what they had in previous years.
Yeah, I mean, OMG deserve the credit here. I want to specifically highlight Moham here, who had so many really impressive plays, so many great placements of solar flares. We saw that play up on the top side earlier, where he's able to call out the flash of the jungler, and just finding a lot of really good engages and a lot of really good value in many of these fights on the Leona, to be able to hold down priority targets, keep folks at bay, mark the targets that they need to mark, and allow the rest of this team, particularly the misfortune from Starry, to be able to just run away with it.
Yeah, and you know, run away he did. I mean, there was one team fight, I mean this one in particular, he kind of got everything thrown at him, and you know, it felt like Weibo could have actually won this fight. They sort of had done, they got a 4-for-1 before nothing else particularly happens, but you can see in the final fight there, poor old Elk did not stand a chance. He got caught with a massive bullet time and didn't really have the positioning to get himself out of there, and it is these crucial team fights right at the end that make the difference. If you're not in the right spot, if you do get caught out, that can just be the game, and unfortunately for Elk here, that was the instance that happened.
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to give it to Starry here. He's the one who puts up the crazy KDA. 17-3-3. I mean, what a game to debut in Phase 2 here from OMG, especially up against the likes of Weibo. And, you know, they're going to be riding high off that game number 1. Coming into game number 2, plenty of champions fearless off the board, but I mean, this was the strategy that was so reliable for the likes of Weibo throughout the run so far, right? This kind of Zahen composition has done very well for them so far up against JDG. Does not pay off against OMG. Yeah,
and you know, you lose out there on your 100% Zahen win rate. I will call out that Starry already with 4 MVP counts through Demacia Cup already is a very big boon for him. That's at least half of the series that they're playing. He's getting MVP in at least one of those games in every single series. So a very, very impressive start for Starry, and sort of making the decisions behind OMG's, or making the decisions behind OMG, making him their focal point for the year, makes sense.
Yeah, definitely does there. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to come back in game number 2, if Weibo can return to the form that we expect from them and that we've seen from them in so many years past, or if OMG maybe need to be respected as contenders in this group a little more than we believed at the start of the day. We're going to find out with game number 2 after we take a short break here, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back as OMG versus Weibo continues. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Demacia Cup, where OMG find themselves up 1-0 over Weibo Gaming, Rudude, and we just spent a whole pregame talking about how much we expect Weibo to be able to 2-0 this one. So, in classic fashion, OMG, prove us wrong.
Yeah, again, we came into this series expecting Weibo to come away with a very swift 2-0, and already that has been put to the dirt. It wasn't like the last game was particularly close either. I think that OMG pretty much took control of the game, and there were some rumblings of a Weibo comeback, but overall, OMG saw their lead. They took it from probably the 3rd or 4th minute on a botched dive that Weibo gave them, and never really looked back. So I'll give my credit to OMG where it's due. They handled Weibo easily within game number 1, finding Soul and putting a couple of Barons in the coffin of Weibo, put themselves in a pretty simple position to close out that first game. I do still think, though, that Weibo tossed that game. They decided they were having a little bit of fun. They were playing with their food a little bit. I'm expecting a comeback. I'm expecting a blind pick, but I am all for OMG just quickly 2-0ing and making that statement that they're actually a team to contend with this year.
Man, here's a theory I can put forward for you, Rudude. Since we've started Phase 2 of Demacia Cup, every series has gone to 3 so far. Is there a chance that everybody just loves Jace Jungle so much that they're all going to Game 3 so that they can get the double Jace Jungle game in?
Entirely possible. We have to consider this, especially if we go into split number 1 and Jace Jungle has been not been nerfed or anything like that. There's a very real possibility that teams are going to need to think about counters as well. We saw in the last series that the Nocturne actually works pretty well into the Jace for the most part, so maybe people are going to start trying to work out counters. They're going to try and pick Jace Jungle and then see if there are counter picks to it as well. You may be clued into something there, Gordo. The script writers are eating good with all of the game 3s.
I mean, I was with you up until you said they're going to figure out counters for it. I need somebody to not lock it in before I believe that they're going to pick counters for it. But, you know, we might get to that stage eventually. Or maybe the counters exist in other lanes and such, right? We got to see at least some alternatives in pretty much every other position. It's really only the jungle where people are absolutely fixated on that Jace. Well, keeping in mind that it's definitely going to be banned away in this game number 2, we're going to see how Fearless impacts draft number 2 and what exactly Weibo are going to bring to the table. With that Orianna taken off the board, maybe get Xiaohu a matchup where we felt like it was a good matchup for him last game, but he certainly did not end up executing the way you would hope.
I was about to say, yeah, this gives Azir priority quite significantly rising, and all of a sudden Azir has been taken off of the board. The Talia as well removed. I mean, these are a lot of different bans so far between both of these sides. Obviously, Weibo have swapped over to the blue side this time, so still valuing that idea of first pick much more greatly than the idea of anything else so far. And we'll see whether or not OMG, stay with the red side ban Prism, which it feels like they are doing. Notably, Nico still available as one of those picks that could get taken really early if Erha fancies it. We'll see if they look to ban it themselves or if OMG are forced into banning the Nico as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Talia and Azir both banned away by Weibo when they do get access to that first pick. So maybe just feeling like there's more powerful selections to take on Blue 1 outside of the mid lane, and therefore not wanting to have to face down a duo that may be comprised of these two from Red. Ban away the Lulu as well. Try to limit some of the duos that could be available to help empower Starry. And there's that guaranteed Nico ban you called out.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to what Weibo are cooking up here, because Lulu bans are not typical. They are also really not typical when you're looking to take something like Yunara. I really like having Yunara and Lulu together, actually, but they've elected that that's not going to be their way forward. They've taken this really strong ADC to begin with, and now it's whether or not Starry and Moham can once again find an answer down in that bot side. Playing with a little bit of range, definitely something that they can do. This was a pick that Starry actually defaulted back to quite a bit in the back half of 2025, so the Aphelios locked in here. And maybe this is why they banned the Lulu. Maybe they knew that this was going to be the answer. We'll see whether or not we get something like a Thresh, which was a really powerful pairing that we used to see, or if we get to see one of those really high-profile supports, those really engage-oriented picks start to come through. But there's still plenty of other highly sought-after roles to be taken into account. Obviously, the entire top side not yet being picked up for either of these sides as the Wukong comes through, so really solid team fighting already locked in here for Juhan and OMG.
Yeah, I mean, that Wukong is just so ridiculously strong in the current meta, especially with some of these formerly known as top laner junglers already taken off the board. The Ambessa being hovered by JJ here is still on the board, still available, and very well may end up locked in here. Definitely gives you a lot of power to brawl from the jungle position, and it's going to be the selection here. So already the skirmishing power getting through the roof for Weibo. Want to make sure that they don't lose out on any of those early fights this time around. Now the question is, do they have a support in mind to pair with this Yunara with the Lulu banned by their own hand?
Yeah, they could take an early engage pick here if they wanted it, or if there's a mid laner that they're really looking at. I mean, with these double mid lane bans, I would have been expecting them to try and take something early on. And you know, surprise, surprise, I'm met with a Rise here, which makes a lot of sense when you consider that he's a really mid-range mage and that the Talia and the Azir can do a pretty good job at stopping him from getting in and getting access down. But for OMG, it gives them the plethora of counter picks that they may well look for. I think the Victor or the Ahri in particular, one of Haichao's speciality picks from his time on LGD last split round. Ends up locking it in, and I think that this gives now that mid-game prowess to OMG, right? The Wukong and the Ahri pairing up. Let's see if they can move their way into a successful position. Let's take down Elk, let's take down Xiaohu. Before he gets too tanky, right? Tia and Rod of Ages, the Seraph Shield can come through and you can actually do a lot of work.
Yeah, definitely, and you called it out. Haichao very comfortable on this Ahri, one of his most played all time, as he does snap that one up for himself here. Not a pick that you got to pick quite as much in 2025, but happy to be bringing it out here in the Demacia Cup. A Thresh ban, you called it out. It's a classic Aphelios duo, and not going to be in the cards this time. I wonder if we see another Enchanter ban. You know, some folks do like the Melio alongside the Aphelios, or could just be another Engage support, which is what you generally associate with Moham. Something like the Nautilus could be taken off the board.
Yeah, we've got Nautilus, we've got Rel still available as well if either of these teams want to look towards it. I'm very concerned that currently for Weibo, they are a little bit lacking on that engage, right? Yes, you've got the Ambessa ulti to start things off, but they need to try and draft a little bit more into their picks. So that support role is going to have some of that in there, be it, like you say, a Nautilus getting picked up as a response. That Rel is the lock-in here for Moham, a pick that he's been quite prolific on through the last couple of years, so definitely makes a good amount of sense to try and take this for him as well. We'll see whether or not Weibo can find that answer again, looking for something engage focused. Maybe a Rakan comes in here for Erha if he's fancying something a little bit playmaky. The Nautilus as well, a little bit more tanky that they can act for in the front line.
Yeah, I would definitely give them that reliable engage, definitely a natural predator to the Aphelios, and will make life a little bit more difficult for Starry. He is trying to have those big pop-off team fights. Now looking to round out their draft with, we assume, a top laner. You can still flex the Ambessa up there if you do so choose, but I think JJ would be happy to take this one to the jungle, and they could take a blind top laner of their choice for Mr. Zika. He does want to just go for something like the Cassante. It's plenty safe.
Yeah, don't mind this Cassante actually, especially with Gnar being taken in game number 1. One of the go-to answers is that Gnar and the Cassante, not necessarily with the worst of answers to really anything that OMG can put out here. We'll see though what it is that Harry looks to lock on in. As so far for OMG, they've got themselves a very solid team fight composition, a good amount of pick built into this as well with the Wukong and the Ahri. They can take down one target pretty quickly. And rounding out their composition is going to be a Rek'Sai, so something that can actually threaten this backline. I will say that Elk are going to need to be playing very carefully in this game once again, as we look at the threat onto him with Harry diving in, Juhan and Haichao being able to do so as well. That does mean that I'm slightly worried for Starry here, as he's going to have to try and work doubly hard to keep himself safe, where the rest of we see Weibo most likely going to be diving onto him as well, and there's not going to be a lot of protection for this Aphelios, but expectation is that you would expect this Yunara to really struggle her way through the mid to late game if all of the buttons from OMG can connect.
Yeah, definitely. Going to be looking to see if they do go for any kind of brawling in the early laning phase. You know, the Yunara does have some good angles there, and especially if you wait for the green gun to be down, that Calibrum with the extra range for the Aphelios does, you know, let you play a little bit like you're role-playing Caitlyn in the early stages, but then later on, not going to be quite in that powerful stage, and that Nautilus can try to get fights started for the Yunara without too much trouble. We are in the loading screen, ready to get onto the map for game number 2. And I'm sorry, Harry, I'm just never going to forgive you for baiting me with Mordekaiser and then locking Rek'Sai, my dude. That's just... This is a little unfair to me.
Yeah, I mean, is there a personal bias toward Mordekaiser that we're not familiar with? Or is it just the idea of
It's just an exciting pick, man, and it's more of a bias against Rek'Sai than anything else. I am sick of seeing this champion in top lane. I truly am, but... You're going to get to find out why. I mean, you're going to get to see Harry's health bar tick all the way back up to full for no reason. That's, if you haven't watched Rek'Sai top much, where have you been, first of all? But second of all, you're not in for a treat.
I know we are not, but what we are in for is our second game here between OMG and Weibo. Onto the Rift we go as these two top laners just auto-attacking one another in the brush. And Gordo, as you alluded to, Harry there, quite happy to... work his way through a little bit of the health bar and get it healed back on up as a quick pause takes us into, well, I don't know what it's going to take us into here, Gordo, but we could be, if LPL pauses or anything to go off of, we could be here for a while.
It could be, yeah. That's just Zika wondering why the Rek'Sai health bar is ticked back up to full out of nowhere off of just a simple level 1 trade. We'll find out. I mean, players are playing remote, so that does introduce a little bit of extra risk to the pause department. Hopefully, we'll see a little cut down on those sorts of technical issues as we get into the in-person playoff stage. But you know what? This wasn't too bad at all. We're already back into it, Rude.
All right, I'll take that every day of the week. Well done, everybody involved. But focusing back in on the game itself here, taking a look. Well, maybe not actually. Flash knockup from Harry. Charm. Oh, hi, Xiaohu. Okay, Xiaohu's dead.
Yep, there's a flash in from Harry, and you know, Xiaohu, it's not been his night.
No.
I think you got to say that at this stage.
And I think that's a fair description of what's been going on. I don't think that's doing any. I think that's overselling it. I don't think that's underselling it. I think that's perfectly appropriate, as we actually see Elk is the current top laner for Weibo, and they're going to sacrifice Zika a little bit, which, honestly, if I'm looking at a Yunara and I'm looking at a Cassante, I know much rather who I prefer my gold on.
Certainly. And, you know, Starry going to get to cash out from this a little bit as well, but it's the trade that Weibo's willing to make here, and certainly going to be hoping that they can recover in mid lane enough to make good use of the potential that this team does have, and some of these mid-game skirmishes, trying to punish this Aphelios before he can really scale up and get his full item set rocking. And they're going to choose the best way to do that by funneling extra gold and experience on towards Elk here. You can get that transcend oneself just a little bit sooner too off the XP advantage, which is just going to give you even more combat power on the likes of this Yunara. It can be so good once you play around it. We do find Moham on a late invade here.
On a little bit of a journey. And he's going to find himself mid lane as well. Xiaohu has got flash, so not expecting this gank to be nearly as successful as the sort of 3-man collapse that we saw earlier on. And actually a hook comes through in the mid lane, question mark, as we're seeing supporters fight, we're seeing mid laners fight, and overall I expect the health bars to be a little bit lower, but if either one of these two ends up dying, then it'll be a miracle.
Yeah, definitely the case here, as Moham comes out a little bit healthier, but Haichao comes out worse for wear, so all in all can call it a wash. And Harry, you know, definitely taking a little bit of abuse underneath that turret from Elk, who's been farming on up the whole way through and is going to look to just extend that bullying power towards this very early game Rek'Sai before she's going to be able to get tanky enough to really be able to do much about it. both supports do show their faces around here, comfortable to just put Starry in kind of the same position that Elk was in, and have both supports sacrifice their early game experience income as a result, or maybe even sap a little bit from mid lane. So yeah, I'm starting to juke down towards this bottom side.
I mean, this is a very weird set of posturing for the early stages. 3v3 mid.
Yeah, Charm already came out and missed as JJ advances forward. This level 2 Moham looking like a juicy target, comes in for the crash down. Airhug going to be able to flash back away. JJ now trying to dance his way out of the battle. Xiaohu forced to flash away to avoid an incoming Charm from Haichao. And at the end of the day, it's 2 flashes for no flashes.
So a win then overall for OMG. And again, this stacks up with what we would anticipate with these compositions. Looking at the scaling aspects once again for both of these two sides, I do tend to favour Weibo as we move that later into the game, but I will, call out the caveat here that Starry once again has the opportunity to be a menace. Afelio scales incredibly well if he can be left unchecked in team fights, but just across the board, we know that Yunara does very well. We know that Ryze does very well also, with 3,500 HP and a boatload of AP to go alongside it, expecting it to be very, very solid when Xiaohu makes it to that late game. Whereas, Ari can struggle in the late stages of the game, not quite having the same burst potential as she does through the mid game. The same for a Wukong as well. You're really solid, really strong on 1 to 2 items. As we reach 4, 5 items, that then becomes a little bit more difficult to try and factor in and try and play against when you're up against a Ryze and a Yunara who tend to just one-shot you.
Definitely, and yeah, that early kill on a Juhan, one of those things that very well might matter in some of these skirmishes, is the sooner the Wukong can get onto that first item power spike, the better their chances of being able to really just pump out a crazy amount of damage with the Cyclone combos at level 6 are. So keep your eyes on him as he continues to farm on up and looks to see if he can get himself even wealthier off the back of that early first blood that he ended up with.
Oh, Ghost
down
down
for a fight. That's a Ghost in from Starry. Yeah, gotta lock down Elk and see how much damage they can pump into this Yunara. Elk gonna be forced to flash and cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, a solid little exchange there. Moham forces his flash. They'll trade flash for flash every day of the week as Juhan is about to turn level 6 as well, off the back of another couple of camps. They managed to force the Yunara back to base, and whether or not Starry goes up to contribute to this dragon, we will wait and see. But Haichao!
Haichao just reads where Zeka's going to be, heads over there from mid. Zeka flashes away, but Haichao's still got one more cast of Spirit Rush. Zeka pulls him back underneath the turrets, but this feels like it's just delaying the inevitable. Haichao, though, solo on mana. Zeka healing back up. Xiaohu's here to back him up. Zeka fights his way out. Are you kidding me?
Ah, yes. Fabled Cassante moment. He was 1 HP the entire time and just vamped his way through. Every time he auto-attacks, he's sustaining another auto from the Ahri, so Haichao there with the spacing not quite perfect enough. Does mean that the Cassante gets away. Not quite what we would expect, and it means that Haichao's first ulti actually relatively unsuccessful. He even grants a plate over to Xiaohu as well. A big win there for Weibo. The fact that Zika gets to live is obviously huge, and the fact that we get a plate onto Xiaohu as well, massive.
And hey, a lot of people are going to get mad at the balance team for that one, but we're always saying we want mana to matter, right? And that's a case where mana matters a whole bunch for Haichao. The fact that he doesn't have it means that he does not have the damage to finish off that Cassante. And OMG will maintain their 1-0 kill lead, but not take it any further, as now the top laners finally arrive to a situation where they are brawling up against one another rather than against their respective marksmen.
You can see that Bramble in the inventory just adds a little bit of a layer to how Harry needs to play this now. It means that after they've taken the trades, he's going to need to wait a couple of seconds before he can burrow. Actually, exhaust bot.
Elk getting engaged on, and Starry will be able to finish him off. Red and white doing the classic fight win right there as the Crescendum does its job. So many blades surrounding Starry, pumping out the damage in towards Elk. Meanwhile, OMG going to start on up the Rift Scuttlers as well, or the Rift Grubs, whatever we're calling them. The Void
Yeah.
Grubs. They've only been here all year. I should know the names.
The little purple guys, right? We have the big purple worm, we have the medium purple thing, and then the little purple guys. That's my go-to for it. As it looks like one of them is picked up by Juhan before he quickly hops over the wall. I mean, my question for that bot lane play is, how on earth is Elk ever in range to be engaged on by Moham, who doesn't have Hex Flash, by the way? So hopefully we'll get a little bit of a window into what actually happened here. Yeah, so dodges the W, and does Elk just think that they've based? I mean, this is incredibly greedy. Caught by the crash down, the dash not really doing anything for him, and then caught by the shattering strike as well. It's just, it's really poor.
Respect is a resource that is in short supply for Weibo over the course of this series. Just not treating OMG like they are human beings playing the video game. And OMG punished them for it. You got to give them the credit. I mean, they're taking the plays that are given to them time and time again. And it's on Weibo to stop giving them.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously the first bout of competitive for this, I'll call it the year, but for the new roster, since we're still technically in the back half of 2025, still warming up a little bit, it feels like, as, the second time here that Elk has been forced into a compromising position, the first time that he's gone down in this game. Maybe needing to warm up a little bit, get into the weeds of how it is that he's going to be playing out this season. Again, I think that expectations for this Weibo roster are very, very great, so I'd like to see them be able to contend with a team like OMG, who I dare say that expectations for this year are relatively low.
I'd like to see that too. I've been seen a lot of these players over the years, and want to see them continue to find success. But now JJ going to see if he can turn this bottom lane back into his side's favor. Elk has started to fall behind in CS, in no small part because of that death earlier. And they are going to decide that play is not going to manifest here. Instead, Xiaohu moving back up decides not to realm warp into the bottom lane, not to go for a play alongside JJ, and everybody will return to their designated spots.
Yeah, and what you'll see as well here with the build path for Starry is that he's going PTA, he's gone for the Collector first item as well, that actually this Aphelios is going to be doing a lot of damage to those that don't have armor. It means that his ability to take out Zika later on is going to be a little bit weaker. But you spend the first few points going into your attack damage stat. A reminder that Aphelios' level ups don't give him points into skills. They give him stat blocks. So you put it into the attack damage stat block to begin with, and then you'll work your way through to the lethality as well. And by level 13, 14, you can be very, very dangerous with a Collector picked up, maxed out stats in lethality as well. And these squishy members of Weibo who aren't going to be picking up any armor, you're looking at Elk, you're looking at Xiaohu to begin with, are just going to be like paper.
Definitely, especially against the big burst that the various Moonlight Visuals can provide you. Definitely can play a little bit of that AD caster role as you do manage to stack on up your traditional marksman items. Get to take a little stop off there and be a little bit of a burst mage.
Juhan's mid.
Juhan coming in on a play on towards Xiaohu. Really great use of the charm there. Punishes the phase rush by forcing him even deeper into Hai Chao's face, but they're still not able to finish the job. Goes in for a hook, connects it onto the wall. Gonna regret that pretty quickly here, as now everybody gets to work onto Era, and OMG get their third kill in a row.
Yeah, the Bane of Nautilus there. You miss a hook next to a wall and you are sending yourself into death. And unfortunately, for Erha there, that is his own fate. And unfortunately finds himself looking at a grey screen for a couple of seconds as OMG once again finding themselves with this slight advantage through the early game. This is now a second dragon that they're able to pick up for themselves. And unlike in game number 1, where this came at the cost of a gold lead in favour of JJ, in this instance, Juhan finds himself 500 gold to the good. And actually doing very well in the course of this game. Constantly threatening Xiaohu, constantly looking to threaten Elk as well. Trinity Force picked up now for the Monkey King means that Juhan is in a very good spot to look and continue to develop this advantage for OMG.
Yeah, Juhan is such a big threat to the likes of Xiaohu, Elk, even JJ at this stage with that Trinity Force completed. It's And it's a big pile of stats. As a wise man once said, it does give you tons of damage, and it really will let this Wukong run the map for the next couple of moments as just the base damages combined with that item really combine for one of the most powerful junglers on the year. That's why we've seen such high Wukong presence for so long.
Just fishing a little bit, seeing whether or not he can find a little bit more deeper vision, but I actually am a fan of the vision line that we've seen him be able to establish here. Makes him able to get a little bit, at the very least, of positioning and spotting out what's going to be happening down on that bot side. We'll quickly point out that we saw Ghost and Cleanse traded between our two marksmen just then. So this again opening up for a stun, a charm, a knock-up, something to connect onto Elk without him having that cleanse to be able to potentially get himself out to safety. And with the Rift Herald spawning in 50 seconds on this top side, Drake spawning in 3 minutes time, that one maybe not going to be as important, but any fights around this Rift Herald are going to be that little bit easier here for OMG.
JJ spotted by Juhan as he tries to come in towards the mid lane here, and Juhan going to be happy to oblige him for a fight. Look at that damage onto Erha, who has to flash back away to avoid the Moonlight Vigil of Starry. That was Moham's Gravity Storm as well, or Magnet Storm rather, and that is quite a few ultimates utilized there for Erha's flash.
It means that it's going to be tricky now for that Herald fight if OMG look to take it immediately, or if Weibo actually look to try and rip it super early on. They've still got Transcendence available for Elk. They've still got that public execution on JJ and the depth charge as well. So actually an opportunity now for Weibo to try and right some of the wrongs of their early game. Might like to see them call up some of their solo laners though. Again, we look at where the advantages are in this game. And it's Zika, once again, the solo lane for Weibo, who continues to find himself with an advantage over Harry. Had the blind pick of the Cassante and has not really been phased by the counter that came through either.
Now Xiaohu and Elk both arriving for this Rift Herald to try to work it through. Remember, those ultimates still down for OMG, but they still seem to want to be able to get their names on here. And the Smite fight's won by Juhan. He has won so many of these this game, but not able to get over to the eye and pick it up. OMG might have to just give this one up and say, all right, we're going to call the Rift Herald a tie.
Yep, a little bit of gold goes over. Juhan, he's fishing. He still really wants it. I mean, he's got flash, so if he really wants it, he can clone over the wall, flash back out to safety afterwards, but that eye's about to disappear. Can he get on top? Nope, doesn't quite make it. Could have flashed for it.
Feats.
He does get the feat of strength overall, so you're not wrong. Tier 3 boot's going to be available, but maybe would have liked a little bit of gold from that Herald as well. The mid lane Tier 1 turret has taken some damage, so trying to take that down with a Herald maybe would have been possible. We may never know, though, Gordo.
No, we may not, and that's all right. They end up without Shelly this time. No Shelly appearance in this game. Going to be a little bit sad, but OMG still plenty happy with how this game is transpiring. The gold still stays about even, but they've got themselves that dragon lead, and they're happy with how their gold's allocated. Being able to get this Aphelios scaling on up and keeping the pressure in and around this bottom lane. TP from Xiaohu be able to keep on up this matchup with Haichao.
Yeah, looking at the gold discrepancy, though, overall, again, a very even gold game, but we need to look at where those advantages are just slightly petering out to be. It's the 2 kills in the jungle for Juhan, which means that he's got a slight advantage, and it's also that top lane once again. Worth remembering that Elk found himself quite far behind through the early stages of this game, but has been able to cash in that call and has been able to slightly close that gap. The gold now between he and Starry is redundant, and there is only just a couple of experience points that separate them. Currently, Starry sat at level 11 versus Elk, who's still just level 10. If we see a fight around this dragon that's spawning in 7 seconds' time, those 2 ultis could be a big difference.
Depth charge onto Juhan, isolated away from the rest of the team. In goes JJ, trying to execute him. He does his best to fight back, though. Gets the Cyclone off, flashes out to safety. Second Cyclone to create more space. Moham's already dropped down. Zika TP's in to finish the jungler. And Weibo claimed 2 quick kills, but Starry left alone to claim a tower in mid.
Yeah, it's just a numbers disadvantage there. And actually, OMG find themselves losing out on this 3rd dragon. But I say that as actually there's still 3 people sniffing around for Weibo. Are they going to fancy to take this? Starry still has ulti, so does Haichao.
Yeah, but
imagine
they can't get anybody else in here. Harry can't TP because he's in Zeka's face. Zika will just go in there and interrupt that at a moment's notice. So can't get the big tanky Rek'Sai in there, and that means Haichao and Starry kind of just have to watch that one fall. So the dragon stacking is disrupted, even though OMG to get that first turret on the play.
Yeah, I think this is a really good showcase for why Zika is such a highly prized top laner. He's been left on his own for the majority of this game. Finally finds himself able to contribute to a team fight, and it's a team fight that Weibo come out largely on top of, and it is because the K'Sante is present. So Zika able to generate an advantage in the 1 versus 1 without really any input from either of the junglers, and then able to leverage that into a fight around a bot side objective that really Weibo didn't look like they were going to have the best positioning for, and that's just stabilized the game with just sacrificing 1 or 2 waves topside.
Definitely. And yeah, Zika has been the best performer in these isolated one-on-ones for Weibo pretty much throughout the series, but especially in this game where he's just developed himself a pretty sizable lead in the one-on-one, the highest individual gold lead that anybody is going to have on this map for right now, and not too shabby of a champion to have it on either. K'Sante able to fill many a role and will be plenty valuable in these later on fights as well, being able to frontline for the rest of his team and or dive onto the back line as needed. That does give them a good place to play through on the Weibo side, especially while OMG still trying to scale Starry into this later game and not really rocking that advantage that you would hope for off of an early game that we've been heavily praising.
No, I mean, it was... in game number 1, Starry ended 15-3-3. In game number 2, he's 1-0-0 so far at 20 minutes into this game, as the Atacon has now spawned down on that bot side, so expectation is that our teams will start to turn their attention down there, and you'll probably see OMG waiting until Starry's able to finish off that Infinity's Edge. Make sure that he's got as much power as possible moving into these team fights, and then look to see if they want to take a skirmish after the fact. And maybe they can find a couple of items, especially if Haichao or Juhan can finish up their second item as well.
Another turret, though, picked up for Harry, going to cut into that gold lead that Zika had built on up. Weibo starting to eye this freshly spawned Otacon, seeing if they can grab themselves Santa Claus himself down there. They
but
do
look,
find
once
the
again,
opportunity.
What's happening here? Zika has this advantage from the top lane. He's now sacrificing a little bit of that to try and make something happen for his team. It's again this ability to be individually great and then leverage that into playing with the squad. Xiaohu now looking to do the same thing as he moves his way down to the bot side with teleport available, so he can TP back up to answer anything that happens in the top lane if Harry doesn't make his way down here. But again, it's OMG who are playing a little bit with death here on the bot side.
Yeah, the hook comes in. It's Moham who's going to be the target to get engaged on. They're
Charm
going to do their
misses.
best to try to get him out of here, but he will be executed by Zika. Goes into the back line with the all-out. Juhan on top of him now. Haichao looking for a taunt, not quite going to be able to find it, and they will choose to back away, knowing that they're still at a numbers disadvantage. So another quick pick for Weibo gives them the numbers advantage on the map and lets them start off this Otacon.
Still have all 4 ults available, though, for OMG, and they might try to contest this, especially with Atacon ripping through those resists. TP into the face of Starry. This is Zika joining into the fight. 7k now on the Atacon.
Yeah, doesn't have the all-out, but does have the still tanky K'Sante. Harry looking for a path to tunnel on in, find these knockups, and get this fight started. They're going to go on to Xiaohu, who does flash back away. Juhan looking for a pathway in, but going to have to use the clone to back on away. Pumps
2K.
that Cyclone now, spinning his way through Erha and Zika. Erha falls down first. Smite comes through. They will be able to secure the Otacon, but what about the fight on the backside? JJ was able to get the big objective, but
oh no, Juhan
with his life. Juhan over the wall, flashes right back over as he finds the turret, still ready and waiting for him. And the rest of Weibo will get away. They lose 2 members, but they secure the Otacon for it.
Yeah, it depends what else they lose off the back of this. Still 24 seconds on Zika's death timer, so that tier 2 turret not really in the eyes of OMG here, as they don't want to sacrifice too much tempo to try and make that happen. You can see their mid wave and top wave not particularly prepped, and those turrets are very much a stiff breeze from going down. Weibo, though, I think just about coming out on top of this trade, taking the Atacon, that permanent buff, is certainly something that you are excited for. As you can see, Harry dives one way, and it actually just opens up for Weibo to create space for their jungler, for their carries to focus down this neutral objective. And it is a sacrifice. They do give up a little bit of their HP and a couple of members to secure that Arakan. We'll see whether or not that ends up paying off as we now look at another fight, another setup around a dragon, which would be sole point if OMG can pick it up.
Xiaohu on a 2-level lead off of that, by the way, between the Otacon XP and completing his Rod of Ages stacks. So absolutely massive on the rise here. He is without that flash from the fight as well, though. So if OMG can find an angle onto him, could put him at risk. As there's a deep flank being set up here for Harry. He's deep behind enemy lines, burrowing underground, and the fight going to break out. It's on to Moham. He has to use the Magnet Storm. Pretty much gets one shot, but Juan now in the back line, cycloning through everybody. Down goes Elk and Erha. Next up is JJ. Zika has to pop the ultimate to get in onto the back line, trying to finish off Starry. Will be able to do so, but now Xiao
for solos
through by the rest of the squad. Eyes on Haichao. One more Spirit Rush to dash back away. Needs just a bit more damage. Will get another reset, and Zika is the last one standing and still brawling with Harry. But Harry going to be able to jump back away. It is a 4-4-3 team fight that OMG get a slight edge on.
And I wonder if OMG can even look at the dragon here. I don't know that they've got the HP or the capabilities to do this. It's another fight that really comes down to the wire there. Both AD carries get taken down, and it's up to the solo laners with just that little bit of extra health, that little bit of extra durability that are fighting out in the end. Zika in these team fights is an absolute Goliath, cannot be taken down no matter what, as both of the supports are the engaged for it to begin with. And getting on top of Elk here, the Rek'Sai, the Ahri do their job, they find access, but Starry just steps a little bit too close to the Cassante, greeds for an auto onto the Ambassador to take her down, which ultimately seals his own fate. If you can space that out a little bit better, maybe they can play this team out as a 3 and then try and take the dragon after the fact. But we're fighting once again on live. Charm connects from Haichao, and that's one redemption burned. Moham will have his available, but I need to see Moham actually find and engage. He's been getting picked. He's not really been looking for these fights. He's just been getting caught and then re-engaging off the back of that.
Oh, nearly gets caught again, but this time he's able to evade it, and it's Harry into the back line. Knock-up found onto JJ. Starry coming in to try to pump out the damage. JJ going to be forced to flash away. Erha going to be the first one to fall down in the fight. Zika already popping the ultimate, and it's not onto Starry this time.
Oh, it's a wipe.
Starry just pinging away from the back line will cut down 3 for a clean ace to OMG.
And it's just impeccable from OMG. They're playing with their HP bars exquisitely and make sure that nobody falls. They take down every single member of Weibo. And this Aphelios, the OMG AD carry who they kept from 2025 into 2026, is paying off again. Whether it's Haichao diving into the backline, whether it's Starry standing strong in the back, OMG have got themselves a consistent roster of carries who are making Weibo pay.
And OMG 3-0 in stage 1 are not looking like they want that perfect record to break in stage 2, as they are challenging Weibo at every turn and coming out on top.
And just look at the positioning of Starry here. He's got a little wall which is keeping him so safe from everybody. And Haichao, again, on this Ahri, one of his quintessential picks through 2025, able to position like a menace. Once again, we saw it on his Orianna in game number 1. We see it now again on his pocket pick Ahri in game number 2. The flank angle that he's able to find, hopping over the dragon wall and causing Elk and Xiaohu a ton of problems. Really solid stuff from the solo laners of OMG, as Harry also pins it in, using Haichao as another focal point of pressure. Now they've got the Baron, now they've got Soul Point. They've got 2 minutes now to try and add to that gold lead, to try and really put Weibo down. And Gordo, they're in a position here where they can quite simply 2-0 the current leaders of the group.
I mean, too much action to really get to talk about the fight before last, but such an impressive couple of fights from Haichao here. I think a player that's been largely disrespected after the last couple of splits of play. really showing up against Xiaohu in today's series, and they're looking to crack open the base now. TP being channeled, but they're going to just look for the engage. Erha's one shot, now a TP coming in from Zika right into the middle of the waiting arms of OMG. They claim another, a massive Moonlight Vigil from Starry will claim 2 more. He executes JJ. It's another clean ace. Back-to-back dominant team fights from OMG will end this series 2-0.
Dominant team fight, dominant game, dominant series. OMG dismantle Weibo in the blink of an eye. We thought it was going to be a fast 2-0 Gordo, and that's what we've received. We did not, though, think that it would be OMG sending Weibo to the Shadow Realm like they were just ants that needed flicking away from their path. It was a very quick 2-0 that OMG never really looked threatened in. Even in this game, it never looked like Weibo had a control over the game. They're always jostling for it, always jockeying for it. And in the end, OMG coming away with just superior team fighting, with better positioning, and with an AD carry who I think has really started to step up, with Haichao on his pocket pick that made a massive move in this couple of team fights toward the back end of the game. And you can see the discrepancy in the damage that's being put out. It's not like Elk was doing a lot of damage this game. Zika's the one who's carrying the mantle for Weibo, and this Yunara just B1'd into no real threat whatsoever.
OMG doing good by their name here. We talked about it in the pregame. If you're an OMG fan, if you want to cross your fingers and hope that they come away with this somehow, you got to look towards their returning bottom side of Starry and Boham. And Starry does such a fantastic job over the course of this series with both games collectively. And what we didn't anticipate was how good Haichao was going to be able to perform. Again, other than maybe the first 2 minutes of game number 1, it has been an incredible showing from Haichao up against Xiaohu on the day, and we weren't even expecting Juhan to be the starting jungler here today. We were expecting to see Rio, but Juhan shows up massive as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that across the board, OMG looked very, very solid, and you know, I talked about the fact that I needed to see Moham begin to start finding these engages. It felt like Weibo were looking at being the reasons for these fights. But the second that the Rel actually begins to find their own engages is the second that we start to see greatness for OMG. The second that composition really starts to come together almost in this series. A very, very exquisite game from OMG in this team fight as well. No slouch. As you can see, Harry, Haichao focusing exactly who they need to. Access to that back lane given in spades. And you can see that, yes, there are still some mistakes. I will say that Starry stepping forward there does go a little too close to the Cassante, costs him his life. But overall, he's doing enough to get the job done in these games, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect right now. The fact that it's even good is a surprise to many coming out on the day, especially up against the likes of Weibo, who are going to have to walk away from today's matchup with a lot of soul-searching to do. You've got to believe that they did not have any inkling that this was going to be the result on the day. Even after game number 1 off stream, we were kind of writing it off, Rude, just saying, they're playing with their food, they're not being respectful, they'll turn it on for game number 2. The respect still not found. Still the exact same mistakes, the exact same strengths from OMG present themselves consistently for a second game in a row, and they now find themselves 1-0 in the group.
And another MVP for Starry, taking his MVP count up to 5, where again you've won at this stage in the tournament a maximum of 8 games. So he's winning the MVP in 5 out of the 8 games for this side. I do think that Haichao had a very good game this time round. It could have probably been given to either one of them, but maybe that one shot at the end, literally solo killing Elk in the back half of that fight, might have just sealed the deal for him. Overall, I mean, OMG, a very solid showcase, a very solid start, and they continue to be undefeated in Demacia Cup.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Cassante throughout that fight, but people forget the original 200 years champ is Nifelios, and he does indeed show himself in that last fight. So excited to have that champion back in the meta as more and more players start to pick him up after a pretty down 2025. With that, we're going to say goodbye to OMG for the day, and congratulations on the win. But we do have one more series coming on up, Rudude. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but EDG versus IG is coming up next, so stay glued to those seats and glued to those screens. We will see you guys very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to today's coverage of the Demacia Cup here on LPL English. I'm still Gordo, this is still Rudude, and it is time to kick on off our final series of the day. Edward Gaming taking on Invictus Gaming in a classic LPL showdown.
Yeah, and you know, we've got a team that started out their group stage in stage 2 with a win. We've got IG. Their first showing back after their new roster rebuild, after their, let's call it, disappointing end to 2025. They are back now in the limelight once again, and with a fresh set of faces is all I will say. We'll get to the roster a little bit later, but we have got a little bit of a look at what we've got for Demacia Cup, and obviously with EDG as well being their opponents, we'll take a look at those guys too.
Yeah, we'll bring on up the format explainer here just to see how these groups have been drawn, remind everybody what the format is going to be. We are through stage 1, found out what our last 4 teams are going to be for stage 2, drawn the groups. Now we are back into the much wider open group that we were talking up at the beginning of the day, Group A.
Yeah, and I do think that this, in terms of strength, is definitely a weaker group. The caliber of player in this Group A is definitely not quite that of the caliber of player that we're seeing in Group B, but for IG, for EDG, it means that there's a very good opportunity for them to go into that playoff bracket. Remember that the top 3 of each of these teams advance into the playoffs, where once again it is just a best of 5 single elimination, and that means, you know, really it is quite open. If you want to try and make a deep run in Demacia Cup, I think that these Group A teams actually have a pretty good chance at doing so.
Yeah, definitely. And as we've just learned, a lot of preseason power rankings can go out the window pretty dang fast. And we've got a team debuting here right now. It's going to be the new IG roster. If you are a huge fan of the 2025 IG roster, you may be a little disappointed, but definitely going to be some new faces for us to be introduced to. But first things first, we're going to check out the EDG lineup, also freshly revamped for 2026. It's going to be ZDZ, Xiaohao, Angel, Leave, and Parukia.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of actually really exciting pieces on this EDG roster. I think that a lot of people are excited to see what this composition of players can come up with. Angel, notably one of the highlights of Group Nirvana from the back of 2025. We've got Parukia as well, who had a standout start when he first joined the LPL. So again, a lot of great things to be expecting from that bot side support role. And as well for ZDZ as well, has already had a really good showing so far through Demacia Cup. So lots of bright points to be focusing on for EDG. And I think that, again, with their 1-0 start in the group already, they are in a very good position to actually put themselves into that knockout stage.
Yeah, kind of second year for this team by and large, right? ZDZ, Xiaohao, Angel, all coming in for their second year. Parukia promoted halfway through last year, and now they bring back Leave, longtime AD carry for this squad, to see if he'll be able to give them that last bit of firepower it feels like they need to really kind of level up and go from being top 8 to being like an international contender. And we're going to find out if they're going to be able to do that. At least we're going to get the first tastes of whether they'll be able to do that here in Demacia Cup. But it's going to start on off here, or at least continue fresh off a win against NiP with the face-off against IG. Let's introduce what our 2026 Invictus Gaming looks like, at least our Demacia Cup Invictus Gaming, as it is Soboro, Wei, Renard, Photic, and Jue for this tournament.
Yeah, so a very reimagined IG roster. In 2025, they went all out. They had the super team, and unfortunately it didn't work for them. For IG, this is back to a rebuild here. These are probably a lot cheaper pieces being plugged into their roster. Soboro being bought over. Wei, the only remaining member from the back half of 2025 that we had. Renard, Photic, and Jue. I mean, a little bit excited for Jue. He was one of our all-star contenders in split number 2 for the support role. He had lots of really good engages on an FPX roster that was definitely struggling before it sort of transitioned into something else, a different iteration of the roster. But Jue has had a couple of highlights. I think that Photic is one of these AD carries in the LPL that will be there to get a job done, but we're not expecting to see greatness necessarily from him. And it feels like for this IG roster, it has to be those two new solo laners that we don't have quite as much tape on, we don't quite have as much information about, to see whether or not they can really pick up this IGU team and carry them over the line.
Yeah, and kind of very curious to see also, like, you know, how many reps are we really going to see from these players in 2026, right? You know, the Shy, Rookie, Mako still all under contract. We've heard about, you know, some hiatuses from some of these faces, but, you know, I think not crazy to imagine that the performances of some of these new faces on the squad could have some impact on how long those hiatuses truly are. And, you know, what if any of these guys show up and put on a really, really great performance, you know, it's not out of the question that they can earn themselves a spot either here or elsewhere in the LPL. So eyes going to be, of course, on the kind of rookie faces coming in here, particularly Saboro and Renard, and seeing how they're going to be able to do here. But, you know, Jue as well kind of only really had some more short-term play before, now coming on over to this IG lineup. Very curious to see how his start to the year is going to kick off as well.
Yeah, I think that, again, we talked about expectations in the previous series, Gordo. I think that if we do that again, we can talk about it and see how well and how wrong we are once again. I think that for me, coming into this series, EDG are my favourites for this one, but excited to see if these IG new faces can make something happen. I think that EDG, obviously with a honestly quite stellar ending to the back half of 2025, looks like actually a pretty promising team, and were pretty dominant throughout the majority of the Nirvana stage before finding a slight falter toward the back end of split number 3, and then the playoffs not really going the way that they would have wanted them to. But overall, I do think that the EDG roster, with a couple of reimagined pieces, I think that Leave, the story in 2025 was that he got out of EDG jail. And I think that now it feels appropriate that he's back on this EDG team, because he didn't really fit with the NiP roster, whether he wasn't a piece that was working or any other reason. He didn't seem to flourish on that NiP roster, whereas the reason we were saying get him out of EDG jail was because he was looking like the best player on the team. If you can return back to that level of form with some of the players who are also very, very solid, like Angel, like ZDZ on that top side, and Perukia now by his side in the support role, I do think that EDG can have a slightly better run of things with obviously Leave back in the fold.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen Shawshank, dude. You know, sometimes you just get adapted to jail, and you just you feel more comfortable there. You want to get back in. You know, you become a little institutionalized, and perhaps Leave in that category here as he returns back to his home, and gonna be, you know, in good company as well, alongside Perukia winning Rookie of the Split in that third split last year. Really great, promising up-and-comer to join him in that bottom lane on top of a top side that was looking solid and had themselves some really good performances en route to that top 8 finish last year. So, again, you know, egg is fresh on our face from our predictions in the first series, but to avoid having confidence in our predictions the rest of the day would be cowardice. So exactly. I'm pretty confident in EDG here as well. I think they come in with a lot more firepower across the board, with a lot more synergy together, with 4 of these players having been playing together last year, and they're well equipped to be able to come in here and take the win.
With that all said, all wrapped up, our expectations of an EDG victory firmly set in the sand. Let's take a look at our draft, as it's EDG on the blue side for game number 1, Invictus Gaming taking mantle over the red side. Again, nothing untoward from these bans. We saw Poppy as a little bit of a blue side ban in game number 1 in the previous series, but I think that really suggests that you're going maybe for an Ambessa or something of that nature. And even a Syndra ban sneaking in here, maybe something that's a little bit targeted here.
Yeah, perhaps Renard, I think the player that we kind of have the least data on here. You know, the LPL Tier 2, the LDL stats, not the most available to us over here in the West, so a little bit more difficult to find that kind of information when they haven't really played very many games at the Tier 1 level. First pick will go over to EDG. They're hovering that Yunara, and it would be a strong choice for Leave. If he is the player that they're going to look to give them that extra firepower, then you'd better represent that in draft, and that is what EDG do here to kick off game number 1.
It looks like Aphelios seeming to be the answer here to the Yunara as well. Whether or not Photic locks that in, we'll wait and see. But I think Azir, for me at the minute, one of the picks that has kind of gone under the radar through this draft. Normally something that we see get snapped up. And if you can take Aphelios and Azir in the first 2 picks, that's a very, very solid couple of picks that you've locked up for yourself already. Have to wait and see whether IG decide that that mid laner is something that they want to head towards, or whether they think that Angel is going to have a answer that they don't really think about. So we could see them take Azir on 3 if EDG give it up here, and then try and ban out some of those answers on that second ban phase. One of the purchases of Red Side is that you have the opportunity to do that. EDG though can match jungle, can maybe look to try and take themselves a high prio mid lane if they fancy. With the Qiyana taken off the board, you expect to see this be defaulting back to more of those AD style junglers, and the Jace as well out of the board, more Bruiser-esque. Could see an Aatrox come through if people are looking for that. Could see Ambessa in the jungle as well. Couple of options that are still open and that have been seeing those buffs. But instead it's a resort back to the old faithful here for Xiaohao as he tends to the Trundle.
Going to be his counter pick of choice up against this Wukong. There's another Aphelios lock-in as well. Talked about this champion returning to comp a bit in the first series, and Photic going to be one of those players, right? A historical Aphelios player. It's most played of all time, but it's also a pick that he didn't play at all in 2025. So it's been a champion that's been absent for a while, and getting to see its return, always exciting stuff. We got to see some real great performances on it from Mr. Starry in the previous series. I assume we are encountering some difficulties in the draft as it has gone away from us. So we'll likely be back on up here before too long. But I assume the picks we've already seen are locked in and good. So we can talk a little bit about, at the very least, the Trundle matchup up against the Wukong. We've seen how dangerous that Wukong can be tonight already.
We have, and I think that the Trundle offers something a little bit different in terms of an answer to it, right? Sapping the AD with the Chomp, being able to disrupt a little bit of that Wukong with the Pillar. I will say that it's a very chicken matchup, I'll say, and when I say that, you're playing a game of chicken, as in who clones first or who pillars first. If you clone first, you're open to getting pillared and then caught out. If you pillar first as the Trundle, the Wukong can clone over it. So you're really playing this game of chicken as to who needs to spend that cooldown first. Because if it is you, typically you end up coming out a little bit worse for wear, or caught out maybe in an instance. So we'll keep our eyes out for how well that interaction goes, and I am enjoying the fact that we are seeing a specific Yunara counter starting to surface as well. We've mentioned the idea that this Aphelios is reaching its way back into the meta. Maybe it is just as an answer to the Yunara here, with the early game prowess that you can put down with that Calibran gun like you mentioned in the previous series, and with the ability to kind of go toe-to-toe with the Yunara late game as well. I do think the Aphelios offers quite a few answers, and is obviously doing very well in terms of making the life of resident Yunara AD carries feel quite awful. As I'm not going to pretend I can read that for you guys, but we'll get a translation and we'll get the answer to you nice and quickly. Looks like something has happened with Xiaohao.
Yep, I don't know why I'm like looking at this closely, like it's going to teach me something. Like I'm gonna start to
I
be
see
able
BP,
to translate
and I don't
it.
know what BP means in a League
yeah,
of Legends
no, that's
context,
what I'm looking at too.
so
I see BP twice. So,
Yeah.
oh, maybe ban pick. Maybe ban pick.
could be. So I'm also a chemist, and to me that's boiling point. So when does it
Ooh,
boil?
okay.
Is Yahoo reaching his boiling point already in Demacia Cup? And well, maybe Xiaohao even, maybe not. Hopefully not even.
Yeah, so we got ourselves a little bit of time here before we will be able to get back into draft. So no worries, no harm, no foul for the time being. And we'll get that translation for you as soon as it is available.
So
I mean, we can just
have the
keep hearing-
translation. We have it confirmed by a referee that an EDG player, Xiaohao, was unable to change his champion during the draft phase. So a new room will be created for this match, maintaining the original draft. So that's what that was.
So if he couldn't change his champion, that probably means he didn't want to select Trundle, no?
I would assume not, which
Yeah.
is entirely their choice.
All right, so maybe no Trundle. Maybe one of those top laners turn junglers. That's what we get to see a lot of these days. Maybe an Ambessa,
Yeah.
maybe an Aatrox. That's what I've been seeing a lot of in NA comp, which is most of what I'm watching when I'm not here on LPL. Got to see a lot of it in Kespa Cup as well. So it's they've been popular across the board. I don't think that's a regional thing. I think that's a patch change thing, and it's going to continue to be pretty omnipresent until it gets tamped back down.
So we are just going to get everything ran back, I believe, up until Xiaohao's pick on Blue 2. So expect this to be Yunara, Aphelios, and the jungle for Wei, which I've already forgotten in my very short attention span. And we'll see with the Wukong, there we go, what it is that they end up locking in for Xiaohao as an answer.
Yeah, so going to be locking in this Yunara. I don't know why we're slow rolling this one. I think we all know that that's what's going to be locked in here for Leave on the EDG side, and then we're going to get to see the Aphelios Wukong rotation. And if you want to just clip this right here and call me the draft wizard, I'll take it. I'll take credit for anything you'll give me.
Well, how did you know that? That's incredible, Gordo. The analysis there, the prep, the reworking.
I do my research, baby.
Exactly. You just knew what it was that was going to be taken. And it does make sense that EDG wouldn't take the Trundle. I did think that it was a little bit old school necessarily. And we talked a lot about in the initial draft the fact that this Azir had been left unchecked. And I think the fact that that gets picked up here by Angel definitely makes sense. So it's triple carries already locked in for EDG. Top, mid, and AD already selected. That means the jungle is going to be pinched in the second phase, so maybe it is that Aatrox that gets taken a little bit lower. The Ambessa gets removed off the board. But for EDG, looking at ways for them to answer Photic right now, how can they get access to the Aphelios? The answer's currently not particularly high, so we'll see if they adapt their draft and they adapt to what they've already got to see if they can go a little bit deeper, or if they're going to be relying very heavily on Xiaohao to make that dive and the threat onto Photic real.
Soboro going to pick up that Scion for himself here in that next round to face off against the Cassante, feeling confident that won't be pressured too heavily on the Scion. It can scale into the later game on this hyper tank, so pretty good front-to-back team fight core set up for this young IG lineup as they do bring in a number of new players, as we covered earlier on. But front to back could be pretty strong for EDG here as well with this Azir up and available. I'm very curious to see if they try to take some mid lane bans here to defend it, or if they already feel confident for Angel facing off against this rookie mid laner and want to instead look to limit some of the support options. Ahoy Hover does seem to imply that they want to give Angel as strong a matchup as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of long-range marks, or long-range mages even, that you'd need to consider. I mean, Hui may be the worst of the bunch, which makes a little bit of sense that you might try and ban that out. You also need to think about things like Yone as well as a potential option, but I think that looking at this IG composition already, they need magic damage, so you can maybe forget about that for this time around. But we'll wait and see, and we'll figure it out what it is that they end up picking. I do think things like Victor, like Hui, are going to be very worthwhile considering as a ban. Alternatively, they could get rid of one of those really strong supports that pairs up nicely with the Aphelios, or something that they're just worried about following up on this dive that the Scion has already alluded to. Rakan, again, a really good pick that they can look to take off the board if they want to. And you can see here it is that consideration. What is it that they want to remove out of that support role? And it is Jue getting a Thresh ban.
Still trying to limit that Thresh Aphelios combo. And it seems like that's the one they're primarily concerned about. They just say, as long as it's not Thresh Aphelios, we'll deal with whatever you want to throw out at us. Other than that, we're just going to try to give an Angel an even better Azir mashup. Already getting onto one of those tier 1 mid laners that's been permabanned all year long. Renard on the debut. Gonna lock in LeBlanc into Azir and say, hey, give me the ball. I can win out this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, that then makes whatever you pick in the jungle very important here, because the LeBlanc's job is to focus the backline and to take out either Angel or Leave. If LeBlanc succeeds at that, then great. It doesn't matter what kind of frontline you've got, you just sort of ignore it until the LeBlanc does her job. If the LeBlanc is completely useless and can't find access to the backline, then all of a sudden we've got a problem, and we're starting to see that that could very well be the possibility, because as much as Aphelios is a very strong marksman, I don't know if he's strong enough to be cutting through what is a very scary triple front line that EDG are looking to pick up for themselves.
They get two different ways here in the back end of their draft to access this Aphelios.
Yeah.
They get a non-committal engage from Perukia's Leona that they are hovering and aren't going to lock in, so forget I said anything. But they still have a good way to engage in the form of this Rel, and then they get a real nice snap engage tool in this Malphite, a jungle Malphite for Xiao Hao, another top laner, nudged over to the jungle by the latest round of patches.
I wonder if Bard gets locked in here for Dway. This was a really big pick for him, and I think that it'd be really good to try and reset expectations for this team fight that's going to come through, that EDG are already very clearly looking towards. If you find double knockups and a great engage, but Tempered Fate the backline, that sets up for LeBlanc. It stops the engage coming through. Instead, Dway decides that he doesn't really fancy what could be a quite ropey laning phase and puts himself on Alistair duty, so he's going to be able to disengage a little bit here. But it's only going to be the Rel, right? As soon as the Malphite clicks Unstoppable on you, you're getting knocked up regardless.
Yeah, definitely. And now plenty of engage available for both sides, but a little bit of disengage looked at for IG to try to keep this Aphelios as safe as possible. The only thing is, it's really hard to disengage Malphite. Unstoppable Forces, aptly named, it cannot be stopped. So definitely going to need to see some really on-point play from Photic here in particular. You know, you can responsibly flash on that Malphite ultimate, and that's the kind of thing you're going to need to show, especially when you're not playing on land. Gets just a tiny bit tougher, but going to need to be able to perform that activity here. I mean, that's kind of what you got to look at. If you just get straight up ulted by the Malphite, you can't react to it. Alistair's not going to save you, buddy.
Yeah, this is Inspiration Tree, this is Cosmic Insight, it's lower flash cooldown. Unfortunately, Lucidity Boots on Aphelios, not particularly commonplace. And you can actually see Photic not even opting for the Cosmic Insight. So
that's Electrocute Malphite, by the way.
Oh, it is. Xiao Hao, is this full AP? Ultimate Hunter? Yep, Approach Velocity. Okay. I'm very curious as to what Xiao Hao pulls out in this game, because this could be Malignance and some very funny one-shots.
It could be like a Fleetwork Sejuani situation, too, where it's just like Jungle Malphite doesn't have any great keystones. So, whatever, you know, take the Electrocute for funsies.
Yeah.
But if it is full AP, I'm going to be delighted. So, you know, I win this either way.
Well, game number one between IG and EDG is kicking off right now. It's the first time we get to see this reimagined IG roster. Second time out for EDG, finding themselves already having won their first series in Group A. A reminder, as we get an aptly timed pause, a reminder here, folks, that the top 3 teams from these groups of 5 get to push their way on to the playoffs stage, as they will then be joined by AL, they'll be joined by Top Esports, our top 2 teams from the back end of 2025, in that bracket playoff format. So we'll see which of the 3 can make it out of this 5. Again, I think that this Group A that we're watching right now is a much easier group to try and break out of, and I think that as such, IG with these, you know, slightly younger guns can maybe make a bit of a statement.
It looks like we're getting right back into it, so welcome back to Summoner's Rift, everybody, as we do get to return to hypothesizing about what this Malphite is going to be. Would love to see, as we said earlier, a more AP-centric Malphite build. I mean, this is the kind of comp that allows you to do it, right? Perukia and ZDZ, they're going to be plenty tanky in their own rights, and the likes of the LeBlanc, it's not like they're going to be playing a kind of front-to-back style anyway, so the ability to tank up their damage, not super relevant either. And you're going to be targeting Photic every fight, so hey, if you one-shot Photic, you don't need to be tanky. You've already done your job.
Literally, if you one-shot the AD carry, then you do not need to worry about trying to buy armor, trying to sustain up versus what it is that he's going to do. So I would be very down for a full AP Malphite. I don't know how realistic it is. I think you were pretty good on your call-out of like Fleet Footwork Sejuani, where there's just not really enough options. As we can see already, some early trading coming through down on that bot side, and it's well, we'll say Perukia who comes out on the worst end of that. As you can see, Leave and Photic trading these autos quite consistently, and a Ferromancy disengage or Ferromancy dismount not landing there gives a shield but doesn't really give the most over.
Yeah, looking to crash down. At the very least, going to be able to clear out that ward and try to take a little bit of bush control here, but not going to hit that level 2 power spike early enough to take the aggressive side of the trade. Going to see both junglers on opposite sides once again here. I think that's a win for Xiaohao, who pre-level 6 is not going to be too keen on battling up against Wukong. Perukia did get his crash down interrupted there, so another early trade going the way of IG, and Photic putting on his best Caitlyn impression, utilizing that Calibrum, but steps up pretty far with the Severum damage. Will regen a little bit back for his trouble, but does lose a fair bit of health to leave trade back on the Yunara.
So who's going to be down here, right? That's my question, because there's a lot of scrapping going on down on this bot side, and Photic's going to be able to pop that as well, find a nice little bit of damage onto Leave as level 3 comes through. But both of our junglers have pathed from red to blue. Now this favors IG this time round, and EDG going to need to play a little bit respectfully of that. I expect them to try and push this wave. It's not going to crash, but they do need to try and take a reset. As Xiaohao finds himself ganking Soboro.
Yeah, I mean, gets spotted on the ward, but a really nice hit of the
Electrocute.
third cast of Intofo strikes, going to force out the flash underneath the turret. Saboro staying alive thanks to that Soul Furnace shield, and he will survive for now.
Wave's really good, though, for ZDZ on that top side, so despite the fact that the Scion survives, he's not in a really good position in terms of that wave state, and you can see actually a swap being initiated here by EDG. It's ZDZ TPs down to that bot side. They're going to give Leave that big wave that's going to be collected and pushing in its way to that top side. So this Yunara being given a lot of resources here. Look at the minions that there are readily available for Leave to catch as he's on his way up here. With that cull in the back pocket as well. -1 on the cannon. You hate to see it, but he's going to be able to work his way through the majority of this wave. That's what, 2 waves of minions that he's just been funneled in. Whereas if he walked back out to bot side, it was only going to be sort of 3 ranged creeps that he got collected.
For sure, with that cull, going to want to make sure you get those minion kills as quickly and efficiently as possible. So we do again get to see the Yunara versus top lane, a matchup created here by those teams initiating the swap, really liking to be able to put Yunara in that solo lane for that extra XP and for that solo gold. So going to be backed on up by Perukia before too long to make sure that Saboro doesn't get too much run of the lanes. EDZ going to be in a similarly dicey situation as the first dragon does spawn, and it's going to be Wei making his way down there.
I do think that the problem here is that IG can actually zone ZDZ off of experience, where it looks like Soboro is not really going to struggle to try and get any of that just with the way that the wave is positioned. And you can see that Photic and Dway are doing a really good job at the very least of pressuring ZDZ, meaning that he is losing out a little bit more than the Scion is in this trade exchange. Yes, Leave is actually coming out largely on top of this in terms of the AD carries. You can see he's already just off of that one swap, finds himself 3 waves up over the Aphelios, and that might just be enough. He's now got an experience advantage as well after having caught that massive wave all on his own. So just that small swap from EDG, they needed to do it once to try and restore some parity to that bot side, but it's actually given a really good lead over to the Yunara.
And I have terrible news, Rudude. Xiaohao is recalled. He's picked up a Bammy Cinder and cloth armor. So I think this is going to be a more traditional Malphite setup this time around. Still, I'm just happy to get to see the big rock monster out here in competitive play, but we'll probably not be one-shotting Photic very much over the course of this game. We'll be setting up for others to one-shot Photic.
I don't know. I've seen tank Malphites do crazy things to AD carries. We'll see how the game progresses, but it could very much feel like Photic is going to struggle his way through trying to hit a Malphite, but you're quite right. It's not going to be in the traditional sense, and Xiaohao is going to be definitely geared up to make sure that Photic's life is as miserable as possible. Between Unstoppable Force, knocking him up, and then trying to see if he can do damage later on. I mean, I'm really worried for this IG composition personally, because I do just think that the Aphelios won't be able to do enough damage. I think that unless Renard is absolutely popping off, he'll have to one-shot Angel and Leave for me to think that this is going to be somewhat even close, but I think that IG are really going to struggle this game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to play this LeBlanc as kind of your sole magic damage source up against that Malphite as well, so and Renard's got a lot of task on his shoulder here. Wei waiting in the wings, did just tick level 6, so has access to the Cyclone. Xiao Hao making his way down here as well. Will be spotted on the ward in this Tri-Brush, so IG aware that it's going down, but the slow on to Photic, enough to get the flash out anyway.
Yeah, and I was looking for the Xiao Hao's flash. He doesn't have it available, but you know, that flash Unstoppable Force is going to be up in about a minute and a half, and you can expect very well that Photic is going to be the recipient of that first knock-up. Now, how he gets out of there, I have no idea. Between a cleanse, maybe he might be able to cleanse away the Seismic Shard, but yeah, I'm not expecting this to be particularly easy for him. Now, I do also want to call this out because I remember I casted a Malphite game on opening day, actually. And I accidentally called it a cheese wheel, and I think that people may have got confused by this, but if you look at Malphite's Q and how it rolls, it just looks like a cheese wheel. So if you ever hear me scream cheese wheel, it's because of Malphite Q.
I can't believe people are confused by that, and it's so clear.
It should be explanatory, but sometimes you just have to give it out.
Listen, I'm going to use dumber euphemisms for other abilities over the course of this season. You guys are just going to have to deal with that. We'll make it work one way or the other, you know. Hit me up after if you need an explanation, but we'll be able to get there. As that's going to be a trade of grubs. One grub taken a piece. Looks like Xiao Hao will be the one to take the second grub, as Wei has already backed away, moved on to bigger and better things. Saburo getting his lane opponent incredibly low. Angel looking for a shuffle back onto Renard, but he will be able to get away with the flash. Quick blow of summoner spells, and not much else to be gained in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a big win here. The defensive capabilities of LeBlanc definitely very high based on the fact that she can distort and then double distort if ult is available. But, you know, having no flash and you see the LeBlanc distort in, all of a sudden you've got somebody who is quite susceptible to falling. Now, what we can see on this top side here is a consequence of that swap that was initiated by EDG. Yes, it meant that Leave benefited greatly, but it did come at the cost of ZDZ. Now, on this top side, he's going to be struggling. He's down in experience, down a little bit in CS as well, whereas you can see Soboro actually doing a very good job at making sure that he's getting those advantages for himself. Now, whether or not that is going to mean the most, typically we favour advantages in AD carries over advantages in tanks, but we'll see whether or not Leave can pay that forward, because currently his top laner is in misery.
Yeah, I mean, and the other question is going to be, can Saburo continue to push this advantage, right? Doing pretty good in the one-on-one exchanges there. Did have, of course, a little bit of an advantage to start off with from that lane swap, as you called out, but bringing the pain to ZDZ here in his little LPL debut here. A rookie coming in from the LCK-CL, was playing over with Fearex Youth over there prior to this year, and so far, looking all right on the Scion, and this is one of those picks that it's not the flashiest in the world, but it's one that you are going to want to be adept on as a professional top laner, and getting right back into the trading game here, and we'll see how well he's going to be able to continue to perform against ZDZ as this series continues.
Yeah, with the Sheen in the back pocket, you can see that the Cassante is trading already that little bit stronger than it was previously. That being said, he's still not coming out particularly on top of those trades. But this is the prowl down to the bot side that we had anticipated here. ZDZ has gone all out.
Yeah, looking for the fight here, and Angel going to get dove underneath the turret. Wei will finally be able to bonk him on the head and claim first blood for the likes of IG. Now fighting out of the bottom side. Jue with the unbreakable will be able to walk this one out, but he's been pushed off the play. EDG are looking to claim themselves the second dragon of the game.
Oh yeah, and they should be able to trade this up 1-to-1, but it looks like IG, with that one grub, able to find at least one plate in the mid lane and get a little bit of gold. Again, into their mid laner's pocket. We can see that actually Renard actually doing a very good job with that full Ludens completed. Lands the chain here onto Angel, and that's pretty much all it is. Wei with a great backstep there means that he doesn't get knocked back. They trade the flashes, and really good juggling of that turret as well as he's able to get out of danger. You see now Photic.
Ooh, double knockup found by Jue into the Moonlight Visual. Leave loses most of his HP, but Xiao Hao is here with the unstoppable force. Knocks up Jue, who still doesn't have the ultimate from the earlier exchange, and Leave will be the one who leaves with a kill.
And honestly, that's okay for IG. First unstoppable force is onto Jue, who's, you know, going to lose out on his life probably a few times during the course of this game. I'll take that, especially as Photic, right? His flash is going to come back up off cooldown now. We were talking about this big window for the Malphite to make something happen. Ultimately, that's not happened here, as Photic's flash now 5 seconds away. Next time Malphite comes bot lane, he knows that he's going to have his flash available to dodge out on that ultimate. And I think that is the real game of chicken that we're going to be seeing played during this game. The Aphelios is going to constantly having to be watching out for the Malphite ult. And if you get hit by it, you're probably going to lose the fight. If you don't get hit by it, you might well be able to win out on that fight. It's a very, very linear progression through the game, but one that Photic is going to be all too familiar with, having played against Malphites in the past. I do think that Leaf showing his face there is incredibly brave. Renard is 2 levels up on him and has that Ludens finished.
And you know, there's more than one way to force an Aphelios flash, and that's what I'm going to be on the lookout for from EDG here to see if they can, you know, get that ability blown out while Xiaohao still has ultimate and make a quick move off the back of it before the rest of IG can adapt as necessary. Get Angel in there, look for some of the shuffles, get ZDZ on the flank, force it out with a nicely placed Pathmaker, something like that. Could very well create these sorts of advantages for EDG as Saburo nicely timing the decimating smash once again and continues to win out on these trades. I mean, quietly, the IG solo laners having themselves a pretty nice early game here. Probably net even from the 2 side lanes as Renard taking a rough trade against Angel
3,
right as I
2,
call out that
1.
he was doing well underneath the turret, but that's the clone. He actually jukes him out. Renard playing mind games with EDG is going to get himself deep behind enemy lines, but
there are
now
4
Leave
people
is coming. Can he
if
get
he
out of
spots
this
Leave
one?
with the sweeper, he might one-shot Leave there if he hits him right. Nope, never mind.
Yeah, no, Leave hits him right back, and Leave will be the one to walk away with. What's going to go into the books is a solo kill, Rudude.
That's what you like to see. Yunara solo killing the LeBlanc. That's how the game should be progressing throughout. But I mean, that's actually really, really rough for IG. It sort of alleviates all of the pressure really that Renard had been putting down onto Angel. Gives a little bit of time now for Angel to catch up on any lost experience. Probably go back to base, pick up some Merc treads as well. So he's going to be absolutely fine. You'd like to think in that side lane until we reach sort of critical mass for the LeBlanc, when we've got Void Staff, when we've got Death Cap, and actually. There it is, Unstoppable Force, no flash used by Xiao Hao, and flash used by Photic gets taken down.
Well, I mean, and that's the worst scenario. Now Photic used flash and died. You're supposed to pick one or the other, and now he goes down for the first time this game. Leave gets his 3rd kill of the game, thanks to the one that he just picked up from Renard a moment ago. And just like that, Leave is off to the races on this Yunara.
All right, let's see what happens here. So he's just recalling on a ward. Oh, no, and he spots Perukia here, but sort of anticipating that that's not going to be spotted, and yeah, there's nothing really to be done. He does flash away from the Malphite ulti.
He does the thing.
Unfortunately, Magnet Storm is pretty wide.
Yeah, does catch him on the end of that one. Nice knowledge of the range there from Rookie of the Split Perukia. That's Summer, Rookie of the Split, of course, as they move on up towards the Rift Herald. It does look like IG have that in their sights and should be able to secure it. They've got the numbers advantage in the area. Somebody going to have to TP down there and answer ZDZ, and it will be Saburo who does it. We'll be able to just pick up that wave, and that's going to be a quick objective claimed by IG. See if they're going to be able to use it wisely.
Yeah, again, though, Gordo, I can't emphasize enough how scary this is for IG as we move later and later into this game. We're playing this fun little mini game of whether Photic has flash and whether Malphite has ulti. But overall, IG needs something to happen very, very soon. Otherwise, this entire game is just going to fall to the wayside, because Photic doesn't have the capability to deal with Cassante and the Malphite, and I don't think that Wei and Renard are going to be able to contribute all that much to taking them down. Yes, you're probably able to take down Leave or Angel, but the odds are that you won't get both. And then after that, the team fight itself is probably just going to crumble. And again, the fact that IG aren't significantly further ahead than where they are is a very, very large worry point. I think that for EDG, they can just play it slow, give themselves a little bit of time, and once they've got to that team fighting stage around the mid and late game, they will just win.
Yeah, and that's where that death from Renard is just so tragic, right? It was in a good spot, had a couple of turret plates, but now without much of an advantage and probably not going to be able to be a big kill threat in the side lanes. They are going to commit full roster down onto this Dragon while ZDZ pushes on the top side. So, I mean, he's going to deal a lot of damage to this turret, but the Dragon will go the way of IG. Such is the way of the trade. Let's see if they're going to be able to redeploy and save it in time. Looks like Saburo going to be able to get back here with the unstoppable onslaught.
Yeah, and again, it's to what end here? What does this give them? As now Photic in pressure.
Oh, Magnet Storm connects, still no flash. There's the unstoppable force, and there's a kill from Xiao Hao. Wei taking a lot of damage on the side as well. Angel going to advance forward with the soldiers to try to pick up a kill anywhere he can find it. Shui with the unbreakable will already running. Renard jumps into the back line, is going to pump his ultimate into Leave, but Leave strong enough with the barrier to stay alive as well. And IG, they just get nothing.
Yeah, barrier and summoner heal used there, and you can see how difficult this game is for Photic, right? He's playing flashless Aphelios, and he just gets killed under the turret. Flash used by Perukia to ensure that there is no escape for the Aphelios, and he just can't play. You're going to look at the damage charts after this and be like, well, why didn't Photic do damage? And then you look back at the game and how he's had to play it and realize that you just can't. If you see Rel on your screen with Flash, you can't be there. If you see Malphite on your screen, you can't be there. It's a really difficult spot for IG, and I think that this LeBlanc has unfortunately hemmed them into a really tricky spot where they are so reliant on Photic in this game, and his agency is so low when he doesn't have that flash.
Second item, Blighting Jewel, does not inspire confidence in that department either for their ability to actually find these one-shots at some point into this game. And they will be able to get a turret off of the Rift Herald. They get a second turret in top lane. Will give them a nice little injection of gold, but none of it's going to fix these game states, Redude, as another engage found.
Yeah, have fun, Photic, right? Like, what are you ever expected to be able to do there? The answer simply, though, is nothing. As you can see, Leave dashing forward, actually getting quite aggressive here, does end up losing out on both of his barrier and summoner heal. And in fairness to EDG, I do think that both of them were needed to try and keep Leave alive in that instance. But
oh, yeah.
I mean, if I'm IG right now, I don't even know if giving Photic gold is worthwhile, because he's just dying in every single fight. Maybe the one where he has flash, it's going to be worthwhile. But again, this is, Aphelios, whose flash is on a full 5-minute cooldown. Could have taken Cosmic Insight, could have decided that he could, maybe try and cheese a little bit of flash timing with a 10% haircut. But it's not really going to make the most difference. And you think about how these team fights have been playing out so far, it's just not looking likely that IG are going to be able to come away with a win.
Arcan Judgment just wiping the wave off the map now, as Leave is 2 items strong. Very wealthy on this Yunara. 2.5k gold lead individually. Going to be rocking more than the total gold lead on the map in just himself. ZDZ all out onto Saburo in the bottom side. Saburo going to pop that unstoppable onslaught and get himself out to safety. And no problem. Just goes right back to farming, as Angel going to claim a top lane tower.
Yeah, and I mean, we see Wei just about able to steal. Actually, never mind, didn't even steal away the blue buff. Not quite sure how Xiaohao managed to find it, but Wei wasting his time in that topside jungle, as the Atacon has now spawned, and with a 2k gold lead, it's definitely very difficult for IG to try and play this fight out. Yes, Photic is the richest member on their team, but he's down 2,500 gold over Leave, who is by far and away the richest member in this game after he's he's farmed really well this game, but the 4 kills that he's got felt like a couple of them were just last hits. And he was more than happy to be there to last hit them, don't get me wrong, but needs to now use that gold, and that's his return to the EDG roster. Show them why they've brought him back.
And something you'll notice from Xiao Hao here is that he's got 2 armor items, because he doesn't need to build magic resistance this game, and he might even go for a 3rd one here, as Photic tries to flash away, still gets caught by the unstoppable force, but the follow-up damage wasn't quite there, so Photic still going to be sitting pretty in this fight. Here comes Wei on the side, comes in with the Cyclone, gets the knock-up on the Leave, Leave going to be able to dance back away, and in goes Angel on the Azir, shuffling back Shui, who is falling lower and lower, and will finally be cut down by Leave, and now the front to back is all in the favor of EDG. Leave continuing to pump out damage, throws Marker Judgment into the backline. Photic gets pulled back away by ZDZ, who will successfully find the kill after trading his own life. Saburo gets 1 back in the zombie form, but it is a 4 for 2. EDG happy with the fight.
Yeah, and with your Azir and Yunara still alive and kicking, you can well expect this Atacon to be taken down. Now, Renard has first strike available, and he's spotting out Angel and Leave. Relatively low health bars, maybe potential for the LeBlanc here to find one on exit.
We'll see if Renard can get himself something. Wants the Otacon! And he doesn't find it.
That's the wrong play. You're not stealing the Atacon, buddy. Try and get a kill, absolutely. I can understand that, but you're not getting the Atacon. I think that's very... in terms of risk versus reward, I do think that that was definitely a tricky one to go for. I will credit Xiaohao here for his positioning of that Malphite ultimate. Definitely puts it in a spot where even if Photic flashes, he's going to be in a position to get caught by it. And then the fight after the fact as well. Angel swoops in, doesn't really find anything. Zwei able to just about walk his way out to safety, but you can just see that there's no damage left, right? Photic, if he can't auto-attack, there's no damage on this IG side. He gets caught by a Q3 flash all out from ZDZ to try and catch him in place. And yeah, ZDZ falls after this, but they've taken down the AD carry. With him gone, there is no team fight left for IG. And now as they move down toward this dragon, they're going to have to try to fight once again into these double brick walls with no damage to get through them.
Yeah, desperately trying to get themselves on a soul point, give themselves something to play for in this game, but the front to back is well set up here for EDG. Leave in such a safe position. Jue finally able to break his way through the front line, and now, just like that, Leave going to be able to jump back over the wall and start working his way through Saburo. Jue going to be the first one to fall in the fight. That goes over to Parkio, but then there's going to be a engage going forward on towards Photic. Xiaohao going to be able to execute him all on his own. There's a solo kill for the tank Malphite that you were looking for, Rudude. And Renard going to be the last one standing at the end of the day. And he might not be standing for very long. Xiaohao waiting in the
Malphite
bush.
combo.
Comes out. Cheese wheel. Stops the recall. And now he's stuck waiting. Oh, man, that electrocute proc nearly finished him off. And now they're collapsing from all sides. ZDZ finds him with the Intofo strike.
Yeah, Gordo, I'm going to be honest. This game is very difficult for IG to win right here. Their composition has not snowballed. The LeBlanc has not found her purchase in this game. And EDG have just got too much health and too much damage. They've got a fed Azir, they've got a very, very fed Yunara who is 8-0-3. And for me, this game is all but over for Invictus Gaming. Going to need to return back to match number 2, hopefully with a slightly better idea of how they want to play out their game and how they want to draft their composition. I think Photic here left with a lot to do and not particularly left with the tools to be able to do it either. As you can see, the EDG 2-2 on Dragons, but 7,000 gold to the good. We get a little bit of a replay of this fight. You see that Jue and Wei focusing very heavily on Leave, who just quite easily hops over the wall and then continues to pump damage out in the front line. Sobro, you can see, doing a good job at trying to tank up the carries, but they just kind of ignore him, and by the time that they get past him, the fight's already over. And yet, Photic, he doesn't have the damage to 1v1 a Malphite, unfortunately, so it may not be Assassin full AP Malphite, but with 3 armor items versus the 2 completed items for Photic, it's not even close.
And now, listen, I don't want to be taking shots while they're down here or anything, but with 3 armor items on the Malphite, you do have to wonder what the second item, Void Staff, is for, no?
Well, it's typically a good, it's always a good item, right, Void Staff, I will say. Just mathematically, it's always good because it works off of total armor or MRs. Xiaohao's in there.
Into the back line. Perukia finds the double knock-up, and there's going to be another potential one-shot from the full tank Malphite on towards Photic. Angel going to be up next on the menu, but he's going to be able to kite it out the whole way through, starts pumping through the damage from the soldiers. Renard going to fall on down, and every member of IG will join him. It's a clean ace for EDG.
Yeah, it's a double kill for Perukia in that fight, a double for Angel, and Leave there. He didn't get to have a lot of fun. He was just sat whacking a Scion for the entire duration of that fight, but he did his job. He absorbed the pressure, and EDG here, they're going to have a little bit more fun as well. They could take the inhib, but deciding instead that the inhibitor is not worth their time, and they'll do it with the Baron after the fact. As yeah, this game now, Gordo, it's pretty much done. So Photic, he's not working his way towards an LDR, which means that nobody is dying in this game. He hasn't even finished off his 3rd item of the Zeal item just yet, so he can have flash, he can do what he likes. The fact that he's got PTA as well isn't really helping him. He needs something like the Conqueror, like the Lethal Tempo, to try and make his way through this. But it starts with Sobro, a little bit awkward timing on the ulti. And let's see what Photic dies to here. It's just Malphite, and it's just Rel. So he auto-attacks once, loses his overheal, gets comboed by Rel, stunned, knocked up. Yeah, that's 2 tanks that have just taken him out in the space of 3 seconds. And that's levels.
It is. It's levels and a little bit of gold and a little bit of team comp, but everything just coming up in the name of EDG here as they clean up that fight, no problem. Perukia throws himself into the path of the incoming train. to see if he can find a pick onto Saburo. Saburo will be able to stay alive there, get back underneath regardless, but more and more waves crashing in with this Baron buff. It's going to continue to be dangerous.
My eyes were on the exact same thing. I wondered if the observers were going to find it, and then they did. But now with the Baron... with the Baron at their back pockets, EDG work their way into the mid lane. They may not have been able to get the bot tier 2 in their first try, but again, now IG have looked to defend this and failed it unsuccessfully. LeBlanc's going to work their way through around the back, so maybe Renard can find an angle.
Let's see it, Renard trying to find his way onto Angel or leave. Got to be the priority. Double knockup found by Jue into a nice Moonlight Vigil. Dives onto Angel. Angel going to be able to block it away with the Stasis 4-man knockup found by Saburo. But leave now just taking on the Assassin one-on-one and will claim the kill. Not a single member of EDG will hit the dirt in this fight. EDG take another one, 5-0, and they're going to close out game number 1 in dominant fashion.
And that was as good as that fight was going to get there for IG, and it still was not even close. Another massacre, this time in the base, and it was just EDG. Like I say, they played with their food a little bit by taking the inhib a little bit later, but a very clean one to start us off in this series.
Certainly it was here, and EDG, like, they show up as we expect them to. Like I said, we can't have our confidence shaken by Weibo, all right, at the beginning of the night. EDG, they're the stronger team on paper. They're the more experienced roster. They've got more time to build up synergy, and they come up with the win. And a lot of it feels like it came down to draft, quite frankly. Throw a lot of what I just said out the window.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about the experience, the fact that they've been playing together for ages, or we can talk about the fact that Invictus Gaming drafted 3 useless champions and then Aphelios to try and carry the entire game. Like, the LeBlanc unfortunately did very little. The Wukong, again, felt pretty redundant, and Saburo, I will say, acted like a pretty decent frontline. But when you've got this Wukong LeBlanc duo, you really need to be pushing the envelope at that level 6 marker, trying to take Angel down more than just this one time. You can see, look at it, level 9 on both sides here, which, this happened at about 10 minutes. We need to see this much earlier. You see how easy it is once they've got those recalls, but you can see that this is the first of many instances of Photic hating the fact that he's picked an immobile at carry versus Aphelios, or versus Malphite.
He did the flash once, though. On this second play, he doesn't quite pull it off. But, yeah, I mean, the important part is that the flash just isn't enough. And not only is it on a much longer cooldown than the Unstoppable Force, but there's also this Rel to constantly be contending with, and they just don't have the secondary or tertiary damage threats to where it's not just always the right play to full send it onto Photic. And if you get him, you win the fight. And as they showed later on, sometimes you don't even get him and you win the fight. It's just well and truly too easy for EDG to be able to close these out just from a couple of picks onto Photic. And you called it out in-game, and I think the post-match stats showed it. Photic just doesn't end up dealing very much damage.
It's just every time he steps up, Xiao Hao. Ah, yes, my target has been found. One-man ulti from Xiao Hao, 2 levels up over him. Absolutely no problems whatsoever. As overall, this game we'd kind of identified this pretty early on, that the fact that EDG were in the position they were in at sort of 10-15 minutes into this game, Renard on this LeBlanc didn't really look like he was doing all that much in particular, and a good flash from Leave there in the end, it is worth saying. He flashes over the chain, which probably would have killed him, to be fair, with the sigil on him. But he does flash over it, gets himself out of danger, and again, a lot of really solid performances from the EDG side, and IG having drafted themselves into a little bit of a hole. Yeah, they find themselves with a little bit of work to do.
And there's my Electrocute Malphite, baby. It comes on up with the MVP for game number 1, Xiao Hao, with a wise champion choice. And this is just one of those games where the MVP gets determined by champion select. And as Xiao Hao recognizes his role, and he fills it well, right? He's there to make Aphelios' life miserable, and it was a pretty miserable life for the duration of game number 1. Luckily for IG, they do not have to play that draft again in game number 2.
No, and maybe they'll give a little bit more, I don't know, carry threats across the board. I mean, we came into this saying that it was going to need to be Soboro and Renard that were the carries for this new IG iteration, and unfortunately, giving LeBlanc over gives a little bit of carry opportunity to Renard, but you do need to give some more agency to that LeBlanc. You need to put a little bit more into making her powerful. And for Sobro, a good first game on Sion, but nothing to write home about, and ultimately you're playing Sion. If your carries aren't there with you, then you are really going to struggle.
We certainly are. So, back to the drawing board for game number 2. We'll see if IG can produce a more competitive, even draft for game number 2 and see if they can flex a little bit more of what they have to show us. This is still a new roster, a lot of new faces, and we don't want to write them off after just one game. So we're going to throw it to a quick break here, but stay tuned. We will be back with game number 2 after just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Demacia Cup, as we have EDG up 1-0 over IG, proving that our pregame predictions can hold some weight on the night, and EDG looking quite good while they do it as well. The Malphite jungle paying off big time for Xiaohao.
Yeah, I mean, the Malphite jungle, in tandem with the lack of drafting from IG, definitely gave them a pretty easy route to winning game number 1. So very happy to see EDG take that in their stride. I would like to see teams made on a slightly even footing so that we can get a little bit of a gauge for how good this IG roster can actually be. I do think, like I say, that they kind of drafted themselves into a hole, and when Renard wasn't able to truly perform in that mid lane and start taking a massive advantage, it really sort of pigeonholed them into a losing position very, very quickly. So hopefully we can come into this game on slightly more even footing, and hopefully IG can show us a little bit more than just a quick bleed out.
That is certainly going to be the hope here. You can see the IG lineup here in their little their gaming room, ready to get into this draft before too long. And I'm really going to be on the lookout for if IG can get themselves either Photic on a matchup where he doesn't have to, you know, kind of do everything, or if it is going to be that kind of matchup, if they can avoid having, you know, the sorts of hard counters to him that the Rel and the Malphite did represent last time. And I think part of that's going to be in Renard playing probably a more traditional control mage, or even an assassin that can at least threaten a more singular carry from the side of EDG, if that's the kind of comp that they end up going for. Basically not locking in the LeBlanc before you know what the jungler is going to be. I think going to be a big part of that.
Yeah, unfortunately they can't lock in the LeBlanc, which is obviously good news. And we'll see what they end up going for. Now, IG obviously electing to go onto the blue side here to start out game number 2. And we'll see whether or not that first pick gives them a large range of things to look at. With Orianna banned on blue side by IG, maybe something we weren't necessarily expecting, but you still got Jace, Rumble, one of the bans that I'm looking at right now. Are EDG going to take that off the board, or are they going to give Sobro an opportunity to take that into that top side, potentially with an answer of their own?
Yeah, going to be rounding that out with the Varus ban, and looking to see what else EDG look to take off of the table. Been seeing a pretty much omnipresence of the Jace and the Nico bans on the red side, and they're looking to hold that Talia ban. That was something that EDG banned away in game number 1, trying to limit all of the options that Renard had available. And first pick for IG now, looking at that Kiana, very powerful in the jungle, and will be snapped up for Wei.
Yeah, Kiki in the jungle, another ban that we didn't really get to talk too much about, but that went under the radar. The Rumble is going to be met, though. ZDZ played a number of Rumble games in 2025, so it's no surprise to see him take this one very early on in this draft. Now, I will quickly call out that there are plenty of answers that are still available for IG, but the one that we notably used to see was the Ornn. So Sobro wants to go back to that sort of tank style on the top side. Ornn definitely available for him in order to be able to do that. We'll see whether or not that's the case, though, for IG. Jungler match, though, for Xiaohao is the Xin Zhao. Means that he's now able to have a lot of skirmish power, maybe going to look to take out Wei in those 1 versus 1s.
Sure, because that is going to be another Xin Zhao selection, trying to limit what that Kiana is going to be able to accomplish, especially in the early game. There's that Ornn you called out earlier coming through for Saboro in game number 2, facing off against this Rumble, confident in its ability to itemize a little bit of magic resistance and make that a handshake lane and give them really good scaling potential coming into the later game. And Renard going to end up taking one of those more traditional mages we talked about earlier. It will be the Syndra, and Syndra Ornn already gives you some very powerful late game scaling options.
Yeah, let's remember as well that this was a pick that was banned away from Renard on blue side in game number 1. So expectation is that this Syndra is expected to cause quite a few problems here for EDG, if obviously we see IG play towards it. And I'd like to think that with a couple more carry options this time round, it could very well be the case that IG put up a slightly better fight than they did in game number 1. Now that Kai'Sa lock-in suggests that they are going heavily in towards that dive, so we'll get a knock-up from Xiao Hao. ZDZ layers the equalizer over the top. Leave jumps in there with a killer instinct, and that's the type of thing that actually Syndra typically hates. She's going to really struggle to get purchase in these team fights. Yes, you can cast your abilities while you're moving and running away, but you're definitely going to struggle if you've wasted that scatter of the week on a potential engage from Xiaohao, and then Angel jumps on top of you and one-shots you as the Kai'Sa. You can see EDG already looking to take away some of those bans with the Braum. The Renata could possibly come off the board as well if they're looking to get rid of those disengaged supports.
Certainly could here, as that Renata could very well and it served that role. You saw it highlighted last game. They did end up with the Alistair instead, but it was something they were thinking about for Jue to try to play kind of a more anti-engage style, and could still be an option on the table this time around. Instead, it's going to be a Misfortune ban here, trying to take away some of those powerful laners here for the likes of Photic and Angel. Now looking at his support pool getting pinched further and further, or Perukia rather, having their support pool pinched on away to go alongside that Kai'Sa that Angel's currently holding for leave.
Yeah, and I do wonder what this is actually going to mean. In terms of what AD carry IG are able to take, Misfortune would have been the logical go-to here as a bit of a lane bully, but trying to punish a Kai'Sa now can be quite difficult, and with this Leona locked in as well, you don't want to lock in something that's necessarily immobile. I say that as the Leona isn't yet locked in. But things like Ashe typically, Caitlyn, those long-range marksmen that can really punish the Kai'Sa with that range discrepancy early on, put her behind the curve through this early game. And I do think that EDG here, if they double blind their bot lane, could find themselves in a little bit of trouble, given that IG would then have double counter picks available. So we'll see what it is that they go for. They could even opt into something like a Jhin, who has a pretty strong laning phase and can go toe-to-toe with the Kai'Sa in the early stages of the game, and then that opens you up to be paired with the likes of a Bard or something like that that can also punish a Leona quite early on. But we'll see what it is that IG go for. They've got good dive already with the Kiana, good damage so far, so they don't need Photic to be that super carry.
That's definitely the case here. They've got plenty of options for how to play out these fights, and they are just going to go for the core key here, give themselves a nice little bit of power in that early phase, and will also allow them to have a little bit of additional poke alongside that Syndra, the scatters, plus the rockets. Definitely going to be able to soften up some targets on the EDG side. Hovering this Poppy now as their support. Not the most dashes in the world, but still good into Zenith Blade and good at stopping audacious charges from Xiao Hao. So going to limit the options for what's available in the mid lane. Maybe more of those assassins not going to be as attractive for the likes of Angel facing down the Poppy. Instead, just going to hover that Rise. I think that would round out this composition quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, obviously so far EDG quite geared toward that dive, so with Realm Warp you are slightly enabling that as well, and what I'd like to see from Angel here is setting up Realm Warps for his divers, right? Like, let's just Realm Warp into the backline, but instead of Angel going, just send Xiao Hao, send Perukia, put them into the mixer, let's see what they can do, and see how well that plays out for this EDG side. I think that that's a very underutilized tool of Realm Warp, is repositioning prior or even during team fights to see who can come out on top, and if you can change the angle in which that fight is going to be taken. But obviously IG coming up against it here, game number 1 not going their way. I think that this time they've got a few more tools. I like the fact that the core key is going to be able to answer the Kai'Sa in the early stages of the game. There's protection there in the Poppy that's obviously going to stop the Leona's engages, all being well. Does mean that you need to be really well positioned as a bot lane pairing, and we'll see whether or not IG are able to really encompass that with this draft. But obviously EDG as well on the same token, they've got a very well synergized composition with the Kai'Sa that can play at range as well as being able to dive in, as well as that Rumble, same sort of thing, can play at range with the Equalizer or can get in the mixer there with the Flame Splitter.
Absolutely, and eyes going to be on what the lanes look like this time around, as we got to see some early pull-aheads from the likes of EDG in game number 1. But again, a lot of that can be attributed to how some of those early skirmishes ended up playing on out. Right off the board, we started to see Leave and Perukia pulling ahead with some assistance from Xiao Hao, and we got to see much the same up in the top side as these lane swaps ended up coming on through, and Saboro was the one who got ahead for IG, but on the Scion, it wasn't the biggest deal in the world. world. So let's see if on some more lane-dominant matchups, particularly this Corki for Photic, they can kind of try to change that fate back around in game number 2.
Game point, series point here for EDG. Invictus Gaming coming into Demacia Cup. This is their first series. And after a disappointing end to 2025, getting knocked out of the qualification stage of Worlds, up against, and albeit the eventual champions in T1 in that tiebreaker series to start us off. They rebuilt their roster around much cheaper pieces, and this time round, you'd like to see a little bit of success up against an EDG side who have seen some simmers of glory through 2025, but not nearly the same highs as Invictus Gaming, but they find themselves 0-1 down. This new roster not yet able to fully function together, and we'll see whether or not that can change as we move into game number 2.
And EDG with a shot to just take first place in the group right here, right now, at least at this stage of the event. They would be up to 2-0 with a win here, and that's as good as you could do 2 games in, so looking to keep that perfect record rolling for themselves.
Realistically as well, Gordo, it's top 3 that make it through. 2-2 is probably enough to qualify.
Probably.
May come down to some
tiebreakers.
But 2 wins this early on is a very good look, and I think that in this group as well, taking those couple of wins is probably not the only ones that EDG are going to get, so I think they'll fancy their chances quite highly if they do end 2-0.
Certainly. Yeah, well, it should at least net you a tiebreaker, and Rookie going to find that stun. They're going to get a full plasma proc onto Jue, and already the early health bar is looking pretty good for EDG, but it will be level 2 struck first by Photic and Jue, so they will at the very least be able to take a little bit of control in this bottom lane right off the very start, as Corki lanes are apt to do. Well,
yeah, also worth noting as well, Summoner Heal was expended by Perukia, so that innate safety will be slightly better. With that being said, obviously Perukia has that spell book available, so he can swap to something else and use that in a different trade a little bit later on down the line. As IG are able to push in those first 3 waves, put them under the turret, and looking at the CS as well, both of these AD carries missing out on a good few of those minions to try and make sure that they are trading back effectively. Whereas you can see in the mid lane, Renard doing a very good job at getting these trades onto Angel. A little bit of a different look from how we saw in game number 1. As he gets the Syndra, which was banned away from him in the first match of the day.
Yeah, definitely a pick that appears to be feared by those who are familiar with Renard, and did get to see that he was doing all right in that LeBlanc matchup up until the point that he did get caught and picked off in the jungle. Did get himself some early turret plates, did get himself an early CS lead. Was looking like he might be able to have the kind of impact you would hope for out of a LeBlanc, but was just kind of stifled very early in the stages there. See if this Syndra can offer him a better path forward. Sway just going to roll through mid, pop a Scryer's Bloom, looking at Angel, but not going to go for any kind of play. Instead, Renard, having fully spent his mana pool, just going to take that recall.
Yeah, and he's already forced the recall and the TP out of Angel, so in quite a good spot in that mid lane. We'll go back to base, pick up full Lucidity boots. Excuse me.
Yeah, Lucidity boots definitely going to give him that little bit of additional harassment time, that little bit of CDR to keep himself shoving on in these waves, which is going to be the goal up against this Rise, just making sure that you can maintain lane control for as long as you can. So he will eventually just spell flux his way through those things in no time at all. Do want to limit that roam potential, especially in the early levels of Realm Warp, where it can be quite frustrating towards these bottom lane plays.
And as well with the Lucidity boots on the TP as well, again, reduce some of the spell cooldown, so Renard's going to have that available to him that little bit sooner as well, probably even matching with Angel in that.
Now Renard doing his best to just control these waves, support Perukia wandering over towards the lane, looking to threaten on towards Renard, but he's far enough back that he should be just fine as the lane swap does come on through. Nearly an interrupt on the recall of ZDZ there, but does not quite find its mark. Photic had the right idea, but just a little bit late on the timing of the phosphorus spawn.
Yeah, trying to play it so that you maximize the amount of time wasted, but unfortunately ends up just wasting a little bit of mana, giving vision of Perukia in the base. Even still, I want to look at how these two teams are going to look to scale up here at Gordo as well, because again, I think that the emphasis here is a little bit on IG to try and make something happen. We look at the power points of these two compositions, and again, it's IG with this composition. Hold on, Sobro's just dashed in.
Yeah, and he doesn't have level 6 either. ZDZ got to take full advantage of that level lead as he pops the ultimate right on top of him. Saburo taking the full brunt of this overheated Rumbles trade. Will lose about 2/3 of his HP for it. He does finally tick over to level 6, so will have access to the Call of the Forge God. So he does level it up, but it's too little too late for that trade. ZDZ already going to call that one a victory and show up here to help out Xiao Hao. But here comes Saburo trying to use that ultimate to make a difference. Xiao Hao going to flash over the wall before Wei is going to be able to effectively collapse onto him. And that is a flash blown for a Scuttle Crab.
Well, okay, flash for Crab. Blabber has made it to China. Congratulations. And now we get to take a little bit of a look at what the rest of this looks like here in terms of the bot side. I do want to focus back on our conversation about who we're looking to see win early doors. Highlighted that it would be IG we're hoping for. But to add a little bit more clarity to this, obviously 2-item spike for Photic, massive with the Trinity Force and the Muramana. Wei, again, similar situation. Once you've got that Umbral Glaive and second lethality item, you can just one-shot leave. You can probably take Angel to about 10% HP at this stage as well. Renard, similarly, a Syndra that spikes very heavily on 1, 2, maybe even 3 items. And honestly, as the game gets later, Syndra's damage doesn't necessarily fall off. It just becomes much more difficult for her to find it successfully. And then the rest of EDG, for example, Kai'Sa scales to Oblivion, Rise, same sort of thing, Rumble as well, very prolific in that late game. So I do just think the power of these carries that EDG have are going to be very significant and very important as well.
And every time we look over into this side lane, ZDZ finding himself some very nice trades up against Saburo and has himself a level lead off the back of all these minions that he's denied away from the Ornn. Going to be about a 20 CS lead here, and some of that's how the lane swaps played out, but the end result here is that ZDZ is very, very strong in some of these exchanges, and he's going to lose even more to the turret here as ZDZ successfully recalls second, crashes the wave, and gets the kind of recall that you hope for in these sorts of top lane matchups. That's a TP from Perukia as well, as it looks like EDG want to send all their members to the Grubs.
And they want to stop Wei from getting even one of them, it looks like. They're going to see that they're live, and Smite will come through from Wei just to make sure that he steals one away. And I think steal is the apt name here. As you can see on the deploy, ZDZ went back out to mid lane, so he's going to look to try and help out on this fight with that equalizer as well. Leave, level 6, can rejoin this fight, and one route comes through. That's a killer instinct that can follow it up.
Lockdown on a Photic. He's going to have to Valkyrie back over the wall. Scout of the weak connects from Renard, and there's the all-out. Nearly able to finish off Perukia, but that W is a hell of a drug. And Perukia able to stay alive with the bonus stats. Leave was kind of trapped up in the top lane, so IG felt like they had a numbers advantage for a brief moment there, but not quite able to close out the kill, so they do lose out on the Grub trade 2-for-1.
Yeah, and nothing really lost on the other side of the map either. The biggest thing to talk about is one mid-wave gone as Leave.
Call the Forge God coming in.
Oh,
Leave,
no!
tries to flash, but gets caught by it anyway. And first blood to Photic.
Yeah, that's a disaster. That is not allowed to happen, really. I mean, you saw the Call the Forge God get called in. Even if you just flash up there, away from the maximum range, like the Ram was just barely running out. Now Soburo may be in a little bit of trouble. He actually uses his flash and gets out to safety. So a 1-for-0 on the top side in its first blood once again to IG, and once again about this 9-minute marker. Game number 1, it was Renard and Wei linking up to take down Angel. This time around, it's everybody but those two, and they link up to take out Leave.
Yeah. So, early kill onto the Corki, always what you're hoping for if your name is Photic. And while another unforced error is the word of the day, it does not by any means undo everything EDG has worked for so far here. They still are scaling up on this rise. They still have themselves that advantage in top lane, but now becomes a little bit more important to play around those factors, especially as Leave now finds himself flashless and vulnerable to a follow-up gank from Wei.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a reminder that this composition that IG have drafted for themselves really needs to find the win early on. If they don't, they're going to struggle. So a lot of emphasis on the fact that, yes, they've used Call the Forge God and got a kill, They need to keep doing that. We need to keep seeing unleashed powers be used pretty much off cooldown. Let's try and punish these members who are susceptible to going down. Leave in this instance has no flash. Is Kai'Sa pre those 2 items? Let's try and punish it.
Definitely. Still no legendary item completed on Leave either. Same is true for Photic, but he is building that expensive Trinity Force and did stop off at the Tear of the Goddess, the way that Corgis are apt to do. Next Dragon going to be available here in about a minute and a half. IG did pick up the first one, so feeling plenty good in their objective game, even though they did lose out of the Grubs in 2-1 fashion. The focus is going to be around the bottom side here because of that upcoming Dragon, and the River, for the time being, going to get held by Wei as he waits in this bush to see if he can find an angle for a supreme display of talent.
You can see all of the vision has been shifted down to that bot side in wake of the Dragon that you alluded to about 30 seconds ago. And you can see that this crab spawning complete control for Invictus Gaming. But I'd like to see if some first items can get picked up, right? We've got Kanik Ruka picked up for Sobro, and Peruki now maybe in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Hex flashed out there, immediately finds a little bit more than he may have expected, but he's going to be able to fall back away, no problem. Jouet did use that Spellbook Ignite on him, but he's able to get himself out without too much of a threat. Xiao Hao hovering in the area now.
Profane Hydra here early on for Wei, so a very, very scary Qiyana at this stage in the game. Renard stopped at tier 2 boots to begin with, so he's not going to have that fully completed first item just yet. Trinity Force picked up for Photic. Again, no boots on him either, so very susceptible to going down, but very strong and a lot of damage in his back pocket as well. So I'd like to see really IG fully collapse on this. Let's take this second Dragon. Let's put ourselves in a little bit of an advantage. And we already know that, you know, Infernal Drake up, so we're not going to have that as a soul. Cloud Drake taken, you're not going to get that as a soul. There's a good chance that you roll something like a Hextech, something like an Ocean, something that we've seen be quite impactful as we move into these later stages of the game. So hopefully with a 2-0 advantage on this, they can start to put their foot to the floor and really extend the pace of this game.
And Xiao Hao's staring at Wei with that Profane Hydra and saying, I need to get my Sundered Sky, I need it right now. Yeah. And just gets his recall interrupted over and over again to the point where IG are the only ones who even show up to the Dragon. They get themselves their second off that play.
So much so that they're actually able to base, walk back out onto the map, and even threaten ZDZ on this top side as he now gets to go back to base. Probably finishes up that Liandry's, maybe even getting himself a little bit extra as he is farming incredibly well this game and finds himself with the first strike, so should have been able to farm a little bit of extra gold off of the Ornn as well. But looking into this mid lane, you can see that Photic constantly looking to leverage the power that this Trinity Force has granted him. Already halfway up to stacking that tier as well. So we're working towards that Muramana, and we'll have that finished pretty much on time as Angel and ZDZ go back and finish off their first items of the game as well. And now we're looking at the next neutral objective, 90 seconds until the Rift Herald. And at that point, you might begin to think that we've got some sort of parity in the items, and that might convince EDG that they should maybe look for a skirmish.
Definitely. And that might be where EDG look to trying to make their first major move of the game, as they have kind of just accepted things as they've come here. Does get the root onto Renard, and that flash forward from Angel now going to port up Xiao Hao, and that is going to be that gap close that they need to find the kill. It gets handed over to Angel on the rise. First kill on the board for this scaling man in the mid lane. Yeah,
and what's happening on the rest of the map, right? Normally when you capitalize so heavily or commit so heavily to one side, there needs to be a response play, and it is going to be this tier 1 turret, probably traded. As we look at the top side of the map, Angel is taking down, or trying to take down that turret as well. First brick easily falls for IG, and actually Angel not really anywhere close to taking that one down. Vastly overestimated the power that he would get. But it's a little bit of lost gold for ZDZ. First turret going over to the Qiyana, and in the LPL we have seen many, many Qyanas do many, many great things. So getting gold there, definitely not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and magic damage shield there, pulling up overtime work for Saboros. He gets his recall completed, but yeah, let's take a look at this play. I mean, an early flash from Angel just to get that root and start the playoff.
Yeah, I think even with the root, without the root there, Renard has no way of getting out. We've got the long haul flank coming in from Perukia as well, so I mean, there really is just no way that the Syndra ever lives there, just so far up for really no reason, as he does get caught out and punished for being so aggressive.
Oh, Perukia getting in there. It's 1 versus 5 for the time being as EDG are calling over reinforcements. Punted out is Xiao Hao, so not going to be here to be able to smite contest the Rift Herald unless he works his way back here in pretty quick fashion. Perukia taken down below half HP. There's a nice equalizer layered across the team from ZDZ, but Call of Forge God finds its way on a 3. Flash away from Perukia, throws on out the Solar Flare, going to force a flashback from Saburo, but nobody falling down here quite yet. Angel doing his best to set up to rain back a little bit of damage, but IG, they got what they came for, and they back on off.
Yeah, my favourite kind of fight here, Gordo. Lots of pretty colours, but nobody dies, as it's all the ultimates being thrown out, and nobody actually manages to go down. Great equalizer, great Call the Forge God as an element of disengage being thrown out there, and it's Invictus Gaming that come out on top once again. They have to push the pace of this game. They need to start finding these objectives. The Rift Herald is good. They've got now 1 minute 20 on that next dragon, and finding a soul early is going to be in their best interest, as now Xiao Hao and Perukia looking to defend ZDZ on this top side.
Let's see if they look to pursue this dive further. There is no Call the Forge God for Saburo to start things off. He is going to find the knock-up underneath the turret. Renard comes in with the unleashed power. Will be able to pick up one, but Saburo gets traded right back, and that kill credit goes over to ZDZ. Meanwhile, Jue getting caught out by Perukia, and Angel will be forced to flash back over the wall. And that will be the 1-for-1 exchange in the top side. EDG cover the gank nicely.
Yeah, and I think that in fairness, this is still pretty good for Invictus Gaming. I really need to see this Syndra accelerate her gold, and Renard getting a kill there is exactly the way in which you can look to do that. That being said as well, Photic is spending time in that mid lane where Leave was actually roaming up to the top side to try and stop anything further from happening. So it's a little bit of an advantage once again into Photic's back pocket. It's not a lot, it's not massively significant, but it definitely resembles something of a lead that is getting slowly added into Photic's pocket. You can see that he's a full level up over Leave, because this Kai'Sa has been so willing and so wanting to try and get out into the side lane and try and find a play, but just hasn't been successful in that venture.
Yeah, Perukia is still covering Leave as he tries to farm up this mid wave, recognizing the danger that is awaiting in these long brushes. EDG going to fall back together here as they look to make a full assault on towards Dragon number 3. Not wanting to give this one up for free. They got all 5 members there, but a nice catch by Wei over the wall. Finds a big chunk out of Perukia, but they look for the fight regardless. Supreme display of talent from Wei to push them back, but it's finished off by the likes of the equalizer. ZDZ claims the first and only fight of the engagement so far, but Perukia is so low, going to pretty much have to leave this one for dead. ZDZ waiting over the wall. Angel coming in on a flank, but walks into 3 members. He's going to be the focus, will fall down incredibly quickly, but it's a mid laner for mid laner trade as Renard is collapsed on by the remaining members of EDG on the opposite side. Xiao Hao throws himself to the back line, gets the knock up onto Photic. The focus damage is enough. Leave with the killer instinct will take down his counterpart from IG, and Jue will be worked through next. EDG, it may not have been pretty, but it's a win for them.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking for as EDG here. If they can stop the Drake stacking, their chances in this game increase exponentially as it stops that soul coming through super early. It denies the early game aggression that IG were looking to put down. Sobero's going to TP up to this top side and find himself a turret, but it does not matter here, as that dragon stacking was so crucial to IG's win condition, and they just aren't quite able to find it. Wei thinks he's found a good little bit of pick here, but look at the damage that comes back through. Double electro harpoon into the equalizer, and that's just all the damage that he can take. Kiana, such a squishy champion, especially if she's not over leveled, can just get taken out like this. And then you think, wow, what has Angel done? Why is he in this position? But Renard splits himself off. He goes down on the bottom side of that knuckle, and now top side they're fighting again.
Oh, 4 members onto Saburo, but he stands strong, finally falls down, but Leave takes a massive chunk on the backside, and now EDG may have overcommitted themselves. CC comes through from Perukia, but all the damage has to come from Angel. There's the equalizer, Jue, with nowhere left to go, poked by the wind becomes lightning, and will fall down to ZDZ's electro harpoon. At the end of the day, it is a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and that was 4v5 as well, by the way. It's a 2-for-2 overall, and in the back half of this, I think that IG are actually going to be very happy with that, as, you know, Wei's finding a lot of time to get gold. He's going to take this mid wave. He caught a wave bot lane as well. I actually wouldn't have minded if he stuck around and tried to take some really powerful chunk out of this tier 2 turret down on the bot side. Elected not to do that in the end, but finds himself now in the mid lane with a lot of farm and a lot of gold, as he's able to go back to base, probably pick up a good amount of items once he does do that. But instead has to stay out on the map, works his way up towards the Atakan that IG are just going to rip.
Yeah, I mean, EDG not quite sure that this is going down. They are on the move towards the area, but they have yet to throw down a scryer or anything of the sort. Xiao Hao probably going to find it once he steps into this tri-brush, but wisely recognizes it's dangerous to get in there. Now they realize it's going down, but it's too late. Otacon secured. Flash in from Perukia. Finds the solar flare to keep them in place, but he's just going to get melted down for it. Now Leave getting CC'd by Saburo on the opposite side. A great equalizer from ZDZ, though. Get a meltdown way and cut off the rest of the carries from IG to net a fight win for EDG. They get 3 members down. They port back over to mid lane, and they're going to see just how much they can get for that Otacon sneak.
Okay, Peruki went a little bit too quickly there, but it baits IG in to stick around longer than they needed to. They got the Otacon. All they needed to do was get out there. Their resistances were drained. Their cooldowns were used onto the Otacon, and after that, EDG more than happy to try and take a fight after the fact. The Otacon goes down without a fight, but then Perukia goes in way too deep, but it just baits IG in. You can see how a really good Call the Forge God actually stalls the rest of the team, and then IG start to think, well, we've got a 4 versus 5 here, let's look for it. Equalizer, though, from ZDZ splits them up beautifully. Renard gets rooted on top of the red carpet, and Angel able to keep Photic at bay as well. Does mean that for EDG, it's a very one fight, but they now have to fight the rest of this game up against an Otacon buffed IG.
I mean, ZDZ's equalizers have just been on point this game. Does a massive job to salvage a fight that is pretty messy there from the start.
Yeah.
And you needed to win a fight there. Just giving away the Otacon for free, not a great recipe, and would not feel good for EDG. As now, they do manage to still maintain themselves a semblance of a lead up against an IG comp that, as we keep saying, Rudude, needs to keep on rolling and needs to snowball this game into their favor.
And we say that, but we look at the gold disparity, and actually it's IG that are down, right? It's only 1,000 gold, and you know the game's not completely over yet. But I think that IG are really going to struggle. We can see that they're moving in towards trying to take away these smaller objectives in the blue buff this time round. Maybe they can try and take away some more of those bot camps, but what is there up for grabs in the next couple of minutes? Well, we take a look. It's the Baron spawning in 2 minutes, but I think slightly more pressing than that is that Dragon that spawns as well in about 45 seconds time. I think if EDG take that, they're going to have more than enough time to stall this game out, get Leave and Angel to a point of not being able to be contested, let's say. And then that's when I really start to fear that IG will struggle.
Yeah, so we getting a little bit of difficulty grouping on up here, but do find themselves with 4 members in this bottom side river. Slow on towards Photic. Not going to be enough for them to pull the trigger. This is a TP from Saburo. We'll turn this into a 5 versus 4 around the bottom side. Now ZDZ going to join in to make it a full 5-on-5. 10 seconds to go on Dragon number 4, and both teams, they do not want to miss it for anything in the world. Angel still catching wave in mid.
You can see they understand the emphasis of this Dragon. I think that if IG take this Drake, they're still very well with a chance in this game. But I think that if EDG take this, it means that the game is going to be stalled all too much for IG to really look to contest. But you can see it's EDG starting it up.
Yeah, wave spotted as he sneaks his way into the pit. Here comes Call the Forge God. They're going to look for the engage to the backside, but punted out by the Poppy. Here comes ZDZ stepping forward into the stasis, just trying to torch him with the Flame Spitter. That's a secure on the Dragon for Xiao Hao. 1 for 1 so far, as Angel's the one who fell down in the trade. And actually, IG still 5 members strong. Perukia getting pushed back away and will be finished off by Photic. EDG now realize they are outnumbered and outgunned, and they've got to get themselves out of here. A dash in from Saburo finds a knock-up onto Xiao Hao, but here's ZDZ with the Flame Spitter damage. Only gets 1 before he falls out down, and now Photic on towards Leave. Leave doing his best to try to kite it out, but has to flash and bail. Leaves without getting much of anything, as in goes Saburo for the knock-up onto Xiao Hao. 4 kills to IG, but they lose the Dragon.
Yeah, I think that's about even overall. Again, EDG stealing away that Dragon just prolongs the length of this game and prolongs how long it takes for IG to get to that soul. They could have just secured the soul if some of their smites had been slightly better, but it's Xiao Hao who's coming out on top in these 50-50s. I do think, again, here that Leave just a little bit clumsy with the Kaiser. There was a very real opportunity there for him to go massive and to try and find a massive play on the back half of this. But we'll take a look from the very get-go. The initial keeper's verdict gets rid of Perukia. Maybe not the primary target that you're looking for, but it makes a 5 versus 4 and a good equalizer, countered by the redemption. And we see this 4 versus 5 that ensues afterwards because Angel blast cones into a little bit too much danger here. Perukia as well, a little bit too far forward, gets caught out and taken down. And then the fight after this, really good poke actually from Xiaohao, from ZDZ, throwing out these harpoons, throwing out these wind becomes lightnings. But then look at this from Renard. One scatter, actually catching all of the crucial members. It hits the Kaiser in the backline, and I think that if that hadn't been the case, Leaf has the opportunity there to go nuclear, dive into the backline, start trying to find people and take them out. Unfortunately, Renard catches it, and for Leaf, his opportunity is neutered. And it means that the IG still barely holding on in this game. Yes, they've got a 1k gold lead, but again, the way their composition functions, it's going to be harder and harder as this game gets later and later.
It definitely is. We will see if that is going to be the dream that IG can live, just continue to take objectives, to continue to push EDG, and continue to take fights like that. The Dragon stacking pretty much out the window now. I don't think they have 10 more minutes to try to press for the Chemtech Soul, but you can use that gold lead that they have for now. You can use those fight strengths to try to take something like a Baron, to try to keep themselves in the lead that way, and that Baron is exactly what they're going to start up here.
Again, time not on their side, so these slightly more desperate plays needing to be made. Here comes Call the Forge God.
Knock-up coming on through. Perukia going to be held down below half HP. In goes Xiaohao, knocking them back away, and into the back line goes Leave, but he's punted away. But Angel just going to sub right in there and keep the fight going. In a 1 versus 3 situation, takes down one. Renard coming back to over and stay and finish him off, but not going to be able to do it. The stasis keeps him alive for way too long, and now ZDZ tags in, third man in the ring to take down each and every member of IG that faces him down. Realm Bin sends only Perukia to his death on the turret. He survives with a sliver. A little bit of comedy there to round out the fight, but that is a win for EDG if I've ever seen one.
And I think it's Baron for EDG as well here. Renard, he's trying his hardest. I think Perukia might just sacrifice himself to try and get in, but they're both spotted on wards. Might just try to make sure that this Syndra can't do any steals, but it's Baron. It's 4 for EDG. And the composition that needed to just spend a little bit of time getting to scale up has done that now, Gordo. In this fight here, they spend a lot on Perukia, who somehow lives through it all. But a Solar Flare catches Photic. He has to Valkyrie to disengage. Then he can't do anything. Somehow, though, Dway snipes with the Keeper's Verdict to keep the fight still a little bit alive. But it's Angel in this fight who comes up huge. The second he gets a window, uses E to reset his Q cooldown and find the Kiana in stealth. Then EQ takes down the Corki, the Seraph Shield survives from the Unleashed Power, and it's Angel in effectively a 1 versus 4 on the backline that turns this game into EDG's favor.
Really great stuff here from EDG, and yeah, I mean, what a snipe from Shui in that fight. It feels like it could have given them an angle into the game, but Angel and ZDZ just able to show on up, and they're just too dangerous to be able to be tussled with by the remaining carries from IG. And now it's another Dragon spawning up here in about 5 seconds. We talked about how IG's Dragon stacking opportunities pretty close to hosed here, but still got to try something. Still got to try these fights while they're available to you, but Leave already working through the Dragon.
Yeah, and you can see Angel here trying to work his way through. He's got a super cone on the flank, but it's not going to be secured by Wei, and he's actually just getting isolated there. Now Perukia ghosting forward, wants to try and find a fight. I think that IG are going to be able to limp out to safety. EDG know that a fight at this stage isn't their biggest threat.
Keeper's Verdict's going to end up coming on through. Already punted out Xiaohao, but he's able to rejoin with the rest of the team. Angel comes in with the Realm Warp, but he's there on his own. Loses a ton of health. In comes the supreme display of talent, but Wei throws it in the wrong direction. Hits the wall and doesn't get onto any members of EDG, and now the follow-up fight. It's all EDG. Xiaohao finds the knock-up on the way. Into the back line goes Leave, executing the mid laner. Moving on to top. Photic trying to retreat back away with the Valkyrie, but he is the last one alive from Invictus. Invictus Gaming, EDG win out another team fight.
It's a massive blunder from Wei, and it's probably just sealed their fate in this series. EDG with 4 members strong, Baron in 2 lanes. They're not going to be able to take down this mid lane, but look at what's happening down on the bot side. Leave getting funneled even more gold here, plus 700, 800 with the Krugs that are going to go his way as well. The triple kill he picked up in that fight to boot. He is feeling so confident now on this Kai'Sa. He's sustained the early game of the Corki, and he's come out the other side as the late game menace that AD carries love to be. The Realm Warp in is what saves this fight and starts it all off. You see Invictus, they think that they've got ZDZ, but a great stasis baits them all in. And then Angel gets caught by a scatter. Wei flashing forward here. Look at the supreme display of talent though. Q's one, Wei ulties the other. Maybe if he shunts Angel into the wall, he can take it down, but I even think through Seraphs and Azonyas, it's going to be tricky. Azon live, Dway's caught.
And Xiao Hao will be taking him down. Now it's Saburo stuck 1 versus 4 underneath the turret, trying to stay alive with the redemption. Into the GA goes Xiao Hao, but he's going to be right back, and this time the Ornn's not going to be in his way. Photic has to retreat as the equalizer comes down, and this inner turret is not long for the world. EDG claim another objective, and IG are left scrambling.
And this is why we were saying that the IG composition needed to do slightly better and keep on pushing the pace of the game. Look at the damage now being put out by Leave, by Angel, as ZDZ just T-posing.
Getting in there with the stasis, and 3 members TP in off the Realm Warp. They're able to take down Wei as Jue steps forward. Photic and Renard right at his back. The health bars are low enough, but Renard just gets one shot by Leave. In goes Jue to try to hold him still, but he refuses to fall down, stepping forward as the GA procs, knowing that only Photic is left to stand against him. Leave winning out another team fight, playing on a knife's edge, and now able to dodge away for the call. The Forge God Saburo flashing forward, going to be able to get the knock-up off the Searing Charge. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao brawling with Photic. The equalizer not going to be enough. Wind becomes lightning, connects, but Saburo finishes off a solo kill on the Leave, but he's just here to try to pad stats. This fight is already done and dusted for EDG.
2 inhibitors are going to fall, as it looks like Xiao Hao's going to be able to take down the top lane inhibitor as well. Saburo tries as he might. Between Phase Rush, between Angel, and all of the damage that he's got, he knows. They're going to do a little bit of dancing, a little bit of fun. Finally take down the Ornn. Baron spawns in 1 minute's time. With so much work already done in the base. So much work already done for their composition. Jue.
Jue. Going to get jumped here as Angel and Xiao Hao were waiting in the corner, waiting in the woods to assassinate that support. And Jue going to be down now for 35 seconds. He's just hoping the game lasts that long so that he can get back into the mix.
And we'll see whether or not it does. 25 seconds on both top and support here. It's Wei, Renard, and Photic to try and save this game for the time being. I think that EDG are going to grant a little bit of clemency here, as they will instead take the entirety of the bot side jungle of IG. Xiao Hao, you can see, already level 18 on this Xin Zhao, doing a very good job at finding not just gold, not just kills, but experience as well. Overall, for EDG, it's now just about that victory road, right? They've got the Baron spawning in 5 seconds' time. They can go and take the Soul immediately after that. So there's so many things that are going to go their way in the next minute or so, and IG are just out of options here. They need to be fast, they need to be decisive, and they need to pick their battles.
For sure. As the Baron going to be up next on the menu, and IG, they just got to get back out here. They just got to keep swinging and hope that eventually one of these swings connects. EDG now truly in a dominant position with a 10k lead in their favor.
And I mean, if you think that you're easily able to kill anybody on this EDG roster, you are sorely mistaken. Between double defensive items for Leave with the Jack Show and the GA, same for the top lane, same for the mid lane, it's also difficult. But IG, they see Kai'Sa on the Dragon. This is their time to attempt to flip the Baron.
the Dragon going to fall on down. This is the Chemtech Soul going over to EDG. Now can IG sneak themselves a Baron to get something back? In there goes Perukia, but he's just one shot. Xiaohao now trying to fight for it on the backside, gets onto Shui. Meanwhile, isolated off on the other side is Renard. Angel trying to finish him off. Into the backline goes Leave, able to finish off Photic, and the Baron is successfully claimed by Wei, but it will cost him everything. 4 members of IG fall. Only Renard is left standing, and he is at a sliver of HP against 2 inhibitor super minion waves, and the entirety of EDG collapsing towards his base.
And he can try, he can fight, but you can just imagine that EDG are going to tear him down like they have the rest of his squad.
And there goes EDG, finishing what they started. Nice scatters from Renard to buy a little bit of desperate time. But EDG, as predicted, will walk away with the win. 2-0 EDG, topping the group.
Yeah, and there you go. That's probably EDG now in a very good position to make their way into the playoffs, into the knockouts. Again, 2 wins in a single round robin like this is probably enough to see you at the very least in 3rd place. We'll see if IG can bounce back from this 0-1, but another game where we saw this time little bits of hope from IG, it's worth saying. They had an opportunity in this game to maybe make something work. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to push it over the line. The scaling aspect did come out and proved to be way too strong, and you can see in the damage as well. You know, the numbers are better for IG. They were doing more damage throughout the course of the game. Unfortunately, just when it mattered, they weren't quite able to get there.
No, and you got to see some bits of hope there. Photic getting strong fights early. Wei able to find some ultimates to buy space that looked like they might have led to some positive team fights. Saburo had some great Call the Forge Gods in there as well, but the execution just at a higher level here, and ZDZ especially. You got to give this guy his flowers in this game number 2. So many really fantastic equalizers there. Leads the team in damage percent, and well and truly deserved there, as how much he was able to get done, how frequently he was able to force 2 or 3 members to just take multiple ticks of that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing the same in game number 1, where he's managing to find the most damage in the game. Despite the fact, obviously, that he's playing a much more damage-focused champion this time round, even in game number 1 was doing very well at that. We have to keep our eyes on, though, this EDG squad as a whole. I think that they are true contenders moving into LPL Split 1. They did a very good job here in this, second series for them, but obviously up against IG. You'd like to think that this Invictus Gaming roster is going to look to try and improve a little bit here. They had some very good starts to this game number 2, but not quite able to see it across the line necessarily. And that's a point of improvement that will need to be addressed as they go later on into this tournament. Still 3 more series left for them to play, so it's not all over just yet. And I think that in this group they will find a little bit more success than just a loss to EDG. And you can see that even just in the mechanics, there are still things that need work. I think that this one, that the most notorious blunder here, that Wei not quite going to be able to live down for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a rough look there for Wei, thinking he would be able to scoop back the Rise at the very edge of the range. It's closer than it looked. I'll give him that. You know, there is a little bit of space where you can scoop somebody in front of you backwards, but not quite in that range at that particular moment. Meanwhile, on the EDG side, though, I think Leave kind of showing up as promised, right? Adding him back to the roster to try to give themselves a little bit of additional firepower. They actually get the MVP to Xiaohao, who does have a nice little KDA for himself here. But I think Leaf showing up as promised, especially in this game number 2. Really playing some of these Kaisa team fights at the absolute edge, playing aggressively, diving into the backline, and executing very well mechanically to be that extra, little oomph that EDG needed around a very stable top side.
Yeah, absolutely. The Kaisa actually, looked really good in the end. And we were talking about, or I'd mentioned that in one of the team fights, he missed a window, missed an opportunity around the bot side fight, but after that, really, really solid stuff throughout these team fights, taking the Dragon, moving his way up to the top side for that Baron fight, and Killer Instinct straight into that backline, no fear, no mercy, actually playing that attack role, really, really living up to the namesake as well.
Absolutely here. all in all, a very, very fun day of games. EDG come out with a predicted 2-0, and we get to see a 3-game series to kick off the night, and we get to see a big upset from OMG. I mean, that's the full gambit, right? You get the favorites winning, you get a close series, and you get a big upset.
Yeah, I think OMG really the headline of the night. The fact that they were able to take that series. Really did not expect that. Weibo with some questions to answer moving into their remaining series. They go to 1-1 in Group B, but I think that overall there's been a real balance this evening of what we would expect, what we wouldn't expect, and then hopefully you've had a bit of everything throughout the night.
Exactly. You can't ask for anything more from a night of Demacia Cup, and there's plenty more nights of Demacia Cup to come, but none of them are going to be right here, right now. It's going to be time to close on out the broadcast for the night, but appreciate everybody spending some time with us. Shout out to the previous casters, as well as our production crew, and everybody working behind the scenes. And shout out to you guys for tuning on in. We'll be back tomorrow with more matches from the Demacia Cup.